Well, hello, everybody. We are live and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And as always, I'm really happy you are here. I just see that Gillian popped in and Sam went to get a drink. So right now it's just you and me. So
I'm back.
welcome,
I'm back.
everybody. Sam is back. And I
Merry
was just
Christmas,
getting everybody
everybody.
welcomed. Yes, happy holidays. And let's bring Gillian on. Jillian. Hey, Jillian.
I'm trying.
Oh,
Hey,
no.
remember, automatically turn
Turn
down
your
your other
phone down.
devices.
Yeah.
I'm trying to turn down the other ones.
Right.
Mm.
Hello,
Um,
Scotland.
Yay. We have Willie D. We have several people already here, as always. So we appreciate that. So happy everybody could make it. And we have
Hey,
Willie D. and Dennis.
do you actually have sunshine
And
shining through your window there, Jillian?
that
that's
that will be the
that's your
tree.
little tree.
Oh, okay. I was thinking it was sunny there where you were for once. Now she's gone. She must have pulled
Right.
her
I think
plug.
it's nighttime there. It's like eight
Oh, okay.
o'clock at night.
Well, that was why I was surprised by how lit it was.
Yeah, right. It's real cloudy here too. Oh, she's back. Hi, Christopher.
Okay.
Christopher is here.
Oh, I got to
Which
And
remember.
tree?
Thomas
I have
from
to click on
Germany.
chat.
Happy you're here. And hey, Maria, with her tagline, dropping by to say hi. That's her. That's how we know it's Maria, even when
Hi,
it doesn't
Maria.
show who it is. So,
Up in
hey, Maria.
Alaska.
Yes. I
Yeah,
wonder
she's
if
up
it's
in
pretty
Alaska.
cold. It's actually very warm here. I'm in Oklahoma, and let's see, it's 61, and it's humid, very humid. So
Yeah, you're going to get a storm
surprising.
here soon. It's 38 degrees in Lolo. Hello,
I don't know what
Andrea.
it is
Oh
here.
wow, that's chilly. That's enough to let you know it's winter. Hey, Andrea. It is 9:33 Sunday. Okay, cool. She's coming from the future. That's sweet.
Coming to you
So,
from the future.
well, yeah, right. Well, there's been so many cool pictures this week. I've been rounding them up as always, and probably going to work on it more during the show. I keep seeing more and more.
Oh,
But
I
yeah,
got a
she's
really
in
I
cool.
just keep getting weather warnings all day. Just weather warnings.
I saw a post
uh,
yesterday. Maybe Sam, you can fill me in, but I saw where Europe had this big front. Is that current? Is that what's happening right now? I saw a post yesterday talking about
Well, they
Europe
do have
having
they've got a major thick jet stream coming in off the Atlantic, and it's pretty definite, and it's directly over Scotland and north of Ireland, and it's running into Norway and northern Europe, and China had a major snowstorm again this week. Um,
oh wow,
and
did not
Russia
know
and all
that.
of that. They're doing quite poorly from the weather. I mean, there's very intensely strong storms. Yeah, and we're quite warm and rather dry here. We have a wisping of snow on the ground. Not normal for Montana, and boy, we need our snow because we give water to everybody else throughout the summer from our snowpack, and we barely have any.
we've got some
California.
for you.
Yeah, well, California is flooding its backside off right now. Southern California is very inundated with a lot of rain. I foresee some filling up of some empty reservoirs in the middle of the state that they've not seen in 80 years. And the ground getting very heavy and very wet. And they've got a lot of onshore stuff coming in where they are at Oxnard and all of that, and LA County and Orange and all of that, getting major amounts of rain at night, and it's going to continue. Um, Lots of that,
Yeah.
northwest storms coming in. Oh, I have a retraction from last week. Or the other day we were talking, and I was mentioning the Joplin, Missouri tornado that wiped them out really heavily, and that did not happen. I said it happened in 2011, and I believe it happened in 2013. I think it was corrected by YouTube. Um, I,
Okay.
I'm hoping that correction was accurate.
Yeah.
But I caught
Well, you're
myself.
It's
trying.
YouTube.
Well, I caught
You never
myself
Yeah.
in a thing that I needed to actually publicly correct because you know how much I dislike disinfo, and
I
uh,
know. You get
I
the
went through another round
ruler.
of joyous conversation about some people saying that I had written some things and posted some things in the past that were actually fabricated by trolls, And so we're dealing with that. And I just immediately cleared other people off. And I'm still dealing with the spam. As a matter of fact, I didn't even look at it today. I'm dealing with a administrative spam issue on Montana Skywatcher 2 still. And come to think of it, while we're talking, I'm going to have a look over there. But anyway, gee, that's my week. Thank you for the people that did send some Christmas cards. There have been very few this year, oddly. But thank you for those that did send them. I imagine I will be getting a few more after the holidays because seemingly the Postal Service is in kind of a little bit of trouble. And then there was news reports about like out in Arizona, there's a couple 100,000 packages sitting in a room not going anywhere as of yesterday, when they should have been sent out long ago. I have noticed that some of the mail that was even certified from people like Nicole, and thank you. I'm not mentioning your last name on purpose. Um, that sat in Billings for quite a while, and then took literally almost a full week to leave there just to get to here, which is surprising. So we're having troubles with the Postal Service, even though they're making a lot more money and doing
Right.
a lot worse than they ever did. So I think there are going to be a lot of people suffering some really bad Christmas mailing this year. And don't be surprised if your shit comes in after Christmas.
Well, you could have a
Right.
second Christmas then, can't you?
Yep, that's what I
That's
told the
true.
kids.
That's true. It's
I
always
said,
good either way.
sometimes prices go down after Christmas. So if we don't get what we want now, we'll get it later.
Right.
Oh, well.
And
You know
and I
what? I
actually,
think if we've
go ahead.
all got our
Go
houses,
ahead.
like our roofs over our heads and
Yeah,
food
we're
for our
hopefully warm
belly,
and dry.
yep.
Yeah, I actually went to the mall and went, oh my God. And I am apparently not sick because it was a couple of days ago. So I didn't get ill yet that I know of from my visit to the mall, and it was rather insane. And proof that our economy is actually doing better than we were this summer. So, and although prices
Good.
and food prices are huge,
Right.
Mm.
anyway,
Everybody's witnessing that, grocery
yeah.
store shock.
Well, yeah, we're all
It's
being
no
robbed.
fun.
Ever since everybody
Basically.
got that original check from the government for COVID, and then everybody's, people have more money. Let's raise our prices.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's about the time it started, didn't it?
Yeah, yeah. And everybody's sightings have been somewhat similar to this one right before us right now. And we're
Yes.
looking at lead asteroid, red asteroid, spiral asteroid in front of Attu and Attu's moon.
We had all those
Wow.
mother of pearl clouds. It just didn't stop. It was
Oh yeah, I got
amazing.
a new batch of those ones. Yeah, and of course they matched the old site drawing of Uri's onset base cloud, which I actually should send you a copy of that right now, Rebecca, of the one that I saw that
Sure.
was really, really interesting. I'll send it to you on the Facebook PM that you sent me the link
Oh,
to.
Okay.
That
That
I was
works.
looking up.
And I was going to
And
finish getting Jillian's pictures. I have some of them already, though. It looks like. But did you see this one,
okay,
Sam? I don't know if you saw this picture.
just
I
a
don't know.
second.
It
I've
jumped
got
out
my other screen up.
at me.
I have my other
Okay.
screen up. And I'm
Okay.
trying to find that because it was such a perfect match that I just sat there and giggled over it. And, like, okay, yeah, I know
Uh-huh.
exactly what this is. And,
Isn't it
it's
fun
like,
yeah.
when it's that
go
good?
ahead, argue, because I drew this picture, I don't know, 5 years ago, and then here we get
Sure.
an exact, ta-da. And I think this picture dates from the 22nd. So I'm sending it to you now. It says sent. It'll tell me when you received it. But and then I'll
Okay.
post the direct correlation drawing underneath that as well. As soon as my
Oh,
computer
that's
catches.
all we seen. They were amazing. Pictures. People sent me pictures from all over Scotland that looked like this, with the
Oh,
pointy
really?
noses
Yes.
and things that look like ships.
Oh, that's the side edge, illuminated side edge of the planet is Saturn. And that line that you're seeing is the direct sunlight correlation and bleed off from the edge of that planet, creating a cloud atmosphere from the sun shining on it, just like we've talked about in the past, where it's like dry ice. Because it's getting sun on the side of that planet, then this gaseous emittance occurs from because it's
So
minus
that's a
400.
Saturn.
Yeah, that's the side of a Saturn.
Yeah.
And well, look
And
where it
then
is. The
it
sun is
looks like
on
you
the
can even
left-hand
see
side.
the edge of
Right, and you can see
Yeah.
the
Nibiru
edge. You
as
can see the
well.
edge of the planet, and that's the side is being illuminated from the left-hand side, and that little bleed off of the gaseous form that occurs in the atmosphere. And this is a planet with not really much of an atmosphere that we know of. I mean, I imagine there's gases of their own particular form within a small region, just like the moon has a mini atmosphere and Mars has a mini atmosphere, and all the planets have an atmosphere. It just depends on what their clouds are or what their atmosphere is made of, which is a separate part of the body, because each body has a magnetosphere of a certain account that keeps its inner gases within its own atmosphere. And that once the sun shines on that, that's where we see the cloud formation from gases, things melting off, boiling off from the sunlight.
No, there's been
Crazy.
so many people passing away. I'm so
I
sorry,
know.
Michelle.
Hi, Michelle. Yeah, her uncle passed away this morning. So
Well,
that's a rough
blessing,
time
and
of
now
the
they have all
year
the
for
answers,
that.
and it's part of the circle of life. And I'm terribly sorry for your loss, but they are not really gone. They've just stepped aside a little bit. They still exist. Anyway, if you're
Yeah.
looking, did you get those pictures yet?
Yes, I got it.
Well,
Let me
then
get it
post
pulled
the
up. Well,
first
I got
one, and then
one. You took how
and
many you
okay,
sent?
we got
Okay.
the second one. Okay, there's that, and then you can post, and I put the drawing below that one. So if you look
Oh
at, I mean,
boy. Hang on a second. I didn't realize there was more than one. Bear with me. But I've been this week. I have seen a lot of this type of pictures. You know, the rainbow effects a
right.
lot.
And in the background, if you
So
notice in the center, Nepenthe is
yes,
behind this group. That's where the green comes in at the middle bottom.
right.
That's why we've got snow today.
Well, yeah, well, there's shadowing. Planetary shadowing is going on every day for the last couple of months now, and everything I'm seeing is just amazing. That nobody notices how weirdly gray, almost not bright enough illumination that's going on. I've been watching it for months, and it's just like, you don't notice that. How do you not notice that? And oh, it's just winter and the clouds are cutting it. No, no, this is around the world, and this is why we're all having this weird foggy everything. And so
Did you see
Andrea, go ahead.
JD's video of the fog he was experiencing last night? Because he's in
Oh, I
Kansas,
didn't
I'm
see
in
it.
Oklahoma, and we both were getting fog. And somebody, I think in Indiana, said they were having fog
Yeah,
last
and
night.
we
All
had
of us.
deep fog yesterday. It was really, really awesome. And then the morning, and then I mean, literally all the way till noon. And then it finally, yeah. If you take that picture and you go back to that picture
Hmm.
before that, and you compare the two of these,
Right.
they're exactly the same, with the exception that
Yes.
in this one is the planet Nepesi's bottom, and that's why it's green, and the rest of it is
Yeah,
blue.
you should have seen our sky. It was so green. You can show Sam the colors of mine. Did you get some of mine?
I did. Let me get the ones I
Yeah.
have pulled up.
They were
And
so soft pastel, and I had to go out
And
with
that,
a.
of course, is the bottom of the Uri onset, where Uri has these asteroids in her lower base cloud, her asteroid group. And I sent, as a matter of fact, I sent the same thing we're looking at here to Mr. BBB333, talking about the asteroids, and it was time for him to wake up. So
oh
I don't know if
boy.
he'll take that personally or be insulted
Yeah.
or what, but I just, I'm losing patience with some of these people, and I'm not being as mandatorily polite as I normally would be. Oh, and I have to apologize to everybody out there last week. The show that we did on, what was it, Tuesday? I was overdubbing too close to the mic, and I heard that myself on the show when I listened to it, and I apologize. I need a new mic, and maybe Santa will give me one for Christmas. Let's see.
Yeah.
I'll let you know
Maybe.
after the new year what happened and how
Yeah.
Santa comes through, because I'm always expecting Santa to come, and I can't control everything, and this too shall hopefully be a miracle as usual. that's
I
because
know.
that's why
Well,
we go ahead.
things tend to work out. You know what I'm saying? I've
Yeah,
noticed
yeah,
that with
and that's
other
what I expect
things.
too.
It's like it tends to work out, even though it has like a roller coaster effect, and you stress or whatever. in the end, things are usually fine.
Yeah,
And
and I
it's
have a
not
new hope for
better.
I have a new hope for this future year and this Christmas and everything. And I'm in better spirits than I have been in quite a while. Although we went through that eviction crap that we ended up having a major catastrophe in the house
Look at
over.
that. It's got a curve. Sorry, Sam. Yeah, I know you had such a
Hey,
hard
that's
year
the
as
side of
well.
Uri right there. You can see the stripes.
Yeah, I wanted to show you this
Uri.
one. It had the stripes. It was just
Yes.
in the early morning. It looked like completely golden down on the left,
Right.
and it was
Right.
glowing and glowing, and then
Right.
it went away, and then it changed. The sky changed, and then there was no light,
Right. Right.
and
That's where
then
the
another
cutoff is,
light
the change
came.
of the crescent. Yeah. I've got easy 30 pictures of the side of Uri being golden.
So that was Uri trying to rise early in the morning as well. Yeah, it's kind of wild. It's really been a spectacular couple of days.
Has it? It's been not
Yeah.
that great here. So
Today
I'm
was
always happy when I
crummy.
can
Today
see
was just
others.
dead. It was horrible today.
Uh-huh.
Mm.
The Gray Guy is here. Hey, Gray Guy. And he was
Mm.
saying Mr. BB knows that he will never comment on it. He's be afraid of losing his channel,
Yeah, I
basically.
would imagine this, and I don't blame him. I hope he
Yeah.
listens to our shows. Um, we would love to, even if you don't want to go on the record, I'd love to talk to you anytime. You can contact me on Facebook. Sorry, or you can actually look me up in the National Phone Book, and I'm not advocating everybody to call me, but I do talk to people occasionally on the phone and have over the years, and fortunately the calls have dropped off. As a matter of fact, my phone rarely ever rings now, which is sometimes a good thing. And which reminds me that there's a lot of folks that are suffering from the effects of the planetary influences. And I feel we need to discuss that again. And if you're having an uncomfortable pre holiday, please note that this is exterior. It is affecting you, and you can rise above this. Do something nice for yourself. Don't forget you this Christmas. Give yourself a break, relax a little bit. Like we were just discussing before this, is things are going to work out. Everything's going to be okay. Yeah, look at that. That's the bottom of the asteroids of the onset of Uri, and we did the video for like 3, 4, 5 shows ago. 3 and 4 and 5 shows ago, where we were showing the onset of the cloud formation of asteroids from the ISS camera. And this is exactly what we're looking at here. It is being illuminated because it is microparticles and large objects and small, baseball size, tennis ball, all the way up to asteroid planetary sizes of debris. And the reason that the sunlight is shining on it and refracting like a prism in space, because this is not in our atmosphere, but just above our atmosphere. And we see this repeated pattern over and over again. There are objects that are influencing and affecting our brains and affecting our volcanoes and affecting our geologic and affecting our weather and back to our brains again. And so if you're uncomfortable this holiday season, I would wish you all a very wonderful, nice, warm, sitting next to the open fire, watching the stockings, and remember that Christmas is about family and us. And I would there's another example of objects that are being illuminated way above our atmosphere. And I would ask that you take an extra special time this year to spend time with your family, because we may be in a lot more trouble next year. And I hope that doesn't happen. But I would also like to reiterate that life is short. And like in Scrooge, you do not have time to put off to how we treat each other, including how we treat ourselves. And I would ask that you all grant yourself this wonderful gift of having a very happy holiday. Sorry, but it's important that you don't succumb to what we're all feeling. We all feel it.
Yeah, it's been really
Right.
rough, hasn't it? It makes
Yes.
your body feel heavy. Makes your
I
body
have
feel
a
heavy.
tendency to go to the opposite of what everybody else is feeling, which has been weird, and me as well. And I've also said a whole bunch of stuff recently that I'm semi embarrassed about, because part part of who Sam is I'm a very private person, and I'm a private person because of I've been forced to be private person because of and here I'm not trying to brag again, but who I am and my IQ, and I don't normally, Sheldon Cooper doesn't necessarily fit in society, and so I have noticed that I'm usually the opposite of what other people are feeling, which is sometimes very entertaining and also enlightening. But I really, everybody, God, day after tomorrow, tomorrow's Christmas Eve. Like, let's really enjoy this because, we got a lot of serious stuff on our mind and our plate and what's coming and et cetera, et cetera. And I absolutely appreciate everything everybody has sent. We will hopefully make our Christmas goal. We haven't got there yet, but the girls are, I've got to whisper, they are getting what they're expected for Christmas.
Yes.
I didn't know if I whispered that loud enough, but I mean, my door is open and one's in the kitchen right now.
They got it.
Getting more
They
ice.
got
And
it.
I was
Yeah.
like, oh, I caught myself.
So they'll be so tickled, Sam. They will. I don't think they even expect it, maybe. Because
I've sort of talked them into not expecting it.
okay,
And
good.
yeah, and well, I was telling them that not all of the Christmas cards that we expected this year, and they were very surprised because
And
usually
they
they were.
understand.
Well, every year when we do get Christmas cards, I force them, because they're teenagers now. I force them to pay attention to where these cards come from Arkansas, from Florida, from New York. The reason I say New York is we got again another interesting package from New York. Such a pity. Anyway, hey, next time take that postage and give it to charity rather than wasting it on me. But anyway,
Yeah.
to that one person in New York, the rest of you guys keep your donations coming because we need them. But if it comes to silliness, you don't need to spend money on that.
Oh my goodness! Like, how can you waste money on posting? I would love to have money to post things. Huh?
Well, there's a person that is mailing us harassment, and it costs them a bit of money to do so, and I kind of wonder why, but okay, whatever. Anyway, and that's what that New York was directed at, and and my lawyers are boiling it down. Hint, hint. Anyway, how are you guys today?
I
Let's see who's
know.
first. Rebecca, tell us about your day.
Oh, my day. Well, I always say there's never enough time. I've been busy since I woke up, and
You just texted me that.
I just go, go, go. So, but otherwise, everything is well. So
Here we have the spiral asteroid in front of the open core illumination of Nepesity.
Yeah, look at that.
That striped effect. I don't know if Christopher, I think he had to step away, but he's been trying to learn how to identify that exactly, the open core of Nepesity. He's been, he's a new member, and I tell you, he is all over this. Like,
well, we
he
love
is
those
studying
people who
hard.
are like obsessed like we are, and we recognize you automatically when we get a new member in that's like really on top of it and really going after it. And if you look in this picture in the bottom middle right by the chimney and between the roof and the telephone pole, that is illuminated base cloud of Saru hiding up in the distance.
Oh boy! Sure
and
enough.
that illumination over on the left-hand side of the telephone pole is one of the smaller asteroids, or possibly that of the big three, or the asteroid group 3 going under. I would sooner say under Nepesity, but it's kind of low to be that. So I would have to say that there's more asteroids that are getting bigger. Maybe we need to catalog.
Right.
Yeah, they've changed a lot. That was a reason.
Andrea, yes, they are gang stalking me. There's a whole bunch of them, and
several.
They're little peanut gallery fleas that are trying to nip at my heels, and they're making fake statements and posting Photoshop created. That's the best way I can describe it. Photoshop created posts that supposedly I posted, which I did not post. And Rebecca had a look at this, and she can attest to it. And I will ask her to do so in just a moment. There was some posts put out saying saying that I lied, and here's proof. I wrote this way back in 2013. And if you look at the document, this is just the one of the documents, and there's more to come. The one that the one that this person is putting out and prompting as proof that I lied is completely cut and paste and misworded. And now you can comment on that, Rebecca. That what they
sorry.
used. That was the beginning part of that video that this person is putting out about me. And I hate to keep going on about this, but it's completely doctored, and I never in the
Yes, I mean it was saying things that you would never ever say. You know, it had descriptions of planets and this and that,
yeah.
and things that you never would come out of your mouth, because I know
I'm not
you
going
would
to
never
call
say that.
Atu the brown
orange planet.
brown dwarf an orange planet,
Yes.
and it was all completely manipulated descriptions that I would have never typed in the first place, and I don't know who created it.
So they
then-
create the fake version, and then they turn around and make a video talking about how, you know, you said
Here's
this back
proof he
whenever.
lied.
It's just total harassment, slander, defamation, like you said.
Yeah, it's defamation, and I don't know who's creating this material, but it's out there, and then they're doing anything that they can to discredit me. And there's groups of people, and we've talked about this before, where every spring a new level of the young adults come from the village to attack the great monster in the cave at the nearby mountain range. We must attack Ukla or whatever. And so I get this next generation of yahoos that they talk into coming in to harass me when they can't really do it themselves. And I blocked another one of them, and another one of them, and
that's just it. They make new accounts and they keep coming back.
And you can always tell who they are
It's just,
because
like,
they don't
hard to
change how
believe.
they talk.
If you want to ask me for
Really?
a date, you could always just ask rather than hitting me with this hate love campaign thing. And sexual innuendos in the mail and weird shit like that. Okay, I don't get it. I'm not part of crazy town, so I don't understand your metaphors. Anyway. Hi Gillian, how's your dog?
Yeah, I
Sleeping.
know. Yeah,
he is beautiful. Is it a she?
He.
Oh, okay, he's
It's
beautiful.
Theodore.
Don't wake him up. Yeah,
Yeah.
that is a very
He is
beautiful dog.
pretty. The color and his curls.
Yeah, very.
He's growing.
Curls.
He's growing. He's
Milk
actually.
chocolate.
They call them cockapoos, but my other friend's got one, and her one, a little guy called Buddy. We stood them next to each other the other day when she took Christmas photos of this guy, so I can make like a Christmas post in a couple of days.
Nice.
And Theo looks like he's on stilts next to her one, and her one's 2, and this guy's just hitting 6 months.
Yeah, he's gonna be a big boy.
I think he's gonna. I thought it was going to be like a wee cuddly spaniel thing,
Wait till you're bringing a hand cart full of kibble in every week.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, he thinks he's a cat. He wants to eat the cat kibble, not the big boy kibble.
Right, because it tastes better.
No, his teeth are falling out.
That's at that age.
It's his baby teeth.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't owned a dog in a long time.
Yeah, they're just like kids, Sam.
Yeah, I didn't know they lost their teeth.
Yep.
I didn't know that. Huh.
Baby teeth. He's got really big monster ones underneath.
Wow.
Okay.
I did not know that. Cool.
National
Geographic.
Teachers in the building.
Yeah, there's a question for you, Sam.
Yeah, Andrea, throw out brown dwarf stars. That's a misnomer. Yes, there are
brown dwarf stars. Who ever talked about those?
Well, a brown dwarf is like a very massive gas giant if it's brown. If it's not putting off light, it's not an illuminated burning star. So therefore, it's a gas giant. Even modern science doesn't actually take into account that gas giants become stars. And I don't even think they know that. And I hope somebody out there actually does know that, because that's what happens. A gas giant is like an electron cluster because it pulls in all this matter because it has a central, very dense, heavy mass of electrons inside of it. And because of that dense mass, it pulls all these atmospheric gases into it, including asteroids and moons, and has rings and all of that. Oh, by the way, they had a phenomenal picture of Uranus this week that came in. So I recommend that you go look that up off the new space camera lens flare thingy.
What, that James Webb thing?
Yeah, the web, yeah, and James Webb got a brand new picture of Uranus. It's awesome. Anyway, which will include, it'll increase your understanding of the stars in ways, or excuse me, the planets in ways that we've not been taught in school. And there's so much more going on that people have to, this is what we're doing. We're breaking the boundaries. We are breaking the boundaries of science here. And
well, I seen a video of.
I got caught up looking at photos of Uranus. No, I'm not looking at your anyway.
Yeah, there was. Someone's going to say something, aren't they?
Oh, okay. We got a question. What do you think is causing the increase in earthquakes? Is it the extra radiation? No, from the sun, or is it the so-called pole shift? No. The extra increase from earthquakes has to do with the passing bodies. They're pulling on us and yanking on us and affecting us and pushing us and rolling us over, and therefore our inner core. And remember, we're not gravitational; we're electrical. So therefore, there's electrical influences that are causing a change in our core of our planet, and they've all planets have tipped since 2011, which is why our celestial transit of the sun now goes from the northeast sky in the morning all the way to the deep south at noon and all the way into the southwestern sky at sunset. And it used to be high noon back in the 90s and 2000. If you at noon, anywhere you were, you looked straight up at noon. That's what high noon means. You looked up and the planet, the star was over the top of you, which is not the case now. And that's direct proof that this all started happening as of 2011. And I've been screaming about that as a full example for over a decade. And people go, I don't get it. And it's like there's evidence that we are already tipped, and we won't see full pole shift. That's only happened 14 to 15 times in 6 billion years with a B. And so that's not a regular occurring part of the passing of the planetary systems in the group, the planet of crossing Nibiru. But we are tipped. So I hope I covered that. I know
so that affects, just everything, though, not just earthquakes, but weather, all weather, of it, right?
Tip, yeah. Which in many parts of the United States today, we're 25 degrees above normal. And in other parts, it's 10 degrees. So we are definitely, we're seeing a raise of temperature on the planet. And they're calling it the super El Nino. But no, I think it has a great deal to do with our extra star. And people aren't taking that into account because, they don't even remember. They think about the Nibiru planets and all this stuff, and they don't account that there's an entire solar system, including star. Here you have an example of Saturn's yellow moon coming in with its fire.
But that's a really dark color. Or did they affect it?
Well, we're seeing it's right at sunset. You can see by the angle. And we're also seeing a light pinch off for the last couple of months. We have far less light.
Oh, we do, because this morning is so dark. So dark.
Yeah, JD is with us. So, hey, JD.
Hey, JD.
Hi, JD.
Right.
Thank you for having a conversation with our naysayers, our peanut gallery. I saw that down my page today.
Oh, no, he got caught up in that.
Oh, yeah, he got caught as well, didn't he?
And I too, because you did, only because you did, JD, did I even respond to this person. It's on the page, but I did block them afterwards, so I don't know if it got removed or not, because we were right before the show, and so I was trying not to pay attention to the peanut gallery, but every once in a while I have to, throw in a retort, which is probably what continues to further this ridiculous conversation between us and them. And I am going to ignore them from now on. And the peanut gallery is merely the peanut gallery.
They complain so much about me blocking. I get complaints about, I block those people. But it's like, why wouldn't I? I mean, I
Yeah.
don't have a desire to carry on, a
Yeah,
conversation
you
like
don't get
that.
permission
So,
to come into my living room and tell me what
like,
I'm.
yes, I want to, deal with that in my life. I really don't
Yeah,
care
yeah.
about that. So
Well,
it's
and you know
just
what's so
It's
amazing is that
time wasting. It's just wasting time. You could be talking about something, and
yeah.
what
no,
amazes
we're
me,
wasting more time on them.
well, that they think their opinion is so strong, and it's like, excuse me, but you're one person who has an obvious agenda issue going against 13 years of documented evidence, and you call me a liar? Like, excuse me, I just call you a Karen. We worked long and hard on
Yeah,
this. We're not
Karen.
guessing. We're not lying to people. We're not manipulating people. All you're doing is coming onto other people's personal page and handing us your attitude issues. It's like, what, do you have a bad day today and you want to come over and share it with the rest of the world? Go get a life. Jesus, we're working here. What are you doing?
Mhm.
Anyway.
I know. I
Anyway.
do. Thunda is here. Hey,
Hey,
Thunda.
Brenda, back with us
Oh
again.
yeah.
Hello.
Awesome.
And
Awesome.
Chelsea Hollick. They say, so the pole shift is just a scare tactic to prevent us from knowing the truth about what's really going on. Is that what you would
I think
say?
when you wind people up enough, and then they all of a sudden then they're out searching for anything, and then people, and a lot, we've talked about this in the past before. A lot of people get addicted to being scared. They want the shit scared out of them, and
Wow, look at that.
yeah, well, that you're looking
That's
at a
great.
Saturn yellow moon and a Saturn,
Wow.
and we know it because it's on the right hand side of the sun and it matches everything we've seen for 6 months. So it's that easy to call.
Well, and fear, also makes your views go up. If you have a video that's
Oh yeah,
fear
let's add to the hype.
agenda, like
Oh, and you can sell stuff as well.
Yeah, and
it's
don't forget, a slap
selling.
on the thumbnail. Be sure to get some gal in a bikini standing there, and you'll get everybody and their brother to watch it, and then they'll wait for the end of the show. And hey, they never put that bikini-clad beauty on the show. What was this all about?
That happens, and it's never anything to do with that.
And I have to apologize for using an almost Southern accent on that. I don't mean any disrespect. I just mean it's another person's voice. Shoot,
Yeah.
I never get to sell that bikini, man.
You'd fit in Oklahoma just fine, Sam.
Yeah, well, I can actually attest to having been a cowboy. I have been on a cattle drive.
Yes.
I've had a bloody
Cool.
backside from how the saddle didn't fit my upper butt, and I know how to throw a rope and rope a cow. And
So did you have a full-on cowboy saddle, like with the high cantle and all of your?
I had chaps, and the one cattle drive that I remember most of all. I was on this massive Appaloosa, big, huge, white spotted Appaloosa. And this horse was the meanest, nastiest horse I ever met in my life. And every time he saw a tree or a fence post or anything that he could scrape me off on, and he would. And the moment you loosened the reins long enough that he could turn his head, he'd reach over and bite your cowboy boot as fast as his teeth could get there.
Oh, nasty.
Oh yeah, and after he realized he couldn't buck me off regularly,
Try to bite you off, try to pull you off.
he tried to bite, and if there was a tree or a fence post, he would veer toward it and try and scrape my leg off on it. And he did this for weeks, and I finally just didn't let him do it anymore. And I mean, this was a monster horse that was way, way bigger than I was as a child.
Pull your arms and shoulder sockets. Ow.
And I had other horses that were wonderful and mild, but I've always remembered that one. And God, I can't even remember what his name was.
I was just gonna say, what's his name? You best be.
It was something like
Thunder.
Thunder or Ranger or something like that. And he was just the nastiest horse. And of course, I don't know why the owner of the cattle drive handed me that horse, but maybe.
Couldn't you change? Oh, you can't, because then you're allocated.
When you go on a cattle drive, you're not near the barn ever again. You hauled these cattle, 100, 150 miles. We took them all the way across the state, and that was in the old days, and they don't do that anymore. They ship them on railroad cars. But I mean, I've been in cattle drives, and so I'm allowed to chew tobacco, spit, and say, yep, I'm a cowboy.
Cool.
Yeah, I was looking to see. I don't know if that's JD. Maybe it might be JD, but whoever it is, I think it's humorous. It's cute.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we are from Montana, and up here, that's normal to us.
Yeah, it's
I still
I got
say howdy to
cowboys.
people. When I'm walking down the street, I go howdy.
Yeah,
That's what comes out of my mouth.
right. Surprisingly, even Tulsa, it's not normal just to see cowboy, guys in cowboy gear, boots, kind of boots and Wranglers maybe, but that's
Oh,
about it. Not real
I
heavy
absolutely love my
cowboy.
cowboy boots. They're not good in winter because the moment you come out of the snow and you step on any linoleum, you're skiing. So
Uh-huh.
I don't wear them in the winter. Not only that, the snow ruins your boots. And I have a very nice set of cowboy boots I've had for many, many years, and they are thoroughly broken in. And I do
I
like
wonder what the people at the golf course were wearing today, because they all turned up to play golf and it was snowing.
Well, they're wearing
They'll be-
cleats, of course, because you don't go onto the golf course without cleats. I actually got when we had to move last year, I actually got rid of my golf clubs and my really nice golf shoes and my golf cart. And yeah, we got rid of a lot of shit. Unfortunately, I wish I had back right now. But anyway,
Right.
stuff my
Definitely
children
had
will
to
have to deal with
downsize.
after my passing. Stuff they won't have to deal with. Anyway, they've got a bunch of that. I might be called a minor hoarder. I'm not a hoarder. I might be a minor hoarder. I do keep some things I probably shouldn't. I have a very extensive Bible collection, but anyway,
Have you got a lot of books?
I mean, it's
not near as many as I used to have.
yeah.
I did get rid of
I was
all my
gonna say, I
paperback.
mean, it's one thing to hoard objects versus it is like litter or trash or it's a whole
Yeah, I
different
don't.
level
Yeah,
of
none of that.
hoarding.
None of that.
Right.
No, I'm talking. I do antiques. I have some really nice antique steamer trunks that I rebuild steamer trunks. I love doing it. I've done quite a few of them. I used to work for an antique North Avenue refinishing. It's no longer open. But yeah, I've done harpsichords from the 1700s. I've done all kinds of antiques, and
Oh,
I
neat.
love woodwork. I love woodwork. I love painting. I'm an artist. Anyway, let's get back to the sky.
Hey, David. David is here.
Hi,
We're now looking
David.
at the rotation of Isatum right in front of us here because it's in the upper right of the sun, and you're looking at
Yeah, I just
Isatum,
love
the
this
Saturn shell
one.
of
This
moon.
is a new channel I found today, a new time lapse channel.
Oh,
But yeah, they just got pretty, I don't know, pretty sky wherever they are.
And all you have to do is try to get a copy of the monthly diagram, the monthly site drawing, and that will tell you what planet is on what side of the sun, and it's for easier identification. And you can see it insetting here and rotating right in front of our faces, and then going over the top of us as the day progresses.
Yeah.
And this is all time proven, and it to us it's just old hat. I mean, we've been doing this for so
Like there
long.
it
It's like
is
normal.
again.
There it is. Yeah.
It's there.
It rotates in
Yep.
front of us and rotates in front of us, and it occupies the same area most of the time during the day.
look how it's going two different ways.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got your lower clouds, and then you got your rotational planet above you, and then there's the side illuminations in the background where you see the cresting side of the planet.
So is that, two different atmospheres moving in opposite directions? Is that what's happening?
Yeah. Yeah. Our atmosphere, our normal atmosphere. Now, there's also,
Oh, look at that.
in many
Did you see
storms.
that shadowing?
You're right. That's because there's an object above Earth rotating above us.
I love it when it does that. You go back and you look at your videos and suddenly you see something you didn't see the time before because you were busy studying something else initially when you got it. And suddenly you see.
Well, this is why we tell everybody to look at the dark areas. Don't pay attention to the sun. Look at the darkness first and watch and plot that. Our normal human instinct is to pay attention to the light, and if you train your eye to do the opposite of that, you will see the planets.
Right.
Look at that. Look at that.
You can see it, just as plain as day. You can actually see them, yeah, easily when you understand what you're seeing. And I was reading this one. Gray Guy says anyone with eyes wide open can see the sky is very different. So I agree. I think that's why a lot of us do notice that. We're like looking for other people to talk to about it. So here we are, right?
Yeah, that's and
Yeah.
when you're obsessed with it, as we are, um,
Yes.
you have a tendency to learn it quicker because you pay attention. And a lot of people go, oh well, maybe, maybe not, and so they're not going to check into it as heavily. But we've been watching it for 13 years now, and it's absolutely, absolutely beyond reproach that this is going on. And anyone out there who is saying different, like, oh, this can't be. Well, excuse me, we have over a decade and we're not making this up. And, I mean, why would we devote this much time to it, even though we're not being paid for it in general? We do exist on donations. But, um, yeah, see those microclouds going over the top of you right there? They're not in our atmosphere. They're not. They're up above, and learning the illumination and the light angle issue, and we talk about this all the time. That is the big part. Learning how light moves and understanding where the sun is immediately. And if you want to identify which planet it is, always take into account where the sun is, and then you go to the site drawing, and you have your answer. And month after year, they're accurate. So how could we be making this up? We're not.
Right. Otherwise, it wouldn't match. You wouldn't have all these comparisons that match over
it
and
wouldn't
over
work,
again.
and then we wouldn't. We'd have a level of chaos, and everybody go, "Well, dude, you're full of shit," and that's not what's happening.
Yeah. I was gonna say hi to experimental, and they said, "LOL, I'm fixing to," meaning I'm getting around to it. So they're talking about our country slang talk.
That's
Yeah.
also
I'm fixing to.
that's a term that is, believe it or not, it's used in France, it's used in England, it's used in Scotland, it's used in Ireland. Fixing to. And
Okay.
I've been surprised by that because that is kind of a cowboy Western
I
term.
did not know that.
It's also a Southern person's fixing to
Right.
term.
So
We
I
don't
wonder what Southern
necessarily
person
use
came over
that.
here and said that.
Well,
Uh-huh.
they do use it in England, the UK. There's always people that are saying we're fixing to do this, and every time I hear it come from a UK accent, I got to kind of go, oh, okay, does catch my attention.
I'm a fixing to do that as soon as I can.
Yeah, no, that might be the Western influence from the 50s all the way, into Europe, all the way through the 70s.
Must have been them those cowboy movies they kept on.
Right. We still get people, when I talk to people in Europe, they ask about, whether or not we're riding horses here in Montana. And we do ride them, but not all the time. I don't have a horse and I don't go on cattle drives anymore. And my kids have ridden horses, but it's not an average thing. But they still ask about the Indians. Yeah, we have American Indians here all over the reservations and stuff up north of us here. And I have many friends who are American Indians and I respect all of them. So anyway.
Yes. Oh, here's another question from Chelsea Hollick. She's asking, so basically, is NASA lying to us about what planets in general look like to deceive us? Because most of the images they use are CGI. NASA's planets are CGI.
They've had a history of playing ISS videos on a soundstage, which has been proven. And then they cut the feed out when stuff. There's new reports about, believe it or not, of an alien unidentified flying object recently docking with the ISS station, and you can look that up. That's been recently released by Truth Seekers. They have pictures of it, and so there's an interaction between us and the other races as well in space. I promise you, the ISS is at 250 miles away from the surface of the Earth, up in the orbit, and there's lots of activity up there. Oh, by the way, I did send you earlier today, Rebecca, on that same Facebook news feed. I sent you a video that was shared to me from Andy Paul in the UK this morning or yesterday, whenever he sent it. And it is the space tube, the cargo ship, the shipping container.
Boy. All right.
And people, unfortunately, people on the internet called it the mothership, and it is not a mothership. There is no mothership showing up to save your ass. So throw that out the window. But if you look on that,
so you're saying no one is coming to intervene and help
Well,
us in any way.
they're
You think?
already intervening. They're already in control. There's a whole system of things going on that are beyond our government, even that the government isn't even
Yes.
aware of, and levels of control that I'm sure that greedy politicians would probably never focus on, or see it in the light of its true intent. So, duplicity and all of that.
Sure.
So,
I'm gonna see if I can get that video.
and of course, information is
Oh
exactly how
yeah,
you
you're gonna show
personally
us
perceive it.
you're gonna show us that tube thing.
Yeah, if I can. It looks like I am able to download it. So yes,
It came
it'll
from
be a
Andy
minute.
Polk. So,
Uh-huh.
I looked at it and I watched it a couple of times. And of course, then I read what the people had on the original post had said about it. It's not a mothership. That's the space tube.
I agree with Andrea. She says most people are looking with eyes wide shut. They're not, even if they're looking at all, right? Yesterday I was at the grocery store in the parking lot doing a 360, taking, video. And I mean, I don't know what people think, when they're, because it didn't look like much to them, but I could see quite a bit happening. So
Well, if
I
people
don't know.
count on a mothership to come down and this big oval thing, and the oval discs are small landing craft that come off the bigger stuff, and that automatically disavows or allows people to not even believe in the star destroyers that we've documented for like 5 years now, and it when the moment you start thinking that there's some, oh, we're going to be okay because the mothership is going to come down and save us and take us to another planet, that's not what's going on. That's crazy internet metaphysical people who just want to believe this because they can't deal with the facts and the reality that we have an invasion fleet over the top of us, and if we don't do exactly what they tell us, then we're going to have even more problems.
Right. Right. It does get your hopes up. I mean, and
Well,
not
yeah,
mine, but I'm just saying in general, it gets
well,
your
there
hopes
there
up.
are there are races that are on our side, but that is not the general norm. The general norm is we bear a function. We are a factory planet, and we are the guest workers on this factory planet, and that is not going to change because they're not going to change their economy to be nice to us.
Yeah.
And people think, oh, we're going to be saved. No, we're going to continue on, and only those who earn their way up and out will. And there's a lot of homework. And it's
Right.
not something that everyone's going to be granted automatically.
I was asked, what does up and out mean?
Well,
How,
up meaning finding out there's a higher technology in other races and being invited to their world so you can actually see it and include it in their technology, and or actually extension of your life where you live longer like they do. So and people automatically, oh, we will be taken by this mothership and we'll be saved and we'll be taken to a faraway land and a new planet and
so
live
that's
happily
where they
ever
would
after.
think that the mothership's saving them, you see, maybe.
Yeah, well,
Mhm.
yeah, that's just with these people who are ideally dreaming that they're going to be saved, and
They're
that's
going to be
not
like
what's going.
Enoch and get taken up and live for.
Well, yeah, Enoch is Enoch is another example of extraterrestrials. Uh,
But they actually called him a shining one or something like that as
Right,
well, wasn't it?
because he was illuminated, the Illuminos, the Illuminati. The Illuminati means those who are enlightened. And those who are enlightened are contacted because they test you or they find you by mistake, which is the example of me or whatever. I'm sure they weren't intentionally looking for me when I was numerous times abducted. But over time, and then when I was spoken to and talked to and given the background information that I carry today, I'm sure that was more by, oh, well, we need to inform rather than by design. Um, and so, and I don't think a lot of people take into account that I do have off world information, and there are very, very few people out there that do. Not a good portion of the people, they get donations and all the money on YouTube, and they got famous names, and they're doing a supposition, and yeah, they do a great deal of homework, and they have information and top this and top that, but they do not have the direct off-world information. And
The
it's kind
first
of a pity.
time I ever heard about people getting abducted was back when I worked in the library, and they had oh, is that the video? Cool, look at that. Huh, interesting. And they had a whole bunch of books by that guy Whitley Strieber
Yeah,
and
see,
another guy.
there's
Yeah,
no top on this. There's no dome on it, so it's not a disc.
no, it's
This is a
like a
very
pencil.
long, very, very, very long, very large. And see the little white dots around it? Those are large star craft, support craft. Those are not
But how
stars.
high up would
Those
this
are
thing have
all
been?
just
I mean,
drifting
where
up
was
there.
this?
Um, yeah, I will have to ask Andy. I did not get much background information on it, but he shared it with me today, and I figured in that it was 5 minutes before showtime, and I hadn't
Yeah.
done my homework because I was busy doing Christmas things. Sorry, I was trying to get all of this together. Unfortunately, the U.S. Postal Service has not been kind to us this year, so we were unable to get all the donations compiled, but we did get around the subject. And of course, now that my door is closed and the girls can't, they are going to get what they asked for this year. And thank you,
Wow, that's
everybody.
so
I'm sorry, I'm going
exciting.
sidetrack
Right,
again, but
right. Because you
That's
got
why
a
you
good
sound like an
amount of
excited daddy.
donations,
well, I am very
considering.
excited. I'm excited for their Christmas this year. They're 16 years old and 14 years old, and they get this year what they kind of wanted last year, but we knew we couldn't touch.
Right,
And
right.
so this is sort of like 2 years
Good.
stacked into one, and we've actually managed to do it. I had to literally spend all of my grocery money for this month and part of next month, but um, so we managed to get there, and I had some issues, but thank you everyone for what you did because it's a rather odd year. We're squeaking through some weird timelines. And I was telling Jesus the other day on the last show we did that his world is about to change. He's going. I see that, and I don't usually hand out forecasts or predictions, but I see him entering a very new time for him. It's going to be wonderful.
No, yeah,
Yeah,
so
I've had a talk with him.
Pastor.
I've had a talk with him in the background too, and I really hope so because I've known him for so long, and he's been through so
Well, he
much. We've all
deserves it.
been
He's
through.
going to get it.
Yeah.
Yes, Santa's going to give him a good gift this year as well.
Hmm.
Here's
Well, I
another
got a
interesting.
good gift.
Thank his
Just
brother for getting him the laptop.
hmm.
Right.
Oh,
He
yes.
already managed to upgrade. Yeah, there's another version of the space tube. It's really huge, but you're actually just seeing it so far away that it's small.
How
But this
far
thing's
away
massive.
would that be? I mean, look at it. I mean, you wouldn't know because they obviously zoom it in as well. But look,
Oh,
there's some trees.
it's way out in deep space. It's between the planets. It's off the side of Nibiru and in between Nepacity and Nibiru. And it's out there, but it's massive, and we have direct
I
pictures
was
of
going to
it
say
up
it must
close.
be huge, huge, huge,
Well,
huge.
if you're going to ship commodities in your shipping container,
Yes.
you need a big one.
And Oumuamua, is that a different thing?
Well, when I rent a U-Haul, I always get the biggest one I can get.
That other, you know how they have that other one they were talking about, Oumuamua or something like that.
Oh
It's
yeah, that
called.
was another asteroids-like ship that they actually managed to catch changing direction, which asteroids don't do, and
Mm.
that's what proved to them that it was an intergalactic craft that seemingly was encased in stone. But if you have a craft that's been out in space long enough, it's going to be covered with debris, unless you go scrape it off and you know scrape away the rust and whatever. Or
Yeah,
actually,
it's like
I
you
imagine
can't fully comprehend what those things would
I
look like.
imagine, yeah, I imagine they could actually carve a craft out of an asteroid and make it flyable. I don't know.
Yeah, I seen a video the other night talking about how Star Trek, Gene Roddenberry's Encounters of the Fifth Kind. Carol Ann sent it to me. It was really interesting. Made you think about how did Gene Roddenberry conceive of the ideas that he's now fed into our brains, like things like their
Right,
tricorders and
right.
beaming up and beaming down and
Okay, and we talk about how Hollywood has two goals. There is a good faction and a bad faction. And Roddenberry is obviously illuminated or illuminos to a point, and he could have been guided. Visitations can occur. You can have abductions, and they can plant they can plant notions in your mind. And I've had a lot of people will go, "How do you know you're not working for them?" And believe me, trust me, I know I don't work for any one faction in particular because I've never listened to one faction in particular because I've been approached by more than one faction, and it's not been comfortable. And perhaps that's why I'm not regularly visited in a polite way. The last visitation was not polite, and it was sitting at my desk right where I'm at right now. And it was, within like what 3, 4, 5 years ago. And that's another tale that you can go back into the old videos and look up. And I think I even discussed that in the Radio Wasteland series. Cough drop in the mouth. Still doing the Ricola. I did, however, buy the Halls. Anyway, for anybody that gives it, anyone. Um, yeah, there's a certain we can adjust our civilizations by a point of view. All I have to do is mention the word Marilyn Monroe. She totally changed our world. Um, we could mention John F. Kennedy. We could mention George Washington. We could mention Constantine. We could mention Caesar. We could, or Vespasian or anything. There's many, many people who have changed history throughout our time. And the question is it usually happens at the right moment. It's something that happens when we're all ready for it, and it just gets carried into the future. Now, time, in my opinion, is a circle, and it only moves forward when the correct path and procedure falls into place. Otherwise, it's stalled until you get it right. And that of course, is a crazy, crazy time space continuum issue, but time is a loop, it's a circle. And people will debate that from now until doomsday.
So, because there's certain people I've heard say that time doesn't exist. That's
Our
just
time didn't exist until other people made it so for us that
I've always
we were
looked at
handed
it.
society.
If you're in the proximity of a star, I think time is a different factor. If you're out in the middle of deep space, I think maybe time might warp slightly different. I don't know. Excuse me. Cat hair attack. Woo!
It sounds thick, Sam.
Oh, she walked by again.
I'm so glad I don't have allergies.
Oh,
Oh
I
my
had it. She
gosh.
was sitting next to me this morning, and I was just, literally hanging
Yeah.
over the garbage can, drooling after nonstop sneezing.
Say I love you,
And she
kitty.
was like 4 or 5 feet, 3, 4, 5 feet away from me, and she came out of the
Yeah.
bedroom, and it's like, as you, and I couldn't quit. I couldn't quit. You're
I
sitting there
think
sweating.
I think it's also why my nose is permanently stuffed up. But I never wanted to admit to myself ever since I got the girls.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
When Lindsay came the other night, she said the second she walked through my front door, she knew the cats were there because her nose starts to tickle and everything.
Right, and burning eyes and all of that. Yeah, and I've got sort of like an almost asthma. I don't have major breathing issues until I walk into the house, and then all of a sudden it's like I'm short of breath.
Yeah.
So I know that, we got rid of one of our cats, unfortunately, because he got really old and sick, and we had to unfortunately put him to sleep, and it was very tragic. Anyway, but I've known for the longest time I don't even want a cat in my house, and yet I end up with two of them, and now one. And
Yes.
yeah, and she
Well,
walks by the door 5 feet behind me, and I'm sneezing.
I was going to say hi to
I
Jerry.
will
I
avoid
lost
putting
his.
colloidal silver drops in my nose. I do have colloidal silver. I take it
Yeah.
occasionally, regularly.
does it work?
Oh, colloidal silver is phenomenal. It actually, what happens
I've
is,
got colloidal silver, but I never had the guts to actually do something like
what it
that.
does is the level of silver goes in, and it gets into your bloodstream, and certain bacteria cannot live with silver in your bloodstream. It actually kills bacteria in your bloodstream. So yeah, colloidal silver overall, as a regular, like every 2 days, you take a teaspoon or so, and then you will avoid most of your
What
possibility
do you mean? You mean you take a teaspoon? You actually just go.
yeah. And then it tastes like metal, and then you take a little glass of water and wash it down. That way, it has a chance to adhere to water, and then it will be assimilated by your body better. If you wanted to throw a pinch of salt in on top of it, then it would really be assimilated into you like a saline. But yeah, colloidal silver is phenomenal. If you feel even like you're getting sick, like you start to come down with symptoms, then I would definitely insist that you take a big tablespoon of colloidal silver, and
Well,
most
can you just
likely,
take it like cold turkey like that? Just like,
yeah, just pop. Yeah, it's there's nothing bad about colloidal silver at all.
does it
Although,
ever go off? Does it
if
ever
you
go off?
no, you just shake it up.
Oh,
Uh, if you take too much of it, you actually will turn blue.
no, yeah, I know. I'd heard that one. I don't want to get. I seen somebody that was blue, and they said they'd taken that, and I thought, wow.
Yeah, I've taken colloidal silver for many, many years. I worked at the Bureau of Land Management. We worked up in the mountains in winter. And any time I felt sick or the beginnings of an onset of a cold or flu, I would take colloidal silver and most of the time beat it. And immediately after that is also, if you take Mexican food and hot sauce and capsaicin, capsaicin is very high in vitamin C. And if you go sweat out, you take the hottest Tabasco sauce you can stand, you'll actually break a fever and kill all the bacteria in your blood with either capsaicin or colloidal silver.
I've heard onion honey is very
Oh,
beneficial too
Yeah,
when
yeah,
you're.
yeah.
thank
Well,
you,
that's
experimental, elemental.
the
It's
I
just
take
I've
it.
got a bottle of the stuff,
onion
and I've got.
poultices and garlic poultices and the such were used prior to the invention of penicillin in Europe, and people don't know that. It's not common knowledge. I knew it
No.
since my mother told me, of course. Rather than having penicillin or moxicillin or whatever, they would actually use a garlic infusion or a garlic
Yeah.
plaster or a mustard plaster, and this, of course, goes along with the onions and all that. And if you cut a half an onion and you lay it on the plate next to you in your bedroom when you're sick, breathing those onion fumes will actually make you better faster.
It helps.
Yeah, because they told us when we went to karate, the one sensei is a GP, and he always said to chop it into bits and put it in the corners of your room.
Right, and as long as you're breathing it, and then the emulsification of the breathing of the onion and garlic and shallots and all of that, they're the same group, and it does have very redeeming properties. And
Yeah.
I mean, you just grab an onion bite, a big bite out of the onion, and that too will do it as well.
But
Of
I've
course, your
also
stomach
heard
won't like you later,
I
but
can like that. Ooh.
like if you cut open an onion, you need to use what you're going to use right then because if you try storing it, um, you know, it starts to draw toxins right away. So if you
yeah,
store it
even
in a
out of your
container,
refrigerator, right, right. That's
right?
why I
So
always wrap. I'll use half an onion and then I'll wrap it in a plastic bag and I'll use it later, right? For cooking.
right, I same. I don't use it for long after I cut one. Even I just try to use it all. So but
Anyway,
yes, I know it's good information
as
because
we venture
it's better
way
than what
off
they put in
topic,
your medicine. I know. I know. The medicine
well,
causes more problems
I
than
absolutely
it
believe
helps
in
a lot
in
of the
in
times.
holistic naturopath medicine over any of the crap they're giving you. I got some
Alan was sick,
right,
dreadfully
right.
sick twice because of a prescription. So
Yes, and then
horrible.
you haven't been feeling all week as well from your prescription,
Right.
and you should definitely
Right.
get that augmented and do stay away from those ingredients we discussed prior to the show.
I know. I totally agree too. So I don't need a
Acidic, huh?
problem.
Because it
Nothing
can become
acidic.
dangerous.
That too, right. Acidic or anything like
Right,
over
and
the
you don't
counter.
want any more problems, and that's the problem with modern day medicine currently.
I
They
don't.
actually have side effects that are actually worse than what you're trying to cure.
Exactly.
Yes. I know. When you hear a commercial and it says it could cause this and this and that and even death, it's like, what in the world? I'm just needing an allergy pill or so, but no. I I don't hardly take any medicine as is. I have two prescriptions that I do need, but I'm going to talk to him about making changes because, yeah,
My kids are
Yeah.
meanie butts.
right.
My kids made popcorn and didn't share any with me, and I just
Oh,
started
good.
smelling it in the room and going, "No, you meanies! I want some popcorn, and you didn't bring me any." Oh, look, more asteroids underneath Uri, and see that big illumination in the upper left. That is the Tan asteroid.
Where's Casper?
Casper's way over to the right.
Oh,
Casper currently is partially running underneath just the face of his Saturn as the crossover at the center.
So where's
Oh,
the
so it's
tan
there.
asteroid? Where is the tan asteroid again?
That's the big white illumination that's
Okay.
leading
That one on the
the
left.
sound trip.
Wow.
And the
So
yellow,
what about the yellow?
that's one of the smaller ones beside the orange or
Little
beside the
sister
tan.
or
No, actually, no. That's
no?
a group underneath Uri, and it's one of the in the Tan asteroid drawing, which I can send you a copy of if you need one right now if you want one, because I still have your thing.
Either way,
Well, I still
sure.
have your PM up, so I don't have to look for it right now,
You
and I can
can.
I'll hand you
Yeah.
the drawing of it, and
Sure.
I will describe it to you because it's slightly at a different angle drawn, but it is the actual. It's drawn in the asteroid diagram. There it is. You should. It's sent now. Whether or not you received it will be a couple. You should have gotten it by now.
Okay.
Yeah, I see it. I can see it. Mhm.
And if you grab that, you will see that orangish yellowish one in the drawing is above the Tan asteroid in the drawing, but it is included
Oh
in
yeah,
that
that one. Okay. Yeah. I
So
should
if
have
you
that.
want to
Well,
post it
I'll
so
save
other
it
people
again.
can see it, and
Sure.
we have to remind people that the angle wherever you are on the planet, the angles change in the out view, but they're predominantly very similarly placed in most examples. But your angle can vary from Montana.
Like you
So
said,
in your picture,
location
sorry, Rebecca, in your
That's okay.
picture, do those things move around or are they set in a
They're
pattern?
set
Are they
in a
set?
standard pattern. They're always their placement pretty much stays the same. It's our out view angle that varies. Now they,
Yeah, because that big fat one's on that other one's on top and Tan's
right,
underneath.
and that's what I was trying to describe. That the person that took this picture perhaps is probably in Europe and is getting a different view of it than I am, who's at a higher I'm up, at a higher hemispheric latitude than they are. So they would see it underneath, but still behind. Where it is my drawing.
Yeah, I'm trying to turn it around and put that little one down in my head. Sorry.
Right. So now if you see at the top of the center of this picture, there's that secondary asteroid that is not the Tan asteroid, but it is there in my drawing, which tells you that we've repeatedly seen it and documented and cited it. And my drawings are usually very, very accurate.
I thought you would be excited this week with all those nacreous clouds, they're calling them.
Go back to this one. Yeah, there's been so many this week. So many.
Yeah, well, which if you go to the monthly site drawing.
Got that.
For December.
Yes. And you can see.
I put in the yellow and the orange around and the green around the Tan asteroid on purpose to show that it was going to illuminate this month ahead of time, which is what I do. And, this is where, all you naysayers, there's an example that Sam draws the drawings ahead of time because I see this in my mind. I don't copy it off the computer. I draw the drawings in the living room, completely separate of the computer, in the morning before the sun even comes up on the 15th of every month. And I draw to you what I see in my head.
Right. It's amazing, really.
Month after month, after year, they are accurate.
It just goes on and on. Like we were seeing these a few minutes ago. Hi, Karina. Hi there. I just saw you were here.
And I'm not trying to brag about that, but that is my credibility.
I know it, but it blows you away too, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, Sam? I'm still in awe that that I saw these planets go by all the way back in 2011, in 2009, 2010, 2012. I sat there for a year watching Nibiru and seeing Nana and Amel Saru daily in the south out my, especially if I climbed up on the roof of my house, you could see it so unbelievably perfectly well. Now, if I walked into another part of the neighborhood, it was even better because I do have, tree limited south view.
Me too.
And my
Trees and power
southwest view is
lines.
slightly limited by Lolo Peak, which is a dormant
Jillian,
volcano.
she has the beautiful view. I mean, her view is like picture perfect, wide
Yeah,
open.
she doesn't
It's
have the mountains
gorgeous.
we have.
Yeah, she
I hope
She's
I'm
doesn't.
got,
high up enough.
yeah, well, you got
Yeah.
the North Sea out in front of you there, so there's nothing in the way. Well, you can of course see north better than you can south, but and then west would be
Yeah, I can't see
a
south
little
so
farther
well.
east of
It's
Milton.
like, yeah, I've never really seen south so well. Any of the buildings I've stayed in here. No. Mm.
A lot of it is
Strange
not
that
looking
it's
at the
like you're
horizon
given
either.
perfect view.
A lot of people
What's
look at the
that?
horizon when they should be actually looking up because there's a lot currently, especially currently, there's a lot more going on up above us than at the horizon line.
Um,
And here's two perfectly good examples,
yeah, look at
a
that one on the left,
5/18/22
especially.
uh, drawing of Isatum Acetum Jelamoon on the right-hand side, and then of course an example of. It's a little bit different in this December 2023 photo because the angle of the ion tail around Isatum Jelamoon is a little different from the drawing. But then on the left-hand side, the 1/15/19 view versus the 2019 view shows it does actually match. And this is how we're able to go back through our documentation and look back at our saved site drawings and show that, yes, this is comparable and they always match time after time, including people who send us view, hey, I took this picture in 2020. What do you think? Well, then I go to 2020, my site drawing, and I look at it and go, yeah, that's exactly what I saw or if, hey, excuse me, but you didn't take this in 2020, you took it in 2021. And they go, you might be right because we have the comparable.
Right.
And they are right. They're very accurate, which is also part of the documentation and why we do what we do and why we date our drawings and why, even the side drawings I started dating after the first year or two of not doing that.
So Karina is asking, what do you think about the fact that the binary system is our twin, so that this would also bring good things for change? Is that a possibility that good will come from all of this at some point?
Hmm.
Like the bright side? Is there a bright
The good
side?
thing is that we exist. If we didn't have the binary solar system with other folks living on those other planets, we would still be swinging from trees.
Okay.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I always
So
said I'm not a monkey. There's no way.
Yeah, we
I'm
would be.
sorry.
We wouldn't be evolutionarily as progressive as we are currently. We'd be a little farther behind in the genome. And that's who's to say, because we don't even have a timeline of how far back we were actually manipulated from that base premise genome of the existent local indigenous
But I find
creatures.
that really interesting. I mean, come on, that's really cool if you think about it. We're given this jump start
Right,
by
right.
somebody that came here who needed something off us. Yet we got that as well. But how's it all gonna like shake out? Because now,
Well, that's part of the plan, and we talk about, and here I go into that topic. I don't necessarily want to go too far publicly commenting, but now if we were in latter times and everybody was standing around a campfire in front of me, I would be a little more willing to come up with the information. There is a plan in place that where other races believe that we should elevate in our status in the Federation. And not all of us should be unfortunate bio replacement tools, self-replicating bio tools on factory planet Earth. And I hate to go into that because there's a lot of people that don't want to hear that. But excuse me, but that's what it is. So unfortunately, we can't color it purple and call it blue, or green or red or yellow. But that's what it is, and that's how it is. And we don't have any basis idea of how long these interchanging civilizations on this rock have happened, because we see multiple evidence of technology that we could have never made that keeps cropping up in architecture, through artifacts that are vastly beyond our ability to do or create at what standard archaeology assumes is normal. And no, we're not just 9,000 years old either, according to some religious groups.
I've also got another question for you tonight. I've actually remembered it, Sam.
Oh,
You ready?
oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, since I stayed down in South Africa, there was always people talking about how they would go to Newmeyer Station. Some of them would leave from Cape Town. And somebody once told me that their family member went there and came back not the same because they seen something there that they're not allowed to talk about, but it really damaged this person. But they were talking about a gigantic pyramid.
Yeah, yeah. Well, there's
a black pyramid.
Yeah, the Antarctic pole has not always been buried under ice, and it could even go back 2 cycles, 3 cycles, 4 cycles. That you have to cross-reference, to where the melt off of the poles 25,000 years ago. And see, the people automatically, when you say the ice age, everybody automatically assumes that the entire planet is covered from North Pole to South Pole in ice. And, there's woolly mammoths walking around and giant buffaloes and camels, and they're all buried in hair and freezing their asses off, and saber-toothed tigers trying to get a meal. Well, that's not how it worked. There were civilizations.
Wow, look at that.
There were civilizations in the warm zones also continuing on that were not taken into account.
So
that kind of looks almost like a comet.
That's incredible. Look at it. It's beautiful. Wow.
My son was talking to me today. I'm trying to remember exactly how I brought up the idea of ice age, but he was saying, the only way there could be an ice age is if the sun went out. And I'm like, well, maybe it was just icy on one part of the world. Like, do you know how that worked
ice
and how
age
long
has
it
to do
went
with
on?
the axis tip of the planet. It has to do with our orbit. We've had alternate orbits in the past. We've had alternate axes.
Have they proven that? Have they proven all that stuff? Have they done core samples and stuff?
Well, yeah. For example, when we were tipped differently than we are now, in our axis of there's 2 different settings there: the tipped planet and then the axis orbit of the Earth, winter, summer, solstice, etc. That have varied. Numerous new. I mean, this planet is 6.5 to 8.2 billion years old, depending on which scientist you talk to. And during that period of time, we have shifted orbit. We've wobbled differently. We have a different axis point. We gathered a moon, and all of that changed. Blah blah blah. So there, and people think that Earth is constant, and it's not. We've seen all kinds of different cyclic behavior, including facial tip axis, where certain parts and certain regions are being illuminated out of the sun, and the other places are in the cold. Well, if the planet is rolled or partially rolled, and I don't believe in full pole shift, but I do believe in transitional change over periods of time, depending on A, axis tip, and B, orbital oval, and C, passings of the second star, which tipped all of the planets in our normal solar system. All of our normal planets tipped axis in 2011, and all you have to do is go back and look at pictures of Saturn today, and then look at pictures of Saturn in 1970, and you will notice that the ring axis tip is completely different than it currently is.
Oh, there's a person talking about the Piri-Reis map. It must be the Piri-Reis map. That's REIS. Yeah, I remember when we tried to study in geography and they told us about Piri-Reis map and the Mercator, all those people that tried to tell us what our continents looked like. But then they found other maps that came from before that had better.
Right.
Yeah,
there's been numerous maps and older maps that have shown things and transitions of the continents, for example. And India has been a very swiftly moving continent, and it moves like 10 inches a week or something like that. It's huge amounts of distance by time and geologic standards. and why that the Himalayas are going up a few centimeters every day. And people in like the Yemen continent is moving in that same direction, where North
can't fully
Africa is
absorb
moving
that
to the north.
the land masses are actually moving. They're like,
Yeah, they're constantly moving, and oh God, about 2 billion or 100 and anywhere from 2 billion to 180 million. You're somewhere in that ballpark. Most of the continents were in the southern hemisphere, and they've all moved, and then they've been created and crashed in Pangea and
so
all
was
this.
that when they were Pangea? Like was
Right,
like
right.
yeah.
Yeah, and they moved, and from the southern hemisphere, everything used to be down on the bottom of the planet, and most of the northern hemisphere, 180 plus million years ago or longer, was pretty much just bare ocean, and most of the continents were actually on the southern hemisphere. And you go look that up. I've seen a whole bunch of that recently, and I'm always watching that. Aha! Look at that. They were looking at the red asteroid. We're looking at
Look at that thing.
We're looking at the side of Atu's moon, and Atu behind it, and then behind that is Uri.
Imagine how late I'd be for work if I saw that stuff.
Yeah, you'll be late for work today.
There was a few more. I don't know if they were taken. I don't think they were the same even location, but a few more
we've
pictures
been watching
that
the red
looked like
asteroid doing
this. It was just
for
off,
weeks now again.
out of this world, literally.
And this is, of course, what Mr. BBB 333 had captured, and I wrote him a message saying, "Well, these are asteroids under Atu and Atu's moon, and time to wake up."
Silence or what? Did he comment? Who?
No, of course, he never answers me. I don't even look. I just typed it on one of his posts where he posted a picture of.
I've tried to send stuff to that dude as well. It's actually quite hard to stick your pictures into an email and drop it, because some of the stuff here in Scotland's amazing, and you want to actually put it on something like that so other people around you here could get the other things that I don't get a chance to see.
I actually, frankly, think he sticks to a lot more people within the United States, and I don't even recall him showing a post from Asia or Europe.
Yeah, he's actually shown a couple of from here, like from the UK.
I think he might be local. I don't know if he goes in, international or not. I haven't seen any material from Russia or anything like that.
I've never seen anything from Russia, but I've seen things from like the odd country, and I've seen them from England. He had one from like a couple of photos from Scotland, but it seems like many people struggle.
I don't frankly recall him doing any international postings, but then I don't
only
watch
seen the
his
odd
material
one
that often either. So
mm-hmm.
I get it when Andy sends it to me or somebody else sends, oh, BBB 333 said this, or here's his new video.
Mm-hmm.
I don't go looking for him, but I have watched some of his material.
My notifications for him has disappeared, like a whole bunch of other things.
Well, yeah, and this is why we've talked about this in the recent past, that if there is stuff that you want to regularly see, I would go into your subscription or your log or your following log and recheck, including whether or not you're following me. I would check your status, because they have been changing a lot of that, and there's a lot of YouTube people that are relying on their monetary for views that have also noticed that a lot of their subscriptions have been cut, which actually signifies a ratio of fraud that I don't want to. Yeah, that's the picture from BBB 333 that he had sent, and I had commented back to him on, was this picture right here. And this, of course, has been posted by 57,000 people all over. And we've gotten it on Montana Skywatcher 2 probably 8 or 10 times. And I saw the origin of where it came from first, and I just went, okay, guys, you're posting other people's photos, which is against the rules. You're supposed to post your material, your captures. But
what's that question?
If I was here, they would have been gone. I didn't boot anybody over this picture, but a lot of people posted it. And believe me, I know pictures, I know where they come from, and I see that, I remember how old stuff is. And when somebody posts an old picture from 5 years ago, I tell them that too.
Yeah, some of them are really good ones, so people just regurgitate all the time.
Yeah, and then what happens a lot of times, if I post something, then a lot of people go cuckoo on that and then repost it, and they don't, of course, give me credit for it, and then they unfortunately redate it and all this. It's like, oh. So, and I don't mind that they share, but I wish that they would share the background information, like the date and when it was actually captured, instead of redating it on today's capture, and maybe give credit to where they got it from. But, granted, I'm not the original photograph taker either. So, but there's stuff that I save that
Oh,
I
wow.
repost years later, and then people go crazy on it. That, of course, is the same
Wow.
layers. That's the same layers of asteroids underneath Uri.
Wow. I, I can't get over how this stuff goes black like that. It just goes black.
Well, it's shadow because the sun is going down. So the sun is angling as it goes down, the angle of what it's shining on goes up. And so what you're looking at is an illuminated higher up area, but less illuminated in these pictures. And they're stacked crossing layers of the side ring of Uri.
Wow. Just wow. Look at it. That's beautiful.
And they're so big because Uri is so big, but we don't perceive it as the side ring. We perceive it as like 5 clouds stacked, but in actuality, it
So is
goes all
that
the way
because
over
just
the
like a wee touch of it happens on our atmosphere?
Right.
It's like
Well,
a
because we don't attribute how massive what we're staring at is. Now, if this was 6, 7 years ago, you'd see a straight line going across the sky to the bottom of Uri. But being that it's so big, you only see these right in your face, not knowing that all the way to the left of you is Uri, and this is from the bottom of Uri and is moving into you and over and spiraling over you.
amazing. Wow.
Facebook user, we can't say he's a double agent. Well,
Hmm?
everybody is one or another, but we have no way to prove that, so there's no reason that you should actually mention that. If you have proof, that's one thing, but I don't think we should be casting negatives on anyone. It's Christmas, dude, or dudette, whoever you are. We don't have to come up with negatives. Let's come up with the positives in people. Let's start promoting them for even their good benefits, and including our trolls. I think there's some really wonderful things about our trolls. If anything, they're very diligent.
Very determined. Oh, did you see a lady called Rebecca Stallard said she sent something to Mr. MMBB this week, a video in March.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see. We'd like to see that. I would.
Well, I'm sure the guy's probably inundated with so much stuff, just like I am, that it's really hard to share everybody's stuff that they send you, let alone remember who sent who what.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine if he's getting like loads and loads and loads of them, because I mean, when we are in Montana Skywatch, you can see that there's simply so many. Oh, you can almost see there's that. Look at that. Look at that. It's like the light curving round something.
That is the 10 asteroid in illumination on the way in.
And look, it's got like multiple. I love the multiple
back
colors.
to the side drawing where I was showing him with the yellow and the green and the blue on the back of the monthly site drawing. Yeah. See the yellow, the orange, the green, and the blue. And if you go back to that picture that we were just looking at, it is that on the left-hand side, the 10 asteroid in the group coming into the light because it's round, then it gets illuminated.
But look at it, it's like a deeply blue on the left and deeply blue at the top right. It's curving around, the light's curving around something.
That dark area behind it is actually the Uri, the bottom side of Uri, and that's where it's dark blue compared to the rest of the light blue in the lower right-hand side. Because you're seeing, and this is just an edge of the Tanner asteroids, the salamander asteroid group on the side of the face of Uri that gets illuminated. Which is why I drew it in the way I did this month, because it's expected. Or
they'll go awesome around like that, coming around and going round. But they're lower down on these planets, aren't they? They're like lower down, like near the South Pole.
Well, just on the lower half side of Uri. And we've watched that all the way going back to 2017, 18, 19, where it was on the other side of the sun at the time, and we watched it. We have captures going by, which is where the name Salamander Asteroid Group came from, because it was an asteroid group that's slightly submerged in the outer ring atmosphere of Uri, but it looks like a salamander hanging onto the lower side of the ball. which is why we called it the salamander asteroid group. And then, of course, we've individually named the facial main larger asteroid as the tan asteroid, because in a lot of pictures over the years, it looks tan. There's another example of where it's located. Now this, if there is no focal flaring on the other side of the sun equally, then this is the illuminated tan asteroid as well, on the side of Uri. Because if you look behind it over to the right, you see the changed whiter colors with the stripes of Uri behind the cloud pattern. Do I hear music in the background?
I know. I was listening to it too.
I think we lost Rebecca too. I'm looking up and going, okay, it's a plot. I tell you, it's a trap. Okay, you know, from God, I can't remember what that general's name was, but he was a fish guy on Star Wars. It's a trap. Anyway.
Oh yeah.
We've lost Rebecca somehow. That's probably why the music came through.
Yeah, so it's like being in an elevator. It's like being in an elevator or on one of those.
Well, I've asked her to play music in the background during our shows. And
have you?
And we had one guest on our shows that regularly said, "Oh, I can't listen to it in the background; it bothers me." And I was like, "Okay, well, we don't have to do that." Well, she's not here, and I prefer to have a little music playing because it adds to the show, in my opinion.
I don't seem to mind it too much.
Well, it keeps you from being bored. Secondary, and also if it's the proper music, it actually inspires you to continue to listen. Dun da 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 dun da 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 dun da 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 dun dun dun. You know, it gets you
My
going.
dad calls it stop elevator music.
I'm back.
Yeah. Hello.
The magic of television.
I know. I forgot to tell you some good news. My daughter-in-law gifted me a laptop last night. She had gotten a laptop.
Oh, upgrading here.
I know. So I'm thinking, I know there's a lot more possibilities of linking, two computers together when you want to do.
Maybe I'll be next. Maybe I'll get one.
I know it.
May
I know
all your Christmas wishes come true.
So yeah, thank you again to Rachel if she's listening. So that was very thoughtful and generous, but it's almost very much like the one I have now. But you know how right now I have to go back and forth between a picture and your drawing, and so I believe it will allow me to have two cameras up at once. I can manipulate that and put things more side by side. So I'm gonna.
Well, then we got to talk into sound effects, and then we're going to need a production team.
I know. I would love that.
And then the director in the background going, "Cue camera 3 and introduce soundtrack F7." And then the doing, doing, bing, 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 clank, clank, clank.
Professional camera people. Yes.
Or just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. For my Radio Wasteland shows, where they actually put that in there for me, and because I had told them how much I really enjoyed the day the Earth stood still, and how it actually had a background message as to my role, and being a scientist that furthers information for people away from the powers that be, and we'll leave it at that, and you figure that one out. Yeah, and that's why they did that, because Chauncey and I had many conversations in the background for hours, sometimes even before we did shows, and we talked not a lot, but often about things prior to the shows. So
I was going to say hi to Freezy. Freezy is here. Freezy Peach.
Gator Sky too.
Long Hair John has a question for you, Sam, about aliens on Nibiru. Hi, Long Hair John.
Okay, and what about the aliens on Nibiru? Nibiru, not Eru, with an I. I apologize for being the spelling police. That just immediately grabbed me. Nibiru. Anyway, there are supposedly 2 to 3 races on the other half of our binary system. And I believe that one is on Saru, one is on Nibiru, and where the other one is, I'm not fully informed enough to make a guess, but is information that I did get off from off world. So that's true, but I can't prove it. Because I do
So,
trust the information that I got off world. It has not been inaccurate in any way. So I've had, and we've premised our foundation on that, and it's been true for over 13 years.
I've heard you say that the beings on Nibiru are a lot bigger than us, like
Well,
larger.
that's an assumption from the giants and the Nephilim and all that, and a cross reference also to the fact that these planets are so much larger. And I'm sure they have huge, massive barometric pressures in comparison to us little tiny rock type planets. So
Right.
therefore, the conditions of their environment have to be where they would be larger beings on a larger planet in order to deal with the masses and barometric pressure and all of that. So, and
I just need to step away for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Gillian. Go ahead.
I'll excused.
Thank you.
I show this picture every show, but just so everybody understands how big Nibiru is, here's some pictures.
It's so big. I
So,
mean, this doesn't even
yeah,
do it justice.
the whole blue area. We're seeing like the lower
That one.
quadrant. Lower left.
Yeah, if you put
quadrant.
like 7 or 8 or 9 Earths in a big ball and reshaped it in clay, you'd have Nibiru. I mean, it is way, and that's all you have to do is go into YouTube and look up the difference between a rock type planet and a water type planet, and do a planetary size comparison. And we recommend that all the time, and we also recommend Thunderbolt's project material on the electric universe, and Symbols of an Alien Sky documentary, which is phenomenal, and I watch it almost monthly now. And every time I watch it, I still learn more. And I've watched it 50, 60 times already.
Yes.
Facebook user says, love you guys, but must listen to the fact that they are paving the way for the apprentice of the Antichrist. Oh my God. And bridal devils. Wow. No disrespect, Facebook user, but everything I'm going to quote Luke Skywalker for one of the, everything you just said is wrong. And I don't mean that in a rude way. You are quoting concepts that were created by the Church of Rome. The Antichrist, the Christ, first of all, we'll start there. The Christ is a state of office. It is not a person. So therefore, Antichrist regards the destruction of the state of office. Moving on. Bridal devils. Devils are extraterrestrials. There is no such thing as a devil. There are demons, which could be misconstrued thanks to religion, but there are other beings of other races that are of other dimensions as well that are being cross-referenced because of the church. And your point of view, unfortunately, is due to standard upbringing in our society. And then we can talk. We're talking about Muhammad Ali. We're talking about the Republic of Egypt, and of course, in pharaohs and glorious pyramids. And this is all indoctrination that is been assimilated by generalized culture. And we have to rise above it and look farther behind it. Stay away from current contemporary archetypes and try to understand all of them as a whole rather than individual regional archetypes, and you'll get a larger picture. Don't focus on what the Bible tells you, because our history that we're discussing comes from before the Bible. And we're talking about the Sumerians, we're talking about the Egyptian lore, we're talking about prior civilizations, even to that, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 10,000, 15,000, 30,000, 50,000 years ago and longer. And there are other civilizations that have existed that have been unfortunately misconstrued or completely omitted from our actual history. So if you're going to stand there and you're going to talk about devils and the Antichrist in this coming year of 2024, there's a lot more going on than that unfortunately minute outlook. And I'm not trying to be insultive. I'm just saying that you've got a limited out view of the reality of what's happening.
Right. I mean, only because that belief
It's great that
system.
if you believe in
Thanks.
the teachings of Rome and you believe in Jesus Christ, absolutely wonderful, good for you. The more you read the Bible, fantastic, because then you're trying to be a better person. And as long as you're a better person and not being a hypocrite, saying I'm better than you, which is unfortunately where a huge portion of our religious folks throughout the world have suddenly gone, where anytime you say my God's better than your God and I'm going to kill you over it or maim you or malign you or put you down or degrade you culturally or because of the color of your skin or your religion, well then you're not being religious. So I ask everybody, and it's great that you follow your religion as long as it leads to you to a good heart, but not a bad heart. And that's all I have to say about that.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of good to religion.
Well,
You know,
all the
I've
way up
told
to
you before, but there
1444,
are.
all the religions worked together. The Jews would visit the Muslims would visit the Romans, the Greeks would, do this, and the people would, of course, Rome didn't visit kindly when they went up to the Germanic regions and tried to stomp out paganism and jam, Christianity down their throats. They just wiped people
Right.
out. And if you wipe out entire uh, countries or tribes over your religion, God is on our side and all that crap, well then you're not following God. You're following megalomania.
Yeah, there's a lot of hypocrites just in general in the world, you know.
I understand why the holy wars occurred, because everybody was always fighting, trying to get these holy artifacts over this thing before the pagans or the unbelievers or all of that too. Anytime you're ready to steal and commit murder over something, I don't think that's worth it in comparison to actual religion. Just to have the part of the true cross or the spear of destiny or the cup of Christ or all of this stuff that's been wound up and tied into little knots to keep people mad at each other, just as long as the church gets their tithing on Sunday. That's where we have a problem.
So last week I created this email address, skypics4sam@gmail. And so we have a few people sent pictures to the email box this week. So
Yay.
so here's some pictures that were sent into our email box. And if you want to send a pic for us to look at and decipher, here's your email address to send it to. Okay. So let's see. First
Yes,
one.
unfortunately, the Vatican has become that which it originally sought to stamp out, and they have spun themselves
Yeah, it's
into.
so corrupt. It's
Yeah,
so
they they
corrupt.
have they have become absolute power, corrupts absolutely. Anyway, we are
Right.
looking at the bottom of Uri and the Tan asteroid group, which is all the punch clouds in the upper band.
This is from Christopher, by the way. So I
Yeah,
believe he's still here, but these next few pictures are
yeah,
from him.
that's basically the salamander asteroid group, and you can see the head and the upper left arm and the lower left leg on the side of Uri.
Wow.
And
Okay.
probably Nepacity behind it, smaller, with the weird drop tail going on there.
So are all
And
of those like punch hole kind of ish
well,
looking
they're
areas?
punching, they're sort of punch, but no, remember the salamander. Unfortunately, he has this weird Santa Claus belt on, and you don't see his tail. But if you look at the right hand upper corner, that's the head of the salamander. And then there's that
Okay.
arm sticking up going toward the left a little bit on the right hand side at the top of the page. There's the front arm. And then you're looking down the straight back, and there's this sort of belt around the last leg, and the tail is
Mhm.
kind of missing. But
Yeah.
that's the side protrusion of the object cluster group of the salamander asteroid group sitting on the bottom of Uri. And in previous pictures, we saw that head get illuminated where it turns rainbow flashing colors. But in this shot, it is not illuminated yet.
Wow. Wow.
And the
Okay.
spiral asteroid is just above the
So
tree.
mostly just asteroids
Yeah,
in
yeah,
front of
that's
Yuri.
in front of Uri, the standard. And we can see
Uh-huh.
that, it is past the Earth and the light is still to the right, but
Get
yet
your drawing
way in
back up.
behind us almost. and the placement that we know Uri goes beyond Earth now. And it's,
Right.
You have to sort of fold it in half on this drawing and say it goes over our shoulder on the right and it goes over our shoulder on the left.
It goes in a circle. Yeah.
And yet at the
Bend
same
it.
time, the orbit of the sun throughout the day goes from the east to the south to the west. I never
So
figured I'd say that east to south to west because it used to go east to above our heads to west, which is the old way that the sun used to work. And people don't get that. And I try to describe that regularly and why we have a second star and all the planets tipped. And that's why our axis of our sun daily cycle is now changed to the south. And I'll probably explain that 500 more times before I die.
probably.
Easy 500, yeah.
Yeah, maybe by the end of the year. No, I'm just kidding. But
that old
least-
gray bearded guy standing on the side of the Montana highway, like that picture that Andy had made by AI. I laughed at that, even though AI couldn't spell properly. That's odd when AI can't spell Montana right. It was Montana. I was like, okay. I didn't know Montana had 2 A's at the end of it. That's new.
That's when you're going, wow, Montana.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I didn't see it that way.
Because I don't think Christopher is in the chat right now. Otherwise, I think he'd be commenting. But I'm sure he'd want to hear your comments. So I'm going to show some other pictures. Yeah, this one is from Sun D. And unfortunately, Sun D is not here right now either. So
looking straight up, and you're looking at the bottom of Attu's moon as it's going over the top of us during the day. And it's, of course, on the left-hand side of the sun. And it will move over today all the way past us into the western horizon at the early parts of the day. And we've been watching that go on for, ever since the transition of the last 180-day cycle.
Well,
I know I'm commonplace about this, but that's how it happens over and over and over and over and over again,
Oh, there's Christopher.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to his because I got him in a certain order, I guess. Anyway, here's another one.
This is the bottom of Attu and Attu's moon.
Oh, cool.
With red asteroid dead center in the dark area.
Wow. I could tell it was something, but at nighttime, it's hard to tell.
And
you
the
can
little
see
blip
the darker
of little sister
curves.
in front of the red asteroid.
There's like a swoop towards the top and then another.
Yep. And that's that standard Attu's moon drawing that I am constantly, and I can send you a copy of it if you want to grab it real fast.
Is it
I've
this
been
one?
posting this is that older one. I'm not there yet. Just a sec. Yeah, that's the one I just sent you a copy of.
Okay.
Yeah, that's an old drawing from 2019. But the size
that's one of the classics, that one.
Right, and the size has returned back to that cycle because Attu is now moving up higher, so it's actually gotten smaller than what we've generally, like the one that overhead that we were looking at previously. When it's overhead, you'd basically just see the bottom of Attu's moon.
Interesting.
Yeah, we see that a lot at night. It's got that sort of peachy colored.
Right, and then even this drawing here, you're seeing at night illumination. You see the illumination on the bottom of Attu, and then you also see the illumination on the bottom of Attu's moon at night. And we saw that last week, and we were, of course, showing that last week as well. And all you have to do in this picture, it doesn't really show you definitively a lot, but what you can take into account is the lower horizontal sky is lighter blue, and everything in the upper area is dark blue. So you're looking at literally a planet up there, although it's not very prominent in this picture.
Right.
Not much to say about it.
I mean, just the clouds alone, though, look strange. They don't look like regular clouds. They look real pitted and bizarre.
Well, I'm sure there's 2 layers of clouds here, the ones that are in our atmosphere and then the ones that are above. And it's most likely Attu and Attu's moon because we know currently, if this is a recent picture, we know they're up there. And, I just didn't want to go presumptuously across the street on that.
Okay.
And this, of course, is the sunset. So we are looking on the left-hand side. So we know that blue area in the background in the upper part of the left-hand part of the screen, compared to the lighter colored horizon, we know that's Uri.
I figured. Let me get that drawing back up if I have it ready to go, but I'll get it.
And we know this because we know that
Horizontal
they're there.
stripes kind
We
of give it
know
away.
we know they're there. We know they're always there. We've been watching them for over a decade now, and people go, well, I don't really see anything. And you just got to take into account the light differences at the horizon versus above. Why isn't the rest of that sky lighter? Because at the angle of the sun is changing, so the area above should be highly more illuminated than the area below at sunset. So why isn't it? And you can also see in this picture that there is a grayness to a cloudy, a murkiness to the colors on the buildings. Even though it is at sunset, it should be brighter. What's going on with the light? And people, I've been screaming about this for months now,
Yes.
going, I can't believe you don't notice how gray everything is. We have
Right.
so much less light, which is why all the fog in the mornings and all this stuff everyone is experiencing.
I was going to get that drawing, and it has to be more difficult than it should be to
Of course,
find.
technical
I'm
difficulty.
like, I just had it pulled up, and it should be towards the
Well,
top.
we'll just at this time we'll just prompt Gillian to talk, and I'll go get a Coke, and by the time I get back, we'll be on par.
Prompt Julian to talk.
Prompt
Start
Gillian to talk. Wake
speak,
up, Gillian. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
All right.
okay. Well, we'll get to that in a minute.
Mhm.
Where is this one? So, based on the shadow and the curve, I would say it's Isatum in front of Nibiru. We'll let Sam confirm, but maybe, and I see green back in the distance.
Yeah, look at that. That's green, like a bottly green.
Is over there in the middle of
Mhm.
our sun. Probably Atu's moon, Atu, and Nepicity. You know,
I
over
wondered when I was watching all the multicolored clouds, where Nepicity actually was, because the colors that I saw were really quite pastel, very muted. Meanwhile, a lot of other people had really
Well, you have to
intense
take into
colors.
account that Nepicity is generically hiding behind Atu and Atu's moon currently. And only when Atu and Atu's moon go beyond us do we get a visual of Nepicity now. And Uri has gone to the northwest sky, and then Nepicity is smaller and higher up, so she's gotten smaller. And this, of course, is not Nepicity. The sun is over to the lower left. Therefore,
right.
everything to the right side is is Satum's yellow moon. If you look in the upper right corner, you see the Satum's yellow moon. That's not the picture to use in this comparison.
Okay.
And then you see a very larger side of Isatum and the lighter blue between them from the left corner at the top all the way down to the bigger hotel with the red is the side face of Nibiru, which is light blue, but nothing in comparison to the horizontal lighting on the left on the other big tall hotel building.
Well, maybe it's more like this one.
Correct, except Isatum is much bigger.
Yes. Yes.
Much bigger.
Yes.
Much bigger,
Right.
yeah. Because we're currently Isatum's yellow moon is that big as this is all of Isatum, and that's a 2019 shot. And currently, right now in 2023, Isatum's yellow moon is the size of what you're looking at is all of Isatum. And then of course Isatum's proper now is literally huge and fills the page and just barely shows any of the illumination of Nibiru behind it, which is a small inch-long segment behind it. If you like, I can send you a comparable picture that if you want to see it.
You sure? You can?
Yeah.
I imagine I can come up with something off that,
Okay.
Go to my drawings, and this is the only way I can post stuff to you that you can post. Well, we've got the real Isatum pictures as well. I'll give you this one, and which gives you, it's not as factual as it is, but it's generically correct.
Okay.
And that is, you can compare this picture to that drawing as well, mostly. Although Isatum's yellow moon is even larger than the drawing I'm sending you.
Right. I can see. Okay. Let's add it here.
And while we're at it, I'm seeing Christopher typing here the evening before the picture was announced. Um, I would like you to be careful what you post, Christopher, because you have been going a little far on some of your posts, and we'll leave it at that. I don't need to correct you, hopefully, any more than that. Kind of stick with the format of what we do, not what you learned on the side, please. And I'm sorry, Facebook user, I would have to translate and I can do that, your name. This present life is like the water we send down from the sky, the plants and the earth mix. Okay, we've got some poetry going here. With it from mankind and cattle eat, and then the earth becomes lush and adorned, and the inhabitants think their power over it. Yeah, we don't own Earth. We got some not forests, and we distinguish our persons for those who reflect. Yes, thank you. Thank you for us. Oh, look,
Oh,
we've got a friend.
yeah.
Hello, Mr. Fuzzy.
He
Nice
just
dog.
woke up.
He's so cute.
Yeah, yeah.
Really is. I'm
That's
getting
you.
those
That's
back up.
He doesn't like, well, he kind of likes snow, but he didn't know what it was at first this morning. First time he seen it.
The snow. Oh gosh.
He'd rather have a cup of tea, but I hear that's not good for him. He can only get like rooibos tea or something, but he's absolutely obsessed. He's fed up with
tea?
water. He
Uh,
sticks his nose in and blows bubbles.
I'm
Okay,
going to
so here's
Bing Translate here. I'm going to translate this person's name.
okay. Oh, I see. Okay.
Or what he typed. I don't know. I assume it's a name. Auto
I was just going to say I had that drawing. So here's that picture. And
It
then
says
here's
in
the
the name
drawing.
of Allah, the benefit, the merciful. Yeah, okay, and yes, in the name of Allah. And I'm very happy that you're along with us for this podcast, and we appreciate your presence from around the world.
Right.
And I will
That's
get rid of my translator and come back to the
someone I
show.
forgot who it was. Well, I was at my son's house last night, my oldest son and his wife, and they mentioned how surprised in a way they were that we did have, people from all around the world. It's not just
Yes,
a
we do.
local group of people.
Yeah.
We're spread out
For the longest time,
worldwide.
I've got many friends at the Berlin Polytechnic who are actual scientists. For the longest time, I also had some friends at observatories that over time had to sort of excuse themselves from contact with me because I am a government dissident. I am actually rated a dissident, so I will give a public warning that contact to watching our shows and listening to me may have some unfortunate negative possibilities to your phone, your laptop, your computer, and I hope, pray God, no, knock on wood, to your lives. But this is the greatest secret of all time, and we are not playing here. We're not joking around. I'm in danger sharing this with you, and it can be slight danger to. And I'm sure some of you people have noticed out there that if you mention this information to your family members or close friends or relatives, and it can have detrimental effects on them as well. So I apologize, and yet I also try to pre-warn a little bit. We've had many friends who have lost phones and laptops and computers having contact with me, and we have trouble with phone calls even. So I'm still chuckling over that. Here we're sharing apple fritter recipes and we get cut off. No, that's not what happens, but that's what happens. We get cut off all the time, right, Gillian?
We did. Yeah.
And it's always right when we get to the meat and potatoes of the story of what's going on this week. When I start describing where the planets are and what's going on that I've observed, all of a sudden, click.
Having lighting problems, so just
Oh, a lighting. I thought we were looking at a wee.
Well,
Look,
you'll be happy.
look, Sam Nibiru.
Yeah, well, you'll be happy to know you don't have to see my skipping out face on the camera that would be patching in and out because I don't have enough internet feed to run the camera and the microphone at the same time. And I'm not going. Oh, by the way,
like a robot.
did you know that the last show that we did on Tuesday, not
Yes.
2 minutes before we all signed off, I got booted out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I didn't know you
I got
booted. I
kicked
thought
out.
you just
My
left.
internet went down right before the end of the show, and I just vanished.
Oh my, yeah,
And
we saw that.
I was talking to people, and then I watched the end of the show just to see when it was that I got yanked off. But yeah, I got cut off at the end of the show last week or on
I just thought
Tuesday.
you were
Oh no,
excited to get
bummer.
Star
No,
Wars.
I wasn't excited to leave. I got actually removed. I was actually fully
Wow.
removed.
Yeah, because it did. Because Jesus and I were, all three of us were there, and then you just
Yep. And it was like 2 minutes to the end of the show, and all of a sudden, boom! Everything started scrolling black in front of me. All three of
saw
our
that.
pictures were scrolling black, and I knew I was disconnected. And it happens all the time.
right things like that.
Well, there's a kind of a bluish, roundish object behind our
picture-
moon, isn't there?
So this is from Into King, and they're saying it's a pic of the moon. I chose little.
Yeah. Well, there's bodies behind the
Wow.
moon. Yeah, I'm seeing probably the red asteroid right underneath Atu's moon. And if you step back and you look and you pinch your eyes a little bit, you can see that dark spot above the moon, and then you can
Yeah,
see
you can
the
see
white.
like a blue blob thing there.
You can see the white focaling of the illumination of the side of the red asteroid, and then the white slightly illumination from the top right to all the way to the top left in a circle. You can see the bottom of Batu's moon illuminated at night.
Wow.
And I went to go get a Coke, and I didn't get one. And what the heck happened?
Where's the thing that Sam translated? Where's the?
I think he was doing that over in Google, like Google Translate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
I translated it.
And Christopher for those pictures.
It's the Facebook user, and he posted an Arabic statement. The post was at 03:31 p.m. So you can scroll back through the comments at 03:31 p.m. And there was Arabic written next to his major paragraph, his paragraph. And I translated. I thought it might be their name, but it was a praise to Allah, which is how the Arab folks talk normally. So, and I respect them for that. Some of my favorite poetry was written by Khalil Gibran, and I've read a lot of Arabic, English translated Arabic texts in my lifetime.
These pictures are from Sunday, the one this one and the one before. Those were the three people that sent pictures over to that email address. So I'll keep an eye on it. If you want to send a picture in during the show, you can. So, and then I love that one. I saved that one to my collection for
the nighttime one. I love that nighttime one.
I love it.
Yeah,
because nighttime pics are hard to find sometimes. Good ones.
That is the bottom core nighttime of necessity.
Yes, I knew it. Those stripes. They can't hide from us.
Yeah, and that's the only pattern like that we ever see from necessity. No other planet does that.
But
look at the little white blob up there. What's the little white thing?
Not Nicole. I saw Nicole. But Alan
That's
and
probably a lens flare off the streetlights.
He used to think if you saw stripes, it was nepicity. That's it. But it's not true, because pretty much all the plants at times can have stripes.
Yeah, but they have varying patterns that repeatedly match.
They go up and down. They go horizontal.
It's a fingering of the base cloud. And like Nibiru has a phenomenally large base cloud, and it's very wide fingers, where Nepacity has very close, intermittent, tight base cloud.
And they sometimes zigzag as well.
Well, yeah, and there's a repeated pattern that you can see that it does. And Saru has a base cloud that's very thick, very bright, illuminates heavily, but it has similarities, but nothing in comparison to Nepacity. Uri has such a heavily covered base cloud with so many asteroids and her rings and all of that, and the connection cloud between Atu and Uri as well, which is a space cloud. Believe it or not, there are space clouds, and they stretch between the two, and that's why Uri and Atu are directly connected. And then there's a whole bunch of debris behind Uri, between Uri and Saru, which is behind, and she's on her way close, and we're seeing her more regularly. If anybody hears me dubbing out where I'm overdubbing too close to the mic, please mention it to me and remind me, because I need a better mic. We're moving up. Maybe, like I said, maybe Santa will bring me one. I haven't been to Best Buy, and I do need to go there and look and price one and actually upgrade for you folks, because after last Tuesday's show, I was going boof, 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 and everything I was saying, and I apologize for bombing you guys in your homes. For those of you who are turning it up, wow, hi you guys. Gee, it's almost Christmas. Hell, God, what a good time.
Sound bad. I don't know what mine sounds like. I mean, my headphones.
You're fine. If I heard a discrepancy, I would mention it, being that I have a little practice in the business.
You might prefer headphones with a mic.
Yeah, I have not found a clerk in a store in weeks that even wants to talk to me.
Oh no!
Excuse me, and they run away. You know,
they're running from you. Oh my God!
No, I don't want to find that item in the pillow line for you. You know, or sir, the washcloths are over there, or excuse me, and the serving spoons are in aisle 6 or whatever. You know,
I just want to point out, I thought this was really interesting. It doesn't look like much at first, but then when you look up,
Atu's moon,
you can
it's the
see
same pattern over and over again.
Looks like two things there.
Yeah,
green color, not green, but more brown.
No, you're looking at the greener illumination, of course, is Atu's moon.
Yeah.
And then some small asteroids and stuff are all in front of it. They always are. They're always there. They always orbit underneath. And then if you look over to the left middle, there's the same standard angled pattern of the asteroids that are incoming. And the base cloud, and then Nepacity is behind it. Yes. Slightly tipped axis base cloud at the horizon between the shortest left side palm tree. There's the axis base cloud of Nepacity, and then Atu and Atu's moon in front of the sunset that's going on the left-hand side of the solar system, or left-hand side of the sun. As we see over and 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 over again. And I apologize for that, but I have to throw that in there because this is the same, or as our trolls call it, the same old, same old. Because I'm sorry, you know, you yourself are proving that this is happening, and it's been happening and been happening and been happening. And we've documented all of these cycles since 2011.
I'm checking on Christopher's question.
You know, I'm getting crazy. I'm going to crazy town on how long we've been doing this and saying the same thing. And on one hand, they're right. You know, the trolls are right. Yes, it's the same shit. And which is an example of this is freaking real, and we're watching it, and yeah, there's some transitions to it, and monthly it changes a little bit here and a little bit there, a little bit here, a little bit there, which is also documented through the site drawings going back over 13 years. I didn't always draw drawings so they're not 13-year-old drawing group, but we go back about 8 or 9 years in the current file of the hand-drawn drawings, because prior to that I was using cutouts, and we were also doing the Understanding the Skies series. And if you really want a very interesting first stage hand tutorial, go to Understanding the Skies edition 1, Samuel Hofman. Type that in, maybe you'll get a copy of it. That's the first of a whole series. First. Yeah, that is the first, and I think it was very poignant and well done up to a point. Excuse me, I don't really like my older videos, and I'm kind of embarrassed for the early days because we were really great at it at first. And I have done, you know, hundreds of interviews on podcasts, and we've done dozens of podcasts here for you guys. And I'm changing how I do things in a different manner, because we are now in a podcast scenario, and I am more of a personality rather than, the never-ending uh, Sister Ann with the ruler going, "No, get it right, snap," on the knuckles, and going, "In my class, you will, follow the rules." And we're not doing that on Montana Skywatcher 2, although I still am very strict in Montana Skywatcher 2. It is a little bit more liberal than it used to be, because our dear Lucinda is no longer there playing hall monitor, and she was good at it. A lot of people complained about her, but I appreciated how hard she worked at it. And she took a lot of work away
She
from
really
me.
did.
Yeah, she did a
Yeah, I
lot of
mean,
work, and I most of the time I
really,
never even saw half of the issues that were going on, because Deb
yeah,
or Andy or Matthew or Lucinda all would remove things before I would even see them. And so I would be able to, spend my time doing research and following through the weather patterns, and talking to people around all the other sister sites that we do still do, and correlating information and gathering and filing and recording all of this information, and coming to summations through the conclusions of the worldwide documented sightings. Not playing games. Well, I found this on the internet from so and so, and this is this. No, we run off of actual people submitting time proven information, and we're not making this crap up. This is real, guys. And, this is why I drastically kind of expect you people who are learning this out there now to work a little harder at this and share this, because the only way that we're ever going to move forward on this is if everybody shares, like, and subscribe. I mean it. Because, we can't do this alone. We're a handful of people, and only everybody out there can help us. So where do you want your citizen science to go to?
See, goodbye, Facebook user. I don't know. It says Facebook
Hey,
user.
Thomas, goodbye, Facebook user. Their name is in Arabic, so I don't know who this
Oh,
is.
That
would be
wasn't your
nice to
name.
know.
They're super thoughtful. Thank
And
you.
you can, if you guys want us to know who you are, you just type in your first name. Say, if it's Facebook here,
Yeah,
just say, "My name is Bill or Mary or
you
or
could do that, or
Afan
you
or
can go to that website,
or
and it takes about, I don't know, 15, 20 seconds, and you can
or Yanis or
yourself to be
Philippe or
visible.
Jurgen or Wim or anybody around the world, or even Gator's Sky Exploration, which I'm always a little leery about people who don't actually use their names. Sorry, it's a credibility issue that I've been arguing with the peanut gallery for years, and so I've been a little pushed to swayed to. And I understand that people like to have their anonymity and everything, but I have a belief that sometimes it gives us the ability and the cause to be a little ruder to people than we should be. I don't advocating being a pushover, but I do not advocate being rude to anyone, even my people I don't care for. And if I had my greatest enemy, and I don't have many of those, standing before me, I would still to this day treat each of them with respect to their face. Because you never win an argument with violence, ever.
No, like two wrongs don't make a right.
Oh, thank you. My mother said that to me so many times in my lifetime. You beat me to
Yeah,
it. Thank you. Two wrongs
it's
do
true.
not make a right. Nor do you have any. If you're losing your temper, you have no credibility. Excuse me. I earned my credibility. You want to down me? Fine. You know who you're impeaching? You.
Look at that video. Wow, look at that.
This video is from Sunday, just so everybody knows. And
Yeah.
Gator, his name is Randy Gator.
Yeah, I
That's
saw
his
that. You
real
start out.
name.
Can you go back to the left corner, please?
Yes, I can. Hi, Randy. Now we
Stop.
know. Okay.
Stop. Go to
Start.
the left corner.
Left
Go back
corner.
when the start of the video. Once the video
Okay.
starts, and 2 seconds in, quit. Right there.
Oh, boy.
Right there.
There.
Quit. Just hit pause.
I got it.
That is the Salamander asteroid group. That's the tan asteroid at the bottom of Uri on the far left. Notice the sunlight is coming from the right at the lower horizon. You see the
So
bubbles, you see the
is,
circles, you see the clouds, you see the same pattern formation you see in the front above. From the right bottom, the third pine tree straight up in the dead center in the middle is that one illuminated circular secondary asteroid, not the tan asteroid, but the one behind it. that we talked about earlier. And then you move over 2 inches and you have the tan asteroid. And then all above from everything in the left upper is all the stuff following behind it. And if you look over to the far left corner, the sneak in skull asteroid is visible lately, everybody.
Oh boy, the skull. Here it is in your drawing. Not the skull.
We've had sightings of that. It's up. The skull is actually up higher to, in this drawing is tan asteroid, but the skull would be straight up from that in that drawing. But in the monthly drawing, if you show the monthly drawing, and that of course is Nepacity, because we're looking underneath Uri, and then right there is Nepacity because Atu has already gone beyond us, and it's over our heads and behind us. If we were the photographer, there's the lines of Nepacity right there. The fold. 1, 2, 3.
The zigzag crown.
We know the base cloud of Nepacity has 1, 2, 3 documented for 8 years. Wow. And then if it goes any farther, go ahead and run it.
I think I have it looped a few times.
Right. Yeah, I saw that. Didn't that get posted like today or yesterday?
Probably.
I watched it today. I can tell you that. So I hopefully it's new, and I'm hopefully watching the current sent in stuff from everyone around the world, which I try to do every day. And there's days that I don't comment. There's
I don't know.
I spend time dealing with individual reports, and then everybody says, "Well, I didn't see you for 2 days." Well, I was busy, and I've had some dear friends, and hopefully I don't have to mention them, and it would be a sort of a metaphor. They get upset at me that I don't call them or get back to them, and which happens. It's because I'm currently involved with other people as well. And then they take it personally, and I don't mean that to occur, but there are some people that are emotional, and they do need regular maintenance and contact. And I love you all, and I do try, and I don't ignore anyone, including the people who are mean to me. I hope that you learn that about me. I hope that if there's any negative press that is about to be embarked into the mainstream, not that I believe it will get out, because their credibility of what they're posting is so drastically ridiculous. Oh, yay, music.
Yeah.
Hey, what happened to our side music?
You're welcome, Andrea.
I have to ask, where's our side music?
I know.
Did you have the ability to do that yet?
I don't know. You said that. I was like, I don't hear it. Have what?
I want my Nara, man. Yeah.
Oh, that has a copyright.
Even the 11-hour version.
Yeah.
Oh look, the moon's got an egghead.
Yeah, there's 2 objects. There's 2 moons, guys. I've been watching it up from here, Montana, for years. There's 2 objects. There's a moon behind our moon, and it's more yellow than our. And that's why we've had super moons for years. Oh, it's a super moon. Well, excuse me. What is a super moon? Either the moon got really damn close, completely out of its normal context, which would make you ask why, or there's another object behind, which is illustrated on the lower right-hand side. And then we've seen 2 crescents up here. We've seen. Well, this picture is probably the lead asteroid crossing the sun again, or crossing the moon, if it's the moon, because I do occasionally make mistakes. Sorry, I'm a little bit Christmas loopy. I just caught myself being overly frank. There's there are objects crossing in our moon. There are objects crossing in front of our sun. Hell, guys, there's objects galore out here. We've been trying to warn you for 13 years. Hello.
Just
knock. Hello. Dave's not here. Yeah. Yeah.
No,
You're looking at the okay, hold it right there. You are looking at the illuminated.
Oh, wait.
Okay, go back. It shows you in both of them, actually. The object behind our moon is being illuminated. Our moon is not illuminated in this photo. Now look at the bottom left. Look at the definition of the moon. look at the face of the moon, and anyone who's ever studied the pattern of the moon and knows the paw print or the Tycho plane or the face on the moon will immediately see that that is our normal size moon. And this illuminated straight line cutoff going on the bottom is illuminating the orange body behind our white moon. No shit. Absolutely no shit. There are two objects up there, and they've been up there for quite a few years, and I've been screaming it and reporting it to everybody. Here's another example. You see how well defined the surface of the dark body is? That's our moon. But
Yeah, you can see the speckled hand, the speckled.
Right. That's our moon, and it's barely being illuminated on the side yellow edge. But that white illumination is the larger body behind our moon. Now, NASA admitted that we had a second moon.
They said, yeah, we've got two moons.
And they never told us where it was, ever.
How long ago was that? Do you remember?
Oh, God, that was about, of course, they're always a few years behind, Montana Skywatcher. Right. And we've proven that time after time after time after time. And, I cannot, and I'm trying not to brag, but I cannot embellish enough of how far ahead of everyone else out there we are. Nibiru Followers Anonymous. Nibiru is already here. Gillian, what's your general Facebook site name again? I apologize for not knowing this.
My site, Northern Skies?
Say it, tell everybody.
Northern Skies and Other Anomalies.
So, and I if you want to join Gillian's group, I recommend in Scotland or UK or Europe that you join her group, because Gillian does a lot of work. She's sending me stuff all the time. We have phone conversations on the phone. I always know when she's calling me because the phone goes ring, ring, and American phones don't do that. And Gillian works very hard. She's very good at what she does. She has taken the time to learn all of this stuff. She's a very, very highly valued member and dear old friend that has come up from South Africa and moved to Scotland and had early views. And we got together and started talking about it because she was so accurate and she's so good at her job. And I appreciate you greatly.
Thank you.
And I respect you truly, and I miss you on a regular basis when we don't talk, and which is why we're doing what we're doing, right, Rebecca?
Sorry.
Oh, you were there you go, being producer again.
I think she's trying to grab something because this moon stuff is really cool.
Hey, I can leave you alone and I can ramble on for the next,
No, you're fine.
Minutes if you'd like
I can multitask,
I think I have the Christmas spirit going here. I'm actually in a very silly, odd mood, and I'm happy for my kids.
See,
well, I was under a lot of stress.
I am too. Right.
You're stalling. You stall there for a second. Yeah, I was under a lot of stress trying to, acquire this excruciatingly expensive gift that I could no way in hell purchase on my own. And we've run into a bit of a funding issue through the stall of the mail. The money we did meet our goal, and the money is on the way, but I haven't gotten it yet.
Right.
But I managed to rope and pull and tug and tie and connive and knieve and knivel, whatever that means. I'm not going to say hook or crook because in no way
you'll have it.
Well, and we talked about this already. Probably I whispered it, but we did get. And I was going through so much stress trying to get there that I think I'm a little bit overly jovial now that I'm relieved that this is going to take place, because we spent a couple of months trying to get this together. Yeah. Oh, I wish they would let me, videotape them.
Me too.
I was actually thinking about buying a regular, throwaway camera. I should buy a throwaway camera and take their pictures of their faces this year.
Right.
And it's hard to, I don't have a digital way to share that. I fry stuff. Otherwise, guys, I would be in the 21st century, but I have so much trouble with electronic equipment. I fry shit. And I've been through 5 cameras already. People ask me, well, why don't you take pictures anymore? Well, I fry electronics. I don't even own a cell phone. Actually, I do. Someone sent me one. Thank you, Jerry. Um, I'm almost afraid to use it on
Yeah, you
most occasions.
put your rubber gloves on, you said, and
Yeah, yeah,
maybe,
and I actually bought a pair of
you
rubber
know,
gloves just for that. The old big yellow
yes,
Playtex gloves. And now I have to learn how to use one because I've stayed. My last phone was a flip phone,
he's behind the
and
times.
yeah, well, I just because I've had so much trouble with, I buy electronics, I bring them home, I open them up, I'm all excited about it, and I take it and I use it for a week, 2 weeks, and then it ceases to function. And there's nobody, on earth that can tell me why. Isn't it? Like I have and it goes back to all, I got through Red Lion Corporation, I got a gold watch, a gold Gucci watch. And I sent it back to the factory 3 times because I magnetized it after a very short period of time of wearing the watch, and it quit working. So I sent it into the factory that I got it from, and they demagnetized it and sent it back, and it was working. And I put it on my wrist for about a week, and it quit again. So I sent it back into the factory, and they demagnetized it, and then they sent it back to me, and I put it on my wrist for about 3 days. And then I sent it back into the factory, and they sent me a note going, "We cannot demagnetize this. They will not work. We're sorry. Here you go. Have a nice chunk of gold plated whatever. So I have this massively expensive watch that will probably never work again.
I just want to say
You know.
hi to Wire Palladium.
Oh, and I've tried
Larry.
throughout, like 5 different cameras where they were just the handheld new modern cameras, and I worked and I took pictures, and I'm thinking, oh cool, I've got the microchip, this little, memory chip in there. I'll pull it in, slap it into my computer, share the posts, and I put it in the computer, and there's nothing on it. And here I've been filming for a month. So, and I've run into, so I need an independent, I literally need a team of, independent photographers to document our group. Our group, we have a story, we have a movie. Hell, we're the Nibiru followers.
Sure. I've said that many times. Like there could be part 1 and part 2 even.
Oh hell yeah, my lifetime alone is probably 2 or 3, and I'm
yeah.
I apologize for bragging, but I've lived I've lived 3 different sci-fis in my lifetime alone.
Yes.
Meeting alien, and I was thinking about that the other day. It's like, oh, we don't believe you, and I was like, I don't expect you to, because shit, I don't, I had to go back and sit there and prove this to myself repeatedly, trying to, say, oh, did this really happen? No, and I spent over 25 years trying to deal with all this crazy. And then you go back to me writing the paper at age 17, and when I went through with that alone, could be a movie. And then what we're doing now, and what I see above us, that there's another 2 movies. Dun 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 dun. Wow.
Yes.
And I, maybe I should, just. I'll tell you what. I'll go commercial, and I'll just go to Hollywood, and we'll make movies, and I won't talk to you no more.
I know, but there you start with writing a book, and then it'd be a movie after the true story.
Well, the question is, where do I go on that book? And am I going to get myself in trouble if I actually attempt to print something like that, where the government would step in and go, boom, no, you don't. And that's why I have never written a book. That's why I've never tried to go any farther than what we do on Facebook and what I do with you guys. I've always tried to keep it as simple and open and logical and honest, without coming to a financial scenario where I have to actually, change my tax status or any of the other above. The whole idea has been to promote the citizen science and the work that we do, and not actually profit off of it. And which is why we've done some T-shirt sales and minor hat sales and stuff for fundraisers. But other than that, I've never tried to go financial over this, because A, that's another story, and B, it actually involves more danger to me and my children. But now that we've been asked to do podcasts, and we've moved forward to do podcasts, this is merely my opinion. This is my First Amendment right to actually speak about my opinion. We have documented this. We would not be doing this. We're not making it up. We're not trying to con you. We're not creating lies to scare people or insult
No,
anyone's daughter, which is a joke. I mean, have you ever
no.
heard me speak in such a manner where I was insulting to anyone? Other than, being degrading a few trolls over time, but
Right. I was gonna say. I mean, you're not that away anyway. I mean,
I am not a
you
rude
intimidate people,
insulting.
but
I'm not a
we
child
all.
molester or what do they call that? A groomer. I mean, whatever Republican crazy crap you want to come up with. I'm not
Yeah,
doing any of that to anyone, and nor am I ever even
terrible.
rude to my trolls as a rule. I'm usually as kind and polite as I dare be with them. Some of them I want to tell them that they're pieces of shit, and I can't believe they're
It's
wasting
just
my time. But anyway.
unfortunate that they put you through that. You
Oh,
know.
well, over the years, it bothered me, but over the years, and anyone who actually really is close to me and knows me, I sometimes enjoy playing with them, and
Uh-huh.
it's actually sometimes the
Yeah.
filler of my week is like, oh, cool, I got another troll to play with. I love this.
I
And then I sit
know.
there and wait for them to respond, and then chop their little BS spin tails into ribbons. But of course, they don't see that because they're of course lost in their own hate and anger and disillusion or whatever it is that makes them act and behave that way. It must be a New Yorker thing, and that's another slam to they who know who they are. Anyway,
Hmm.
aha, aha. Oh, look, the bottom of axis tip Nepesity.
Yeah, I was just
Green with a
having.
red sky.
Yeah, that's really. I don't remember it being that awesome. That clip.
Yeah, well, that's new. I mean, look what we're going through with because they're so damn close to us. We're seeing the red
Yeah.
illumination of Isatum and then the green illumination of Nepesity. And the
Right.
1, 2, 3, there it is. 1, 2, 3.
I'm gonna back that up.
And if you look over then in front, there's a darker blue coming in on the left, on the upper right, and that is Atu and Atu's moon, because we know that Nepesity is behind Atu and Atu's moon. And
Man.
you'll see it on set here, and you can see the layers. And the trick is learning all of this stuff and learning to slow down. See, there's the green axis tip Nepesity, and then over here we see this dark thing coming in, and it's round, and then there's a bigger round behind it, which is Atu and Atu's moon. And behind that in the left-hand side and the red and the weird base cloud is Saru, which we're barely seeing any of, but she's back there. And
Not that red stuff.
Oh, the red stuff is a refraction angle light of the sunset off the right-hand side of Isatum, which is very, very red, which refracts illumination at an equal angle from coming from that. It's like a 45 versus a 45, or a 33 and a 33, depending on how you look at it. It's just an equal refraction angle, which is causing the red skies.
Hmm.
Yeah, because I've seen the old video with the red skies.
And speaking of which, boy, does my back hurt from whatever is going over the top of us right now. And we all feel it. We feel these planets. The animals feel the
I
planets.
did.
Why the birds have been chirping at 3 o'clock in the morning for since 2012, 2011. And the birds don't start singing at 3 o'clock in the morning because there's nothing up there.
I don't know what wakened us for the last 2 mornings at about 4:30. It seems to be very cyclic because it's 4:36 a.m.
And they run on like 18-hour cycles, so it gets faster every day. And I haven't been able to clock the actual cycle because I didn't sit out there in the morning and go, there it is, click, But it's approximate anywhere somewhere. They don't run on the same cycle as we do in a 24-hour cycle, and that way they advance over time. They're faster. And of course, each planet is different, and Nepesity rotates very quickly, which is why the core cloud and the snorkel and the rain bombs, whereas Nibiru rotates much slower because it's much, much, much bigger. And I
go back and check something.
Why am I still out of Coca-Cola here? What happened?
What? It disappeared?
I think I ran out there. Pulled it out of the refrigerator. I talked to the kids. I got distracted.
I'm impressed with this, whatever. It has to be Atu's moon, right?
Well, look at that. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, no, it's you can see it's from it's on the left, but it, It's hard to decide because if you think that thing that's going
Oh,
across
it is.
is,
And look
going,
right above the where the sun is supposedly the illumination, and you can see the lead object perfectly. You can see a circle in the
yeah,
brown color that
there's
has
two
little
things.
stripes.
There's
And
two things, and then there's a crunchy one in between. There's like two bigger
Yeah,
dark
and
things, and then
spiral
there's a little
asteroid.
whitey one there.
look
This,
at
of course,
that.
is again is Attu and Attu's moon on the left-hand side, and then you see the asteroids coming in from the left at the angle, the hardcore angle, of course. The one on the far left that's at the bottom, with it looks
Yeah,
like
you
sort
see
of
there's a big blue.
like a Squidward nose. You know, Squidward the octopus from SpongeBob SquarePants. With the
Mhm.
go back.
Sorry, I lost my.
I almost finished.
I'll
Almost
get it.
right there.
Yeah.
Those are asteroids on the left-hand side. And then you're seeing the lead off trail, and it's almost vertical. It's actually beyond vertical over to the right now. But that is the major underneath drag tail between Uri and Attu. And it always has the same pattern. And that's the space clouds I was just talking about 5 minutes ago. There's this base flatline cloud that goes from the bottom of Attu all the way to Uri. And that's why they're connected. And that could be the asteroid field. It could all be gases, all sorts of whatever. But there is one that we've documented and cited for many, many years. I've got drawings for that as well. Would you like that side view drawing of that I drew years ago?
Yeah, sure. Let's see that one.
Sure. Yes.
All right, I gotta get my brain in gear. I'm in a weird mood, so I'm sort of half.
Well, that's.
I got up
good,
really
though.
early.
It's a good
I got
weird
up
mood.
really early this morning. All right,
I'm in a sleepy mood because I've been up for hours
I
for
know.
the last
It's
2
like,
days.
like I said, there's a level of relief that has gone away from my being tense about trying to
I
raise enough fun.
know.
It was.
But you know what? Do you know what? I think for the first time in a couple of if I tipped that's the wrong one. Shit. Oops. I'm just thinking, like today I did a thing I never thought I would be able to do. I rode in snow, and I got to work on time, and I thought,
Yay.
wow.
Okay, I have sent that to you. It says
Yeah, we've seen that. Yeah.
arrived yet there, but this is a side view of what we're looking at underneath.
Yeah. Okay.
Picture. And
Yeah. This.
click back.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, that's the side of it.
Okay, so this is we're looking underneath this waking cloud that reaches between Attu and Attu's moon and Uri. So if you now post that, as soon as you get ready to do so. And this goes all the way back to 2015 and 14 when Attu and Uri first were large enough that we could see there was this weird, unusual connecting cloud between the two of them, which also established the fact that Attu and Uri have always traveled together. And they rotate around in our view and our out view over and over again.
But I thought Attu was bigger.
No, Attu is actually a very small gas giant for when it
It's
comes
just when you say gas giant, that's kind of like
right. Well, it's actually which is the odd part about Attu. It is a smaller gas giant compared to most gas giants. So it is
compared to Earth, how big is Attu?
It's a connective bipolar electron clusters, because gas giants are electron clusters which have to do with the structure of our overall compound of both solar systems, both stars and Nibiru combined. There you go. Combined together to make the structure of what we are, which is why we're electric, not gravitational. And yes, it's a far-fetched theory or theorem for people to gather, but that's what it is. There you see Attu and Uri, and there is this underlying base cloud between the two of them. And most of it has to do with the object cluster groups or asteroid fields at the base of Uri that it reach and extend all the way to the bottom of Attu. And if you see on this drawing, you see a little white blip behind Attu. That is where the skull asteroid is. And then you see on the bottom, you see lead asteroid, and blue asteroid. It's all in
So
there.
behind Atu and on the top.
Yeah, I'm behind Atu and on top. That's where the skull is. And when Atu orbits, and then you're looking underneath Atu, and it rotates, and you're looking between Atu and Uri, you see the skull asteroid come out of the darkness, and it's unbelievable. And I saw that in 2015. I saw it in 2018 by eye, and it's just like, oh, I mean, it's like scares the living crap. You almost poop your pants because it scares it's so huge and so
I
big.
think I've seen it before. I think, yeah, because its eyes were, oh my, ugh. Mm.
And not to go into the metaphysical realm too far, but everybody who does know me well enough knows that even my older drawings and my current drawings have a level of knowing that, yeah, there you go. You're seeing that connection between the two. And
So how big in comparison to Earth is Atu?
oh, it's probably 3 times the size of Earth.
Wow.
It's a gas giant. They're supposed to be big. I have no way of going, okay, let me grab, Atu out of the sky and let me grab Earth out of the sky and lay them next to each other. I don't have a way to do that.
See, because when you do talk to people, well, when I do talk to people about, like helping them to think about, imagine if we were binary, imagine what the other ones would look like, then they'll ask me, like if you say a name, then they ask you how big is it in relation to us. So.
Well, you described,
that for a second.
As far as Atu is, it's smaller than your standard size gas giant, but it is a gas giant because we know that because it has stripes. It also has orbiting asteroids.
So if it's got stripes, that means it's a
generically, we know that Uranus has stripes and it has that storm, and then we know it's a gas giant, and then we know Saturn has its patterns and the ring. And that's another gas giant. We know that Uranus is a gas giant because it also has rings and debris fields. And the gas giant, that electron cluster inside its atomic structure is so massively dense, it gathers in all this material, which forms the layers of its atmosphere. And we actually never see the surface of gas giants. We only see the gas and the gas layers that they hold, which is what forms into stripes.
So Atu's got more of an atmosphere, say, than Saturn.
Yeah, right. And it's got like 35-degree angle stripes going down the face of it. And we've got numerous pictures going back 2014, 15, 16. And then we know that Uri stripes are literally horizontal, where Atu stripes are.
I wonder if we could make a comparison of that.
Well, we did that in my drawings, of course, years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't share everything all the time to everyone all the time. There's a lot of people that have to go and look that up. And and I can only share what I can share when I can share it, and talk to the immediate people who are asking direct questions that I can provide that information for, because we do not have a great forum or library or AI information base. Although if you go to Bing and you type in Samuel Hofman in the binary solar system, you're going to get a plethora of information.
On Bing?
Yeah, on Bing. I'm on Bing. I'm on Google. I'm real. My information goes back over a decade, and I just.
So how long have you been on Bing? I mean, how long has Bing been real?
I run on Bing as an average, and that's why I'm as documented as I am. That has been my standard search engine for a long time, is Bing. And so therefore a greater deal of my documentation has actually struck Google and Bing. And if you go into, like Rebecca was saying on the last show on Tuesday, I've had over 5 million reference views on TikTok alone. So I am out there. I am not a joke. We have worked for this for 13 years. Excuse me, cough. Hello, cat hair. Wee.
I think you need some fishermen's.
Ricola or Halls.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have fishermen's out here.
They're good. They're really good.
And we're viewing, and where this video is that we're watching on here is like it's a combination of Atu on the left, Satum yellow moon on the right. And unfortunately, we can't see the date, but we can see it's 98 degrees Fahrenheit. So probably Arizona. And 105, 107. Wow, it got warm. So therefore, we must assume that 109. We must assume that this is during the summer, about 6 months ago. And on the right-hand side of the sun, you see that red illumination.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the date, 2023. Yes, it's this year. Whatever this video is. This is probably
You can see the redness on the side there.
some nighttime illumination you're about to see here. Yeah, now Arizona is very low. You can see there's some things up there that are coming into view. And when the lower in atmosphere, closer to sea level, the harder it is for you guys to see these planets. Up here in Montana, we see them a whole lot better and a whole lot different, which is how I was able to do this in 2012, 11, etc. And of course, and it also depends on the sea trails, which we don't need to go into. Ricola, I'm doing it again. Sucking on another cough drop.
Yeah, stay away from the people in the supermarkets.
Yeah, that's why I was like dreading going to the mall here for the girls for Christmas, but they sent me on a specific quest, and I had to actually look up what they were talking about. I didn't understand their premise of cultural icons for teenagers. And they're into what's anime, which is called Our Hero Academia. I hadn't even heard of that before, so I had to go to the mall to know this and search the net and all of that.
So it's all sorted now.
Well, unfortunately, the internet and Amazon are not local Montana availability. I could have ordered things through Amazon, but we wouldn't have them yet, so they wouldn't have arrived for Christmas by the time I find out. But anyway, hello, you're back.
I made it. I step out for a minute, and then the cats all see me, and then decide they haven't been fed yet. So
I think
I know that's
why
why I
got
had to go during my break too.
I went
yeah,
out
I was
twice
like, okay.
I do have the Coca-Cola in front of me, and I was going, I didn't drink one that fast, did I? It's like, I didn't even get it. I walked out there and I came back and I didn't even get it.
Did you find it? Where was it?
I was sitting on the couch, excuse me. I have a wooden stool, 4 legs, that used to be a breakfast bar stool. And it sits next to the refrigerator, so you can actually put the milk on the refrigerator before, and then open the door and then put it away. But and I had pulled it out, set it on the chair right there, and then talked to the kids and walked back in here in a hurry. Like, I got to get back on the mic, and then I'd left it behind twice. So I'm jovially laughing at myself for my distractibility and lack of connection, because, like I said earlier, I'm in sort of like La La Land, being relieved that Santa made it.
That's good.
Okay, I have a picture that Andrea sent. I'm not sure if she's with us or not still. Hopefully she is, Andrea. But she's in New Zealand. And, well, wait. There was an error.
I'm reading back here. For the end is for those whom are righteous. Yes. And this is why I talk about how we earn our upgrade in that which is coming. And I could stand here for a week and scream that out the front door, and I don't know how many people would chalk me up as a wackadoo, or how many people would actually listen to me. And I've always tried to stay away from the metaphysical smearing on of the peanut butter, and actually just talk about science. So yeah, but there is a lot of that coming. We lost Rebecca again.
Oh dear.
Did she just tell me that and I didn't hear it, or I'm busy talking?
No, she just disappeared.
Okay.
Maybe somebody came to the door.
Oh, you're back.
There you go. What did you do this time?
It was freezing up. So
I
that was
had to come back. Yep.
Okay, so there was this picture Andrea sent. I was working on that and it just
Yay.
popped up on me.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're attacking you.
And then
the dark
Sundee
web,
sent 2 more
man.
pictures I'm getting put together. So let's see.
Even my
Nope, that's
feed
not
on the
it.
comments isn't scrolling. Wow, I am so far behind. It's
Kind of
unbelievable.
lagging.
Yeah.
I know you're seeing other things, and I'm seeing just.
God, I'm sorry, everybody. We didn't answer your questions. My feed was not scrolling, and I'm still scrolling to get to the bottom.
Yes. Wow. Yes.
Apparently, they're messing with us, Jane. Ugh.
Why if you go all the way to the
Guys in the
top,
white
you'll be
truck.
able to see any of this stuff. Oh, where did they all go now?
Yeah, well, I was stuck halfway up the conversation, and I was, you normally expect it to continue scrolling down, which it does. And I looked over and grabbed the pole bar, and all of a sudden I'm like 30, comments behind. It's like, hello, what's going on? Something bad, evil is happening. Run for your lives.
Oh no, man! It's just this Christmas, and not everybody's like chatty.
Yeah, well, that's good. I'm glad to see the current
well,
folks that are here.
He can make up for the difference. He can make up for it. I'm kidding.
So what happened?
Some people can type a lot. I don't know how they can get to type all this stuff. It's
not to be Debbie Downer, but what happened to our Saturday guest?
Oh, not that we had one lined up.
Well, I've been waiting for.
I know. I do know that.
Visit us.
Yeah, I mean, I have asked a few people.
Didn't you send that message to have Santa? Wasn't Santa supposed to be a guest this week? Come on, man.
Santa.
All right.
Yeah, right.
Tell your production. Tell your production grip he's fired. He didn't follow his job this week. And where's our announcer? Why?
I think the one in Aberdeen's flying around. They sent a picture of Santa to one of my Scottish groups, and him and the reindeers are stuck in one of those windmills in Aberdeen.
Before we get Taylor,
they're caught in the back alley.
On here? Taylor
in the back alley smoking doobies. Yeah, we caught him. Yeah. We caught him.
I was gonna say Taylor. He would probably be a guest if I wanted him to.
Can sing for us.
He could sing, right? He's
happy to sing
really
for
nice
us.
Voice, my son.
We did mind.
Well, if I had better production skills and a production team and a few more, if we had more money, we could all get together and have jobs and actually do a weekly show that everybody would love. And I mean, we're good at our job already, and we do it for free. But only way we can get larger is if you guys share our information with other people. We need that million viewers.
We know it's definitely growing. Right.
And I hear something dripping in my roof.
No, not that.
Is this Yuri, Sam? Is this Yuri?
No. This is. Well, we're looking at the center of the object here. The picture is the sun.
The clouds from Yuri.
And it is probably a drag-off base cloud of Attu and Attu's moon above the sun, which we've seen for months.
Pretty speckly looking.
Yeah, and that could be that. And we talked to we showed the cloud between Yuri and Attu. So this could be that cloud with the sun shining through it.
Okay.
We know that it does do vertical, and sometimes it's left-handed emergence and then right-handed emergence on the other side of the rotation. But at times it is vertical down, and we know that Attu and Attu's moon are generically over the top of the sun centrally, this area of this cycle right now. And we've had comparatives coming in from around the world for months that this is true. So this is probably a drag-off cloud that the sun is actually shining through.
Cool. All right. Thank you, Andrea. She said it was amazing. So I can tell. I love it when it's like that. When the sky is just nothing but planet after planet in each direction. It just kind of takes your breath away sometimes. It's like that exciting. So, okay, Sundee sent me 2 pictures. So here is one. What's going on here, Sam?
Well, that's another Attu's moon, Attu behind it with the side stroke of incoming red asteroid dead center just above the mountain.
Yeah.
You can see the drag path coming in from the upper left in a rounded pattern. And this is again just exactly what we said just a minute ago. Attu's moon being over on the left-hand side to the middle of above the sun. And this is again another repetitive pattern from the worldwide sightings that we get over and over and over. And if you see this pattern over and over, they're not just clouds. We're getting the same pattern over and over throughout the whole show. And these are pictures from around the world, from around sightings, and you can't see the same damn pattern in clouds above you in Montana that you can see in England or in Budapest or in Malaysia or in Australia or New Zealand. And yet we do. So therefore, it is above Earth, way high up, not local.
So what's the blue area?
Well, that would be the blue area on the left-hand side would be Uri behind Attu and Attu's moon.
Okay, so I got it. Yeah.
So none of that sky's ours.
Just
And
a tiny
this is
sliver.
why we talk about it and we talk about it. And this is where, like an hour ago, I haven't even looked at the clock. Okay, we're at 3 hours. Cool. We just went past 3 hours. Like an hour ago.
Considering we were a bit late as well.
Like an hour ago, I talked about our trolls going, it's the same old, same old. Well, yeah, it is because it's, and you see the same old pictures.
Because I spend hours upon hours every night putting together new pictures and new videos. So it may look the same, but it's mostly not.
Washington's beautiful, Sandy. That's beautiful.
And I have to mention this, the repeated pattern that we see off the bottom of these planets. In some cases, it is an intrusion into our upper atmosphere that sets the base cloud. And that doesn't mean that is the planet per se. It is the cloud reaction and atmospheric reaction below each of these individual passing planets that has a repetitive pattern for each one of the planets that we have documented.
Kind of like potato printing.
Right, there's a base cloud, and we talk about the base cloud, and there's this reoccurring pattern. Now we know that Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon have this flame-like, really micro clouding, which has representatively shown us that since 2014, 15, and 16 when we saw the early sightings. So we got to see them in behavior patterns when they were much smaller. And so we documented, we remembered, we watched it move 2017. It started setting back along with Nibiru, which I didn't fully understand at the same time back then. And then it went over the top of the sun and did the twin tail thing over the top of the sun that everybody saw. And it's Nibiru and the winged planet and it's red. No, and we knew better that Isatum's yellow moon did that, because of my previous off-world information as well, compared to the Pleiadian message video that we have used since 2008, 2009, which was originally banned in the United States. And then I got a new copy of back from Germany, from the Polytechnic group of people, and they sent it back to us, and we've used it ever since. And then after that, later on, the American version did come back out again. Someone shared it, I don't know whom. So we've got, this information that goes back all of these years that have repetitively repeated themselves over and over again. And you cannot argue with this science. I'm sorry this didn't happen, in 2021 and 2022. No, it didn't happen for 2 years. We're talking about 13 going on 14 years. God, I'm almost losing track of how long we've been doing this. But we've been doing it. My kids have grown up watching the same shit happen for this entire time, and we're still out here trying to get you people out there to get on board. And I hope I'm not preaching to the choir for the inappropriate behavior, and I hope you people see these things, and this is why we're trying to teach you this repetitive pattern. I'm sorry, I get a little cosmologically insane over this, because we've been saying the same thing for so long. And I
was just thinking when you started talking about 2009. See, that's Alan and I met in 2009, and it was December 2nd. And I was driving into downtown. We were meeting at this restaurant, and the moon, or what I thought was the moon, was so humongous, but it was red. Yeah, I wish I could have taken a picture.
A blood moon.
Maybe. I mean, I wasn't at that time. I wasn't into sky
Well, the
watching.
harvest moon happens in the transition between October and November, and then I believe there is a blood moon in December.
Maybe then, because I was just thinking, I wonder, if that's
normal things used to take place.
Sorry, what?
Back in 2008, 2009, when normal things used to take place, when you could actually look it up, it was normal.
Yeah, I was just sitting here thinking, I was like, I wonder if, because I'll always remember that night as far as the moon goes, because it was just, it was really remarkable.
That was the cosmos teaching you that your whole entire environment and everything you knew was about to change. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, right. Because it did, basically. It really has.
The great omen.
I thought maybe I was seeing signs of that other solar system back then. I don't know.
Well, we started seeing effects of it in the major tsunami that where the tectonic plate snapped in the Indian Ocean, and you saw that the great tsunami, and I'm trying to remember for the life of me, I think that was 2009, where 200, if I say the wrong number, we're going to get flagged for it, but the belief pattern is that 250,000 people died that day.
Man.
From that tsunami, and I still to this day believe that was when the group of binary crossing planets grabbed us electrically. And we also saw evidence of that in our magnetosphere, and I'm constantly posting magnetosphere disruptance patterns. Unfortunately, they are
what month was that? Was it?
I believe it was January. I think it was right after Christmas in the tsunami of Malaysia.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember what was happening in my life. I don't have to imagine too quickly because
we also have to take into account we just went, and by the way, for all of you Wiccan fans, happy Solstice Day. We just went past that 2 days ago, and I did not pipe in on that. And Solstice Day is a very important day to me, magically, and I don't need to go into that unless you're one of my students. And currently, I don't have any Padawans, which is a kind of a joke. Right, Gillian?
No Padawans.
No Padawans currently.
No apprentices.
Although I have many, and on one hand, I don't have any close proximity Padawan. Damn, I need some tea right now. Where's my tea? Anyway, I'm joking. That's a bad joke. Boxing Day tsunami. Thank you, Nicole. It was Boxing Day, which is the 26th of December. And we've also had other Boxing Day events ever since, and this is part of the 180-day cycle, and this is part of what we talked about on the onset of this year. And I've done predictions through 20, 21, and 22, and then 23, and those are in my Radio Wasteland programs. You can go back and look those up and check my accuracy. No, thank you, Nicole. You're a wonderful, very bright, and very brilliant member of the sky watching team. You showed me that the other day in our conversations, and that's why I said what I said, even though I'm slightly embarrassed at this point in time. I get that way when I get emotional with people, and I actually say things that are beyond my norm, because I am slightly Sheldon Cooperish, and don't try to go to the emotional side. But you've shown me that you're learned and wise and welcomed. And thank you. Anyway, I'll move on. Yes, Thailand. Thank you, Experimental.
Right.
And I believe at that time, that was the beginning. And I've got pictures going back at that same time where we were actually photographing in deep space the onset of that. It's called the Southern Cross. It's also called the Anno Domini Cross captures. Anno Domini meaning year of our Lord, which also boils back into the cross reference of Christo-Romanic religion, and we can talk about the three wise men following a star, and nobody ever thinks about that. Remember the story about Jesus and the three wise men?
Yeah.
Okay, Rebecca.
Yes, I
Okay,
do.
remember the little drummer boy? Da, 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 da. Right? Remember
Right,
that?
right.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
These guys were following a star.
Uh-huh.
How many
Yeah.
stars just come into our orbit? How
How
often do we see a
oh,
star
how
pass?
often? About 3,600 years
Yes.
or so.
So what are
Right.
we being what are we being told in a roundabout fashion?
Yeah, we're being told that they're coming.
A newborn king. Da, 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 da.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Look
Right.
where we are. This is where we
Sun.
are. The new star got here again, guys, for the religious
Right.
people and the followers of Allah and, the
Okay.
Hajj and all of this stuff. This is where we are. This is what we're doing. I mean, we
Mm.
are there again, you guys. And whether or not the timeline is exactly correct, the premise is correct.
Right. That is really exciting. I mean, it's like not
Did,
very
any,
many generations get to experience this when you
did
think
anybody
about
ever inquire as to why folks that go to Mecca and the Hajj walk around in a circle around a big, huge black square?
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about the Texas Cube. Let's
Right.
talk about how the religion of that part of our world and the Quran do not have graven images of their God. Why do you think that is? These are all these questions that people don't stop to ask. Which is why, Sam is who Sam is, and he's a crazy guy, that crazy Dr. Nibiru, or whatever you want to chalk me. And this is, I do think differently than other people. Sheldon Cooper, IQ, government rated. I'm not trying to boast. I'm trying to go, hello, welcome to my crazy, aha, oh, by the way, I can do voices. Artemin, if you need an actor, I can do voiceovers.
Awesome. Awesome.
I'd like an income, please. I'm flat ass broke, and oh my God, my children have killed me this Christmas. Anyway, Merry Christmas, everyone. Welcome to my idiom and my partial oh my God relief before Christmas insanity. No, I am actually in a very good jovial mood.
You're in a great mood.
I still think I haven't bought enough, which is stupid. Because oh my God, talk about
I know that's all they're going to care about, Sam. Well, really, that's all they're. Once they open that, you might as well just be done.
Well, they told me you don't have to get us anything else. That's all we want. Period.
I know.
Like,
that's all they care about.
Yeah, can you imagine buying one of them and yet two of them? And with the two of these guys, I dare not differentiate between my 14-year-old and my 16-year-old, so I have to always buy two of everything. I remember when I bought them new mattresses, I didn't buy one new mattress, I bought two new mattresses.
Yes, especially when they're that close in age. You can't really do one without doing both.
Oh, and they're totally glued at the hip. I mean, they would not exist without each other. Yes, Nicole, I'm at the point of exhaustion where I was struggling so hard to try to get all of this together, and I was so wound up and stressed and not trying to sound stressed, still do my job, not freak out. And I pressured myself and put pressure. And now that we have achieved said goal that we've been working for about 3 months or longer, including all the troll attacks, because I just tried to raise donations from, Christmas for kids. Okay. Yeah, I'm a nut job today. Thank you very much. I am. I'm like, woo. I'm ready for Christmas. I'm happy.
I'm happy. I'm happy too.
Just
hearing you be happy makes me happy. It's contagious. It is.
My daughters do not have a sibling. Go ahead.
Well, no, I'm just going to say, I mean, we had a little get together with my oldest son, but I don't have any younger children, to have that, watch them open their presents, and so that it
Yeah.
does make a difference. It does.
Wire
'Cause when you get
Paladin
older
says
in their 30s, it's kind of
that
it's
Sam is a cool dad.
nice. Huh?
I'm an overly forgiving dad, and I'm slightly worried about spoiling my children and not
Yes.
not grooming them in with a hard enough ruler. Thank you, Catholic Church Sister Ann. And yet at the same time, sometimes I feel like Indiana Jones's father, where I have them quote other languages and archaeological knowledge rather than walking in there and telling them to clean their room and sit up straight and make their bed and that sort of thing. And I walked in there yesterday and I said, you guys either clean this room or I'm going to tell Santa Claus, that kind of crap. But yeah, no, I'm right in the middle. I'm a very stern dad on some hands, and on the other hand, I'm a little too relaxed because I remember how impossible it was to push me and indigos and yeah, look what we're looking at. We're looking at the long box cube, and that was 2018. I remember when this picture was taken.
Yeah, I was going to say, Andrea was asking she was asking me, was it 2009 when we started seeing effects of this other solar system? And that would be
Yeah, well,
correct.
they were visible. Now, anybody that wants to look this up, go back and even type in Google. They might even tell. They may, or ask Siri. Maybe Siri will know, or AI. There was a period of time when Google Space was blacked out, and that ran for about 2 years. I don't know the entire actual length of the occurrence, but I had received a whole bunch of information from Europe, and we'll leave it at that. I'm not telling on people who sent me the stuff, but we were also getting some deep space footage. And we did, and this is where we talk about the Anno Domini cross and the early photographs of 2008 and 2009 of the incoming solar system, which I have a picture of, and I can hand to you, Rebecca, if you would like a copy of the
Yeah,
early. I'll hand you three
for
pictures
sure.
in a row, and you can
Okay.
show. I'll start with the earliest of sightings, and I'll go
Okay.
to Facebook right now, and I still have your PM, which makes this so much faster. I'm glad I
It
blacked it up.
does.
All right. I'm sorry. I'm getting hiccups from the Coca-Cola. All right. This is one of
Now
the.
you just had to talk about Coca-Cola again. You're making me
Yeah,
thirsty.
no, well, maybe they'll give us a sponsorship. We could use
I'm
the
going to have
money.
to do that side by side picture of my son Taylor with Mr. Pemberton, who invented Coke. Because
There
were
you
you
go.
here, Jillian, when we found out through my mom's genealogy work that my great 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 uncle invented Coca-Cola, like the original drink,
I think I
Coca-Cola.
remember this story, but you had a picture,
Yeah.
didn't you?
Anyway, Taylor looks just like him. If I can get it pulled together, I'll show
But
you.
Taylor looks like you. I can see Taylor looks like
Yeah,
you.
he does. He has curly hair like me.
I'm still
Whenever he's
scrolling,
born, he had like a little born with curls. Yeah.
looking for one picture in 100,000 pictures. It's
Oh,
really hard.
look.
Where is it? I know it's here
Good
somewhere.
luck.
It was one of the earliest pictures of the
Look at that cool thing.
entire planet. I'm going up for the second time. It's right here someplace. I should actually put it in its own file. I really should. Oh, okay. There's all the other asteroid groups. Okay, there's multiple. There's asteroids. La da 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 da. Pardon. Bear with me, folks. I'm looking. God, I gotta go down now again. I know it's down here someplace. I'm at the end of my file, all the way into the
They'll find
Z.
it. I know you
I'll find
will.
it, of course, and
I know you will.
You're zeroing in. We can hear it now.
tell you what. Here, I'm gonna hand you. I'll start with the Anno Domini pattern, and I'll send that one
Okay.
first, and then you can process that. And while you're doing that, I'll go back for the early one. And it's hard to find because all it is a blue star in the middle of the picture. And I'm, of course, thumbing through thumbnails in files.
Got
And
it.
thumbnails are small pictures, and we all know how hard it is to find those. And I've got actually pretty big thumbnails, but
Oh my God.
there it is. Found it.
I knew it.
Okay, that's the Anno Domini cross. And the second picture I just posted to you is the first early 2008, 2009 visual sightings of the Nibiru group. And then this last picture is much easier findable because I know where it is. And this is the one in 2009, 2010 of the incoming Nibiru group, including the star. And the star is not ours.
Cool. All right. Wow. I love that one too. Okay. These are great.
Okay, now I'm coming back to StreamYard so I can actually see. Okay, that's the Egyptian tomb long box cube. And there's
Yeah, I
actually
don't know why it kind of gives me the creeps.
there's spirits in this. There are actual being spirits in this shot as well. There's about 5 of them,
Oh boy.
and they're protecting this information.
Interesting.
This is
Huh?
Egyptian magic. There are spirits in this shot, and I
Yeah,
see
you
them.
can see them.
Yeah, I do see them.
Hmm.
Yeah, I see one. Yeah, he's like,
There's about 5 of them, and most of them are flying from the left.
Hmm. I definitely.
yeah,
see-
one. There's one look almost like he's got a crown thing. It looks like a crown.
Well, that's
Yeah.
mixing in with the background, but yeah, you're looking at one of them. Yeah. And then there's the purple one in the middle on the bottom, and then there's one that is on the right.
Like I wouldn't want to be there.
And
You know, I
there's
wouldn't want
one
to
in
go
the upper
there.
left. Yeah, and then there's an orb in the middle upper center.
Yeah, you can see the orb. Mhm.
And I tell people all the time that I do have the ability to see spirits, and they flock to me, and I try not to pay attention to them because then they stick around. And they knock shit over and try to get your attention because they're uncomfortable and they know they've been lied to and they want to know why. And that information and teachings I can give in, actually I could open an ashram and actually charge money, but I have no wish to do so. If you want enlightenment and you're like a multi-millionaire, you bet, come on over. We can talk. I have a reason why I would charge you for your enlightenment so you can add to the enlightenment for others. So we're always looking for a philanthropist who wants to start, the Dr. Nibiru Foundation or whatever crazy title we would hand, or the Nibiru Followers Anonymous Foundation. I don't even care what we name it. We would love to start a foundation and teach the teachings of enlightenment and knowledge and off-world information. But we don't get funding out of the blue.
All right, there's the first one.
Yeah, that's the Anno Domini cross. And then if you look and you see the orangish behind the center, that's Imaru. Behind the star, behind Nibiru and Saru and Uri and Atu and Nepesity and Isatum and Matim. We never mentioned Matim anymore.
I always
tiny
forget
Matim.
about poor little Matim.
Yeah.
You
Where
it's
is it?
one
The little
of
thing.
the
Oh,
planets.
bless us, everyone.
important.
Tiny Tim.
We never talk about Matim.
Yeah, well, she's bright blue and very small. She has a funky orbit that goes from Uri all the way back around Saru and then back to us. So it's a completely different orbital pattern than the rest of all of them, and yet it's been watched, documented. So
right,
you guys out there, welcome to the Christmas edition of,
Right. It is 2 days away.
Okay, show that next
when
picture.
When was this picture taken, though, Sam?
I believe this was 2008, 9-ish. At the end of 2008, early 2009. The one before it was what we kept seeing, or excuse me, the one after this, the second picture I sent you. Hopefully you will load that. That one was what we kept seeing in the left hand of North American submissions, sightings that everybody was sending in. And I kept seeing it, and finally after a while I went over and got a screen capture, and this is of course back when I was still getting this is one of my photographs, and This is the
Wow.
star and the planetary group, and you have a couple planets on one side of it and a couple planets on the other side, which is why it looks the way it does. We're seeing the first flat planing. And then if you go to the next photograph, that is like a half to 3/4 to a year later of the entire solar system. Now, notice in
Four big ones.
right, and notice in the starlight, there's a refraction going on here of a cutoff of a planet on the left and a planet on the right. One is Imru, huge, massive behind, and then the other one is Nibiru. And Nibiru is on the left-hand side of the sun, and if you look above the sun is Saturn, and over in the far right, or excuse me, far left is Uri, and Atu in the middle left bottom, and then Saru is far away but there, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, Nepacity and
Right.
moons
1,
and
2, 3,
blue
4,
asteroid,
5, 6,
asteroid. And this is,
7,
of course,
8.
a picture that we got in 2009/10, which showed the progressively close. And these are the early shots that we've managed to get past loss of what, like, I'm on computer 15 now, and these are footage that we managed to get back from old postings that were reminded to us by Facebook and lost and regathered. And people had, oh, did you even remember this? And I'll go, yeah, that's my picture. And I see that all the time where stuff that I post comes back around, and I chuckle over that.
Yeah. So
you're saying this is old information.
Picture, like, that you took, this is one of your pictures?
That's one of my, I don't know if I per se took this early, but this is one of, back when I was taking photographs, we did capture a lot of stuff, and it was in the upper left-hand side all the time. And there's, no, Matim is not red. Matim is bright blue and tiny. And we only have a few shots of her, and we have no way to absolutely say that, yes, this was Matim, so we don't use a lot of those photographs unless we have facts. And so I try not to post a lot of information about what I don't know. Anyway, I am going to run to the little scientist room. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. All right. Those are really cool. I've seen all of them. It's been a while. I've seen this one a long time ago, but you wouldn't think about the planets being, perfectly lined up like that, but it's like planet, sun, planet, which, wow. All right.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it, and there's a blue thing, like a flare up on top.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I was thinking that probably, you never can tell on a still picture. It's only with video you can really tell for sure if a green dot is a flare or an asteroid. Do you work tomorrow, Gillian?
Yeah, I'm getting tired now, so.
Right, I know.
It's 12 o'clock now, so when we're late
today. Yes. Well, I understand when you have to go, just whenever you're ready. So,
how long are you going to be on for?
I have no idea.
That's the thing.
I don't
when
know.
Tom's happy, you'll be on for ages.
Usually he likes to make it to the 4-hour mark, so we might shoot for that. There's not a whole lot more to show, today. So unless we just get really wound up, like he's pretty wound up. So I don't know.
He's all excited.
Yeah.
He's a happy dad.
I know. I'm happy for him.
I will say that I did go again to the mailbox today, and I sent out, and some of you nice folks out there that did send Christmas cards, you will be getting one in return. Unfortunately, they're going to be late.
I'm waiting for my birthday card.
Uh-oh. You got me on that one. Right. I better write down when your birthday is. I don't remember.
Ew.
Oh, I know.
You have to do your homework.
I know. I am remiss and saddened for it. I apologize.
Oh, it's all right. It's just been a very interesting year. So I'm sitting here thinking that I'm sitting in my Christmas present, and I'm still amazed at everything that's happened. So, yeah.
It's a weird, wild ride. I can tell you that.
Oh, wow. Do you think I've how long it's been since I sat in a house that was my own and I could actually talk to you freely.
Well, we're very
Right.
glad that you're comfortable and not. Yeah, you were
Been
going through. You were
years.
suffering your forced roommates, and your
Which ones?
your enslaved
Oh,
working
so much
conditions.
better.
Well, everybody's enslaved by their working conditions. I guess you've
Well,
got to
yeah,
some
yeah.
extent get your money from somewhere.
Well, we don't get to travel to Elysium when we want to.
Hmm.
There's a study reference.
Yeah.
Elysium, Elys.
Oh yeah, they always talked about that in the Arthurian stories. That there was somebody that wrote Arthur stories, and I used to love reading them. Mary Stuart. Yeah. Yeah. I
Oh,
think I stole my dad's library books once, and I fell instantly in love with the Merlin in the Cave story.
we're looking at this picture here. And
Look at that. It's beautiful. It's like velvet.
We're talking like Minnesota Viking colors here. And when was the last time anybody ever saw purple snow?
Whoop.
Yeah, I got some sound feedback there too myself, like my voice coming back a second time. It's magic. It comes reverberating back through our atmosphere and bounces back at us. Power word. That goes back to Dune, by the way, Rebecca. Did you get the premise of the show? Did you finally pick up on what?
Well, it was about the spice. About that was a factory planet for spice.
The Trusair drug that the entire universe revolved on.
Yes, right. So I would believe it would be comparable to how gold is here on Earth.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because
and the good guys won. I know that
understand. Much. There's a lot of people. I mean, unless you know subatomic chemistry, you're not going to understand the properties of gold. And that's worth looking into for anybody out there that wants to expand their knowledge, including you, Wire Paladin San Francisco. There's always we talk about some great subjects. As a matter of fact, God, I can't think. I think it's Thomas up in Germany. You know Thomas in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
And he's always asking, and he wants to know. And he gave me a graph today on the blood types and everything, and I looked at that, and I saw who is now the finite rarest drugs, or God, where did I come up with that? The rarest blood type on the planet, and I happen to be in that realm. And I saw that, and he was going, well, this doesn't match with the O positive thing. O positive is the basis of the situation. The aftermarket, the children of, the son of, is what all of it has to do with. And I don't want to go too far across the measure there and hand out too much information, and yet I want to inform people, but they also have to. I'm AB.
Sorry. You're AB. Okay.
I'm AB.
Okay.
My mother was O.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm AB, which is rare. There's very few ABs on the planet. I'm AB. And
I know it's possible, but it's
I've had my blood tested 3 times, and they never came up with the same answer twice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Changes.
And so, well, I was also during what was going on in the 80s when I was being taken elsewhere against my will. So there, it's just one of those sci-fi novels that we can write. And then we can talk about my mother and during what was going on in the 80s when I was being taken elsewhere. Yeah. Did you hear that? That's one of those.
Sorry.
Did you hear that?
My phone died.
Well, it's okay. Well, see, that's magic working. They're telling us a second time because it was important.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but you know what? That's happened to me as well, Sam. I went and they got tested for my blood, and the first time they told me I was AB, and then the next time they told me I was O.
Right. Happened to me too.
Okay.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Well,
happened to me too, and that's exactly what. And then I had a third one, and it told me something completely different. And I can hint, and I can kind of sort of, kind of tease about this subject, but um, God, Christmas present. I am not yet who you guys have figured out whom I am, and I'm enjoying that. I'm sorry, I have to tease. I have to tease because you guys haven't figured out who I am yet. And the
Right.
trolls are gonna love that one. They're gonna. We're talking, piranha pool on a chicken right there, and well, how do you think I
Jump in the
do?
piranha pool. Go for it.
How do you think I do what I do? I mean, how do you think I'm as good at what I am good at? And low
Right.
bottom of a yellow, that whole yellow line right there is bottom Batu. Yeah, my
Oh, first.
abilities and
Wow.
my ability to do,
Yeah.
the far seeing, and why I was judged by the government with my IQ, and why they recruited me had to do with my far seeing skills and my what you would call psychic ability. And anyone that ever tells me, well, I'm a psychic, I never believe them, ever.
Mhm.
And I let them prove it to me, and few of them ever have. But I'm hopefully, and both of you guys and my dear lady friends here this evening will back up that I'm not full of shit, and I'm very good at what I do. And I trust that. And I'm not trying to brag. I'm trying to explain to you that I'm not average Joe Facebook, and which is why we've been doing what we've been doing for 13 years with the accuracy ratio that we have been doing, because this is timely. It's important. And that's why it fed back in the middle of the show from Gillian, because guess what? Source speaks. And sometimes it speaks twice. And I'll take it. Because even on many of my older shows with Radio Wasteland, I've said stuff, and all of a sudden the entire damn thing went crazy. There are power words,
Right.
and that's why I reminded you about Dune. There are some things when you use certain words for a certain reason that they come back, they echo, or the voice. The voice is there's a prominent something else talking. There's a power that does exist, and we see it all the time. And Nicole, who is now at the bottom of my reader screen, I spent a little time trying to teach her about source. Source does things. There's a magic ability that is going on that is beyond us, that can take over us if we let it and we listen. And this is how all of this stuff is learned and shared throughout history. You can go to Bernini, you can go to Michelangelo, you can go to Da Vinci, and we can talk about the Da Vinci Code and all of this, the Teutonic Knights, and Masons, and the Illuminati, and we can go into all this information. It's all connected. It's all very real.
Yeah, that's what I was telling my oldest son last night. It's not just something that you come up with. There's a long, historical
Yeah,
uh,
and unfortunately,
fact
Rome
that
has
this is
tried
happening
to rein
again and
this
again.
in and keep control over it. And this is where it goes back to we were talking about. Uh, yes, Nicole, anytime. We were talking about this earlier, gentleman that talked about the Jesuits, and then in our last show we were talking about the Priory of Zion and all of this. And these are factional groups, along with the Masons and other groups, and the Queen of England, and all of the money, and all these people, and the Medicis, and the Bilderbergs, and the Polish Hasidic Jews, and everybody who's been trying to capture this information and seclude it from general population knowledge, to control and to keep pure the information, rather than having it turned into disinfo, misinfo, which is what the internet is doing now. And all of this is real. Everything you've ever heard about, going from the Gypsies or the Roma or the Northern Germanic tribes or the Pictish warriors or Merlin or the Druids, all of this, or Egyptian magic or the Jewish ascetic magic or the Kabbalah or the Sumerian texts or the whatever, it's all interlinked, and it all has a basis of fact and truth. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of people talking out their ass who have completely changed the scenario because they have a legitimate set of credentials to say that people are going to listen to them. And I'm hoping at some point in time, people will actually prove me either wrong or correct. And like Dan Hurd, one of my people I watch on you, I have to quote him because I'm stealing his quote, so I have to quote him. He's a treasure hunter. He's a gold. He's a gemologist. Anyway, he's a guy that looks for gold all the time on YouTube. I love him.
What's he called?
Dan Hurd, DanHurd, I believe, and he does mining. He's a guy with a beard and a straw hat. And by the way, Dan, buy a new hat, please. He broke through the front and then he spun it around to the back, and we've been watching the back hole in the back of his straw hat for many years now. Buy a new hat, Dan. I love the hat, but buy a new one. Anyway, and there's so much more to what's going on than people attribute that, and this is why I try to express these connective contingencies all the time to everyone out there, and including Nicole and everybody. I'm trying to teach the things that modern science has clipped us from and pushed us away from. Oh, you don't want to become this because there's no money in it, whatever. And that's how I was raised in high school too, because I wanted a job and they told me, well, you're not going to make any money at it, so you can't do it. It's like, excuse me, how do you tell me that? This is what I want to do. And including with the government telling me no one would ever believe you anymore, period. And I went back to that, and that was in 2010, where no one will believe you. Well, here I am, in 1980 till today, many, many, many years, 43, 44 years later. And I still want to do this, and you can't tell me different. And this is what we're doing.
Yep.
I am sharing my abilities. Maybe many of you don't understand this. I'm very good at what I do, and you, my friends, can tell me that, or tell them that I'm not talking out my ass here. And I trust what I can see. I trust what I do. You can go back to Radio Wasteland programs. My predictions for 21, my predictions for 22. I've laid out this premise. We've all worked together at this in the citizen science. Rebecca's a direct example of that. Gillian is a direct example of that. Jesus, JD, Andy Pohl, Matthew, Deb, all of the people that are our moderators, Leandra, all of these people have worked for all of this, and they have earned their place in the middle of this. And I'm not trying to say, oh, I'm the best, because it's all of us. We've all done this. See, it's coming out again. Dun, 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 power word. Wow. And that's how it works. It's belief, belief, belief. The more you believe, the more you'll see.
Is belief going to make me stay awake now?
Oh, are you running? Wait, God splash a wee bit of water in your face then, lass.
Well, I've been up since like 4:30.
Go to bed. Who's keeping you?
Oh, I wonder.
She doesn't want to miss anything.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. You're like, what? What was that?
No, I am greedily happy that you want to stay awake this long. But if you're getting tired and you need to go, by God, do so. Because guess what? It's almost Christmas, and if you go to bed now, and tomorrow will be Christmas Eve.
Oh,
and then I have to go to work and clean everybody's bedrooms again.
Ick. I'm sorry.
Spoopy.
I'm sorry. I am blissfully retired the hard way.
Maybe Santa will remember me.
Blessings to you on Christmas.
Ah, indeed. Yes, you'll be enjoying things under the tree.
Just know that the people that you're cleaning for will appreciate you.
We saw Santa fly by the other night in his illuminated sleigh and reindeer underneath the helicopter. And I pointed it out.
Spring shit.
Well, we have a helicopter that flies this illuminated light of a sleigh, Santa, and reindeer around the Missoula Valley. And they did that oddly on the 15th. I don't know why they waited or did it so early this year. But I was pointing it out to my, oh, look, Santa's flying by, and they didn't even want to go outside. And it was like, Dad, we saw that last year and the year before.
They're like, yeah, Dad,
It's
yeah,
just
yeah.
a stupid
That's when you
light
know
with
they're
a
really
bunch of
growing
fake
up.
reindeers and a
Yeah.
sleigh underneath a helicopter. And I was like, I was excited. I don't know why you weren't, I'm sorry. I'm in the Christmas spirit this year, big time. I am ready
Yes.
for the 2024 change, and everything's going to change, and we're all going to get illuminated, and we're all going to get wiser, and the bullshit's going to kind of wash away, even though it's going to, be on our shoes for a while. It's like stepping in dog poo. You don't quite get it off the first time you wipe it. And sometimes you have to actually go to the car wash and get your shoe clean.
Well, maybe it's better than standing on ice.
Well, yeah. Well, the problem is once you get into your car with that and you've got dog poo on your shoe, then it gets on your gas pedal, and then every time you get in your car after that, you smell dog poo. So that's not a good thing. So always get it off your shoe before you get in your car. That's the moral to the story. Aesop's fables. Oh, I actually got to watch this week. I got to watch Underdog and Fractured Fairy Tales and Aesop's Fables, and I saw cartoons this week that I grew up with as a child, and it was just like, wow, because they weren't available on YouTube until now. I don't know why they are now, but anyway, I've had an interesting week.
Oh, for sure. Yep.
And I watched Scrooge for the third time yesterday, so.
Yes.
I think I watched oh yeah, I watched Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny or something like that.
I got that, and it's definitely worth. It was a very good. It was literally all the way back to the original Indiana Jones, and it was the car chase scenes and the nonstop.
Yeah, but that dude's old, man. He probably made like a bunch of money for that movie.
Oh, suspension of disbelief has been failed. Yeah, he probably made about $5 million for doing it, cash on the on the barrel ad plus residuals. He'll probably make money on that movie till it's a good movie. The Dial of Destiny was a good movie. It wasn't one like Raiders of the Lost Ark was, but it was a good.
I like that one because I wanted to see inside that ark so badly. Even when I was young, I wanted to see inside that ark. I wanted to know what the Ark of the Covenant was, man. I wanted to know what was inside it.
I kind of know what's inside of it, and I know why. Anyway.
Yeah, but that's like a special box so that power can't get out.
It has to do, oh boy, God, how far am I going to reach out on this one? Well, I can hint that Nibiru has a tool star.
Yeah, well, it's a power source then, of course.
Which causes certain effects to the folks around them in a genetic DNA subatomic effect.
Yeah, because the priests had to wear special gemstone thingies to carry it.
Right. And there's your Christmas hint. Tease. Oh, I can imagine all the people coming back. Oh, Sam, you got to tell me more. And the thing is, I can't tell everybody everything I know here on public podcasts. I can't. It's back to get me. I know shit that I don't even dare talk about publicly.
How did you find out these things that you know? I mean, how is it something that was told to you off world?
Well, okay. I'm gonna go back to the reference of my daughter Nova, and she's 16. And she said, sometimes, Dad, you just know things. And a lot of what back to bragging again, what my IQ does for me is it lets me look and question things in a manner where that other people don't. And then you get to summations where it is self-evident and it just fits. And when you know it fits and it explains things, you have no way to doubt it. And that's how, when we talk about the Star Wars games, where I'll have a question, I'll have something bothering me, and I'll go into play my Star Wars game, and I get to, that level where I'm doing the docks on the Wookiee planet, and all of a sudden the answers just come. And that's that self-evident, I should have seen it before, how stupid that I missed it. And that's how it comes. The information, and I was given off-world information about the tool star and technological advances and stuff, which connects to the structure of the electric universe rather than the gravitational universe, which on subatomic and astroatomic basis makes sense, including what's going on right now, for example, with the Hadron Collider. If you want some good education, look into what's going wrong with the Hadron Collider.
Oh dear.
And that's because they're playing with shit they don't know what they're doing.
They've got something a bit wrong.
Well,
One
yeah,
of their toys.
they're playing with toys they are not allowed to play with. Just like, and we've had this conversation about before, just like starting up the first atomic reactor. Dumb. If you can't fix the problem, don't start the problem.
Yeah, because that one Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind video talked about how they when they set off the bomb, that the emanations of it was felt out in space, so that's how they knew. Ooh, like some of the other races.
Well, energy never dies. It doesn't dissipate. It just continues on. And they lit off, and they ripped an atomic structure apart, which is where the release of that great hydrogen energy. And when you split an atom, you are releasing that which is connected to the universe that holds everything together. You're breaking the rules. And they broke the rules. And of course, that wave, and we are wearing subatomically in our DNA structure every nuclear blast that has ever been perpetrated on this planet. And that is inside us. And later on in our genome future, anywhere from 1,000 years to, or excuse me, 100 years to 1,000 years to 10,000 years will be effectively changed. So we're playing with things on this planet that we don't have a right to play with, and the fact that we think we own Earth is arrogant as hell. We don't own Earth. Are you ready to go to bed?
I'm listening.
Okay, I was just I was trying to think of you. Your comfort.
I'm fine.
That's what I was doing too. I had not really even thought about all of that to that degree, so.
And this is stuff that I regularly, ponder. And this is where I, look at my world and my universe through subatomic chemistry and astroatomic chemistry. And I ponder these things, and I have pondered higher levels beyond that. And I have, during some of my forest magic days when I was messing around with magic, and my friends got really mad at me after they saw the effects of it, and they asked me not to do it in the future with them anyway, while they were there or present for the occurrence. I've learned a great deal, and some of the visitations therein that followed from these experiments have led me to stages of understanding that maybe in the overall time period of our future will actually describe me as being capable of, and hopefully my reputation will proceed forward rather than in a negative about all these supposable minor insults that I did to someone's daughter, which I actually never typed. So anyway, I'm sorry I twist back to the mundane, but anyway.
Yeah. Well, that'll be me shortly having to go to bed. So
okay.
Unfortunately, we're close.
You're gonna get ready to have sugar plums and stuff dance in your head and all of that, and the dreams and wishes of Santa Claus and his visitation. And don't forget to listen for the clatter on the roof when Santa arrives.
Is that him bringing my laptop, huh?
Yeah, well, maybe you should set up, live cams to
You
capture
never know,
Santa.
Gillian. Somebody will be like, I have an extra laptop. I just want to give it to you. That's how it works. Well, all the people that brought you things for your home, you never know.
I know.
Really
You never know. It's funny, once you start thinking about wanting something, somehow something happens, and maybe O2 will see that I want one next, and they'll be like, "Oh, we've got a deal for you."
The magic of believing. The magic of believing. If you
Believing.
if you believe, you can attain unbelievable things. And and the
Mhm.
back to three sci-fis, and this is my whole life is because
I get a house and I
feel
got
a
my
level of
babies
peace.
back. So I got my
Right.
Christmas. I
You
have
so
exactly what
did.
I wanted. It's just amazing. I mean, I had to go through a lot to get it, but I just never stopped believing that I simply could have it, that I deserved to have my sanctuary as well, and to be fulfilled somewhere that I was born,
We only
and to
gain
feel,
we only gain wisdom through adversity. If it was an easy ride, we would never pay attention. We would just always think that, okay, well, I deserve this. Well, no,
yeah, and never be
wisdom
grateful
comes
for it.
wisdom comes through adversity. I have a long story my father used to tell me. It's like a serious Aesop's fable, and I won't go into it today. But the whole point with it is you have to go through crap before you experience the gift of learning. Because only when you make mistakes do you learn forward. And there's wisdom through adversity. Period.
Mhm.
I,
Yeah, it's
I
been quite a
mean,
revelation.
like that. Right.
I even know how to ride in the ice and the snow now, and I never
Yeah,
did
there you go.
before. I was so
Normal
terrified of doing all
Montana
those
weather.
things.
Yeah, yeah. Where you go out to you unbury your car and you spend an hour chipping the ice off the front and you pray to God that when you put the key in the ignition after you've broken the door open, just to get the door open without breaking the handle on the car, and you've frozen to death and you've gone in the house 3 times just to get to this
I'll watch
stage.
somebody trying to open their dustbin and the other person trying to get their windscreen wiper off the windscreen,
Right. Oh
and
yeah.
and
Yeah. And
I
not
was
rip it
riding
up.
past on my bike.
Yeah, you learn tricks now, raise them up before a snowstorm and put covers on your windows and all of that. Unless you are rich and have a heated garage, then you don't worry about any of that stuff. But yeah, in Montana, that's normal. We do that every year. And, I'm going to be amazed if we have a very cold period this year. I mean, it's possible come
Seemed
January.
quite warm this year. I mean, it was
Oh, yeah. Well,
actually
yeah.
at 10
Yeah.
degrees,
Right. As
10
we
degrees
talked about when we
Celsius.
started the show, there is 10 to 25 degrees above normal all over the entire planet. And there is no normal winter going on anywhere. Well, right. Well, not even China and Russia. Right. They're having beyond cold normals already, and their weather doesn't turn bad until about February, and they're having it now, and they're having excruciating storms where people are actually crawling on the ground so they can walk without being blown away in the middle of these blizzards. And all you got to do is go to YouTube, type in blizzard in China, and then today's date, and you'll see 18 examples of that. It's excruciating what's going on the other side of the planet, which also shows you we are tipped, and the weather and the North Pole and all the cold and everything has changed while we're warm and they're freezing their asses off. So look into the
It's
comparison
just
of this.
crazy. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
it did feel cold at one point, but mind you, I've probably got my heating on, so that's why I
Some
don't
of
feel
us,
anything
some
right
of us are
now.
tipped and warmer than normal, and some of us are tipped and way colder and farther north than normal, which is why they are experiencing the wind and the weather and the storms like they're in the North Pole, is because literally they are.
Yeah, because we had like a mad wind. Was it yesterday? Day before? Like the days have kind of blended together because again, the animals woke me up way too
All
early,
the
like
time.
at least 3 hours before my wake up call for work. And
Yeah,
I
my
just
sleep schedule's been totally messed up too, and I think a lot of that is planetary passing as well.
I just can't sleep. I just cannot sleep either. It's like
I'm not within my
I'll
normal
say to
time
you, I'm
pattern.
tired now because my eyes are physically wanting to shut. But the second I go and lie down, I'll be awake.
Yeah, I looked in the mirror the other day and I had these big, huge bags under my eyes, and I thought, my God, I thought I'd slept, and obviously
Yeah.
I'm not resting well, and which it was not normal for me, and I thought, well, like, my God, what did you do? Work for a week without sleep? Look at you, and it was just because, and all day I'd been trying to take extra naps because I was just tired, 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 and my kids went through that as well. So, we can document this amongst our family members that something cyclic is occurring with these planets, and we're being tired and exhausted. And other days we're being so wound up we don't know what to do. Other days we're aggravated and annoyed, and we talked about this earlier in the podcast.
Yeah, I had that as well. It was completely unreasonably annoyed with the poor creatures. Not today, but yesterday.
Right.
And it was completely unreasonable of me.
Right. And when you catch yourself feeling like that, tell yourself it's exterior because there's stuff going on that is affecting us. It is. And then we immediately went right back into what? Because the birds are talking at 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah,
That's
there's
why the
stuff
cats
going
were
on.
up. You see, they were up because they were like, they obviously sensed something else was going on. And when we looked outside, you could see what was going on. But
And how many years now have we been having people saying, God, I feel so unbelievably this or that, or I don't feel well, or this is bothering me and that. And then the seasickness and the ringing of the ears and the excruciating sky sound noises that have been going on through cycles from 2010 on. Aches and pains, right, Nicole? Exactly. And body stuff where you're going, what the hell? This isn't me. I don't feel like this. And then you tell yourself, oh, it's got to be me. I'm just getting old. No, this is exterior. There's some shit going on where you feel a vibration in your feet and your fingers want to pop. I mean, come on. There's a bunch of weird shit going on here.
there was a really creepy and unnatural noise when we had the wind. That was, it was just, it was a new noise that I'd not heard. Like,
right. And these passing bodies above us make noise as well. All you have to do is go to YouTube and type in sounds of the planets within our solar system. And you can even hear sounds of different stars. They all put off sounds in space, and they are coming to us, and it's being registered through the Schumann resonance, and people are freaking out about it. Going, look what the Schumann resonance is doing now. Well, duh. Because
what was it doing? Was it screeching off the charts again?
Yeah, and the planets also put out their own sound as well, which also envelops our planet and harmonically affects our planet. And this is correcting and hypening up and speeding up our vibration because these are larger objects with different tone sounds. And so we have to take that into account as well. And so, and this goes back to the Christmas wish at exactly 4 hours and 54 seconds later. Or you have to remember, grab the spirit of Christmas right now. Reach inside of you and make it merry rather than grumpy or sad or depressed or irritable with other people around you, because there are exterior influence going on right now, and we need peace and goodwill to man and all of that now more than ever. And this is how I get through the crap. And no, we didn't receive all of the Christmas cards we'd have liked to have received, but those few wonderful people that did send us something to help us to achieve our goal, God bless you all.
I've got 3.
Yeah. I think I've gotten 8 now. A couple weeks ago it was only 2, and people have been good. And I'm still waiting for Rebecca's, and I'm still waiting for Deb's. And I hope she hears the program. I haven't talked to Deb in a very long time. She's unfortunately very busy with her world and is rarely around, which is okay. So people need to really just, make your Christmas merry. Make it cheerful. Watch Scrooge with Albert Finney, the musical, because it's a phenomenal movie. Watch Frosty the Snowman, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, whatever it takes. Or,
Yeah, to get the happy glow. I get it.
A real good one is Christmas Canon, Trans-Siberian Orchestra, Mariah Carey, For All I Care, all I want for Christmas. Just get there, go there, because there's a lot of crap going on along a lot of people. They're very uncomfortable. They're broke. We're all suffering. And I was greatly stressed out about trying to get this acquired for the children. And we got there. It's not pretty, but we got there. And that's why I'm silly and excited this show, and I hope everyone else does that and gets there and gets giddy and youth-like, and
you'll get to your gid moment.
Let's embrace 2024 as something new and special and a growth time rather than something to dread. And watch Beard Meat.
I'm anxious to see. I'm anxious to see what this year holds. I really am,
I'm
because
trying to promote our other YouTubers that I watch that I don't, I don't even have any affiliation to. I just appreciate their videos out there, like Beard Meets Food or Heavy D Sparks
yeah,
or Sparks Motor Company or Escape to Rural France or I mean, there's a bunch of people I follow, and I'm watching has nothing to do with this. It's my, I might break from the planets, and just find that little spot where you can have your tranquility
I
and
want
get.
to see Dune 2. When's Dune 2?
Oh, I don't know. Does Usul have more work to do? I mean, how could there be a two? Wasn't one enough? I don't know.
Hmm?
I've never pondered it. I'm still waiting. I know Willow 2 is out there, and I want a copy of Willow 2. And if somebody can
Willow.
send me a
Oh,
copy
yeah, I
of
remember that one as well.
Willow 2,
Willow was also good. Yeah.
well, I don't have Netflix or anything or Disney Channel, so I can't pay for that, and I have no way to do that. And I
I haven't got Netflix
saw that
anymore
Willow.
either.
Oh God, I saw that Willow 2 came out, and I've been waiting for Willow 2 for 30 years because I loved Willow because I'm definitely into magic and medieval and history and all of that, and I'm an absolute fan of the Dragonlance Chronicles and all of that, and the Dark Elf series and you name it. I mean, I'm a huge medieval and
You should have
sci-fi.
done more of Aragon. That other one, Aragon, that had dragons in it as well. That was good.
Yeah, yeah,
But they only had one movie.
yeah. Unfortunately, the funding for a lot of these secondary movies is never around, even though they've started off in a really good, wonderful tale that no one ever follows through with later, unless you're, unfortunately, a Japanese karate movie, which I watch a bunch of too. I am a fan of karate movies and sword movies and on the Conan series and I used to have
was welcome.
hundreds of paperbacks and I even read the Star Wars series and the Han Solo series and you name it.
Yeah, I remember reading about something about Dagobah and Luke Skywalker's plane in the moat, and he was trying to get it out, and he would run about with Lee Yoda.
Yeah, that's Star Wars 1.
Yeah, but there was a book. I read one of the books.
Oh, okay.
I had it for so long. It was a wee yellow book. I think I found it in a charity shop.
Hundreds of offshoot fan-based CGI Star Wars out there now. I don't really care.
Yeah.
I actually still seek the original. Unfortunately, they did sell out to Disney, I believe, and they've changed them a little bit. I tried to find a copy of The Mandalorian Season 1 in DVD, and I may have to go out and buy a Blu-ray player because it's available in Blu-ray, but not. And I haven't seen Mandalorian 1 yet, and I want to.
Oh, Mandalorian's really cool. I think I've seen 3 seasons of that. We're desperately waiting for the 4th one.
I have no way to sign up for Netflix or anything like that because I don't bank.
I got it on Disney Plus.
Right. Yeah.
Disney Plus.
Where I live, there's no way for us to do that.
Oh. Yeah, I think it's the only one that I've still got, but that was completely by accident because they managed to hack some money out of me when I had some.
I believe you pay that on the phone and all of that, and I have no phone with all that app to pay that stuff, I have a phone now, but I've not signed up any of those apps to my attribution because somebody mailed me a phone, and I'm still learning how to use it. And I'm
good luck with that one. I hope it's a good phone.
I'm a decade behind on even using a cell phone, so.
You're a Padawan.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the old man. The technology has gotten past me thing here, and I laugh at that. I chuckle at myself for what I don't know.
He's a Padawan, Rebecca. We're aces with these phones.
I know. I do know.
I have to reiterate that Einstein did not tie his shoes or comb his hair well.
We will instruct you, brother. We will instruct you, brother.
I'm a newbie. Yes. I'm a newbie. I have no clue.
First, you press the button on the side. And that will put it on.
Yeah, well, I don't even know what that button looks like right now. My daughters do it for me. I've never been able to afford a cell phone, let alone hold one in my hand for any period, because
Right.
after touching Renee's phone, and it was a 2-day-old brand new iPhone or something that cost her hundreds and hundreds. I fried it, and
Poor Renee, whoever she was.
all I did was
Shame.
all I did was turn it to look at it, and it went zorch, and that was the end of it. And I went, and after that, I thought, well, I can't spend $800 or whatever on a phone, touch the damn thing and destroy it. So
Need special gloves before you get them.
which just recently crossed my mind, like, why didn't I do that before? I'm supposed to be smart, and I don't think of stupid little things like that. I laugh at myself all the time. I do. I really do. Oh, that's right. You heard me admit it.
I'll send you some rubber gloves after I've cleaned the rooms tomorrow. There you go.
When you I actually went out. Since Jerry sent that gift over here, I've actually listened. I'm trying to learn, but it's kind of funny.
Something cool for Dad to play with at Christmas.
Yeah, I've been busy with
it. It doesn't
He's
take
sitting on the porch going, "What's this one for?"
You just go through all the options. I mean, that's what I did. Went through the settings, and played around.
With gloves, special gloves.
With it. Time to learn yet,
You can use a little stylus pen,
Oh, if it's got one of them wee pens. Hey, I didn't know that my new phone had a pen until I came to this house.
Nice.
I remember really? I told you, like, oh my God.
Yeah.
I kept wondering why it said to me, please do blah, blah with the pen. I'm like,
right.
The pen?
That's like my little pen.
What's a pen app? Yeah, I was like, yeah.
I love it. I wouldn't want to not have it. It's like I use it every day.
Can't even get mine out of here. I don't know where the thing is. Oh, there it is.
Does your phone have a pen, Sam? Do you know?
Has it got one of these, Sam?
No.
No.
You mean
the bottom?
You'll know if you press a little round thing in its butt.
I am just now learning again. My message is not scrolling. Everybody's talking, and I am not seeing the new stuff. I had to just scroll down like another 30 comments.
Yeah, I know. It's weird, isn't it?
Everybody out there, I'm not reading your comments or your questions because it's not scrolling for me.
Oh, it's
Sorry, we can see the same 30 ones for ages now.
It's happy birthday, Andrea. Did you hear that, Gillian?
Well, it's Andrea's birthday too.
Her birthday, Andrea. Cool.
Oh,
it's fun.
And you could have actually looked those up on YouTube, because most of every video you ever wanted to find is out there. Unfortunately, sometimes they're messed up, but most everything you want to see can be looked up on YouTube.
Yeah, there's lots of stuff you don't want to see on YouTube, like Google Doctor stuff, and you just don't want to see all those things.
Thank you, Andrea. Oh, I forgot what I was saying. I had a Sam moment. Hey, now wait a minute. You guys start chalking me up on that sort of thing. I think
I said that to you the other week as well. I'm having a Sam moment.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't be a co-host anymore if I'm having Sam moments.
Sam moment.
You're gonna make me paranoid, man. Don't do that to me. It's not cool.
You'll pick on you. That's bad when they're hanging up on you. You know it's bad.
That's okay. I'm a good martyr. I love it.
Yeah.
Trolls everywhere, man. I tell you.
What do you want to do? Because we're a little past the 4-hour mark. Do you want to end it when Gillian gets off, or do you want to keep going? I mean,
that's fine. Yeah, I agree with that. We can keep them short. If once it crosses your mind, I'm fine with that. That's source leading us in the proper path.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm just making sure everybody gets the right sleep for Christmas, because God, we're going to be playing with Santa for a couple of days.
We got busy. Everybody's busy.
I have a couple of little things to wrap this evening, and I do that. I put out slowly and leave the main thing or the big stuff till the last night, but I put that little crap out early. And then the stockings have to disappear off the wall and all of that.
Yeah.
And then they get put out ahead of everything else. And keep them. I have to buy apples tomorrow.
Yeah, my mom used to put fruit and everything inside there.
Right,
I think
right.
one year they were even cheeky and
Well,
put a lump of coal in there, and we were like, "What do you
uh,
do with this thing?"
one year I gave Shiloh a jar of pickles, and she's still mad about it because she used to want to eat pickles all the time, and she was
Yeah.
just crazy about pickles. So I stuck a jar of Vlasic, which is the top brand of dill pickles, in her Christmas stocking,
Yeah.
and she's never forgotten it. You know.
She's like,
So
how
hey,
dare
hey,
you?
maybe I should do that again this year, and she'd get mad at me, man.
Did you
You know,
know it was you, or did you claim it was Santa's fault?
oh, well, they spun that tale on me a few years back. So they're actually kind of mad that I lied to them that Santa was real. I don't have emotional children. I have logical scientists who are pissed off for disinfo.
Right, right. I know.
Advance.
I
Yeah,
know.
they didn't go, "Oh, Dad, it was a great,
They're turned off.
mystery. Thank you." No, it's like, "We're mad at you for lying to us since we were children." Oh, sorry.
I was trying to be
Okay.
good to you.
I
No,
know. I
and
know.
they expressed that it was like me lying
Really,
to them, and I had committed a crime. It's like,
yeah.
wow, I hadn't looked at it that way. Thank you.
I mean, there
You
is
know,
a movement of people that feel like that's wrong to lead your children on, with
well,
all
yeah, and of course
these.
it's this new modern era child to teenager that we don't even
Uh-huh.
know anything about. And I mean, I watch commercials. I'm watching television, and my jaw is like hanging in my lap, going, "I can't believe you put that on television." They
Right.
have commercials now on YouTube that shock the crap out of me, and I'm a '60s generation kid through, dealing with the '50s moral value where they were slamming that all the way to the mid '70s. They were slapping us with the '50s morals, and then the '80s morals came in, and then the 2000 morals, and now 2023 is rather shocking. And the way that this generation that are in these commercials of young adults, it's kind of scary to me because their outlook and point of view is a little bit different and a little wow. I
Merry
can't even,
Christmas, Sunday.
yeah, I can't even
A different
describe
world.
the level of shock at what they're portraying as their reality is, and I can't even define it any better than that because that's not the world that I think I live in. So,
Right.
and that might be just because I'm now, in my 60s, and maybe I'm, one of those old guys that's, stay off my lawn or whatever, and I try
That's
not to
my
go to,
locker.
yeah, or how dare you, young lady, you are dressed like a whore. I'm trying not to go there, but I'm seeing a level of portrayal of advertisement that is showing me a behavior in a group of people that is a little shocking that
I'm
that
pretty
this is
sure every
normal.
generation experiences that, though. Like, like
Right,
every
and
older
this is why
person
I'm
is
trying to,
seeing
yeah,
things they don't like.
this is why I'm trying to incorporate that same attitude. Like, well, maybe I'm just old and acting silly. I try to understand it, but I don't understand it. That's why I can't really
Right.
come to a determination or a judgment of what they're actually doing. Like, wow. I mean, it's remember we saw sci-fi movies portraying what the 2000s and the 2020s would be, but our expectations have drifted off into a less connected reality than I expected, into more of an illuminated, fabricated, less important fantasy realm than what we should be partaking in. And now that again is me judging, and I shouldn't do that. It's like I figure that more people would be concerned about the climate. I figured that more people would be concerned about the weather and the people and the starving and the climate change migration that's going on and all the refugees and everything else like this. Now there are a handful of people that are very drastically interested in helping, but I assumed that we would get a little bit better at it by now. We had a good thing going. Now what happened to it?
Yeah, David agrees.
You know,
He's your
am I
yeah.
biased? Am I irritated? Am I depressed? I mean, I go through all the questions like, why is it that we have not expressed a larger concern for? I mean, we're hearing about the migrant issue, And these people are not migrants invading our country. These people are fleeing for their freaking lives. And they just want a better life. And who the hell can argue with that? And what are we? We're the people that are standing, oh, look at us, we're the best in the world. And of course they're going to be wanting that. So how can we be negative and tell them they can't have that? And how can we make them the monster all of a sudden? We're being invaded. Let's talk about the Syrian border. Let's talk about the folks in Yemen who are starving and killing each other. And there's groups of people in unbelievable starvation modes. And let's talk about the Palestinians and the Israelis. And I mean, what the hell are we doing? Yeah, okay, I'm going there. It's almost Christmas. But um, I really assumed that we were better than this. I really did. And I don't understand why they're focusing on you can spend $500 on a Louis Vuitton purse when there's so much more that same amount of money could go to, or the loss of all the cars and the hurricanes and the floods and the people's homes and the housing problem and the homeless by the millions now all over the planet. And yet we're downplaying them and saying, "Well, we don't want to be invaded. It's spoiling our blood." Or guys, with that luxuries a long time ago. This is not the same damn world we lived in a decade ago. And yes, I'm the guy that's standing on my cute little soapbox, Bromo or whatever, or Borax or Purex or Tide, even soapbox. Get out your cabbages and rotten tomatoes. But damn it, we should be better. We should. And this is Christmas. And this is a time that we need to correct. And we need to have our ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future come haunt us and make us realize how important 2024 is going to be and what we're going to do with that. Because a lot of us are in trouble. Our whole planet's in trouble. Look at the weather. Look at the earthquakes. Look at the volcanoes. This isn't normal.
I was just thinking, it's like so much is out of our control, though. We can.
At least the Iceland one calmed down a bit.
Yeah. But it's reforming and it's going to rebulge and then it's going to move. And all you have to do is look at the previous eruption scarring pattern and the fracturing rate underground, and you'll know where it will move to.
Yeah, because that bulging is going to go somewhere.
Yeah, and it's going to refill, and that depends on planetary passes and swaying and the move of the bulge of magma. And all that is, we can't attribute it absolutely to the passing planets, but the passing planets adds to the mix of volcanology. And so do the jet streams. I mean, the jet stream is a positively charged ionic stream river of water, which has a positive effect. And that adds to geological patterns. Low pressure, high pressure systems adds to what's underground as well as what's floating above the ground. And people don't cross-reference that everything's connected. As above, so below, underground and in the sky.
Yeah.
All the way out to the stars. It's all connected, and nobody gets that. And to me, it's absolutely self-evident.
They've worked really hard to divide people, to keep us divided.
Yeah, to keep you confused, like.
Yeah, like the last question you just said, I think 1 billionaire could solve a lot of problems.
Right.
They talk about
not easy
cutting Social Security. If they took a portion of what we give away to all the other damn countries in this world, and I'm not trying to be, far leftist or far rightist on either of that part of the equation, but if they just reassessed a few things of how we do shit and start paying attention to people. I mean, the senior citizens, we all paid into this fund, and they told us we were going to be okay when we retired. And we're not. We're getting way less than we ever could even get by on.
Yeah, and they keep putting the cost of living up, but then that's because
we just
for everybody to get through
increase, and it was already eaten up. We got a 7% increase, and it was a 9% inflation rate the day it happened. So we lost it immediately by 2%. And then it's gone up worse since then. And I
It's like
checked,
they don't put your pension up, but they put the prices of everything up.
and here there's groups of people calling for the ending of Social Security. If they did that, it would destroy our country. There are people in the southern regions that were booted out of old folks' homes and senior care facilities all over the South. Look it up. You wouldn't believe what they just got away with and what they did to poor retirees and elderly people, the poor. You wouldn't believe the crimes against the poor right now. Look it up. I mean, shit, people, we got some stuff going on in our faces, right? As above, so below. We got shit over our heads, pardon me, and we got shit at our feet too. And what they're going on and what they're doing to people is horrible. And then you're going, oh, look at this, look at this, look at this. Meanwhile, we're screwing you over so they can get rich and live in mansions. And that 1%. And that was automatically forgotten because they created new problems to make us forget about it. Meanwhile, we all work, pay taxes, and are all suffering. And if you look on television commercials, they don't show you a house of an average mid income family. They're showing you $1 million houses and actors. And we're not seeing the real what's going on. We're not seeing the fact that it's flooding in California. We're not seeing that the people are freezing their asses off in Maine or flooding in Florida or are sick and have no grocery stores in small towns throughout all of from Texas all the way to Georgia and Kentucky, etc. And the rotten bridges and rotten roads and all the decline of our society and screaming people in Detroit and empty housing and everybody moving the hell out of everywhere. And in migration, it's economic migration as well as climate migration. And we're forgetting to pay attention to that over a few idiot individuals. Well, it's all a distraction. I mean, there's so much going on. We're over here on talking about the planets above us.
Because I always think about how much of this is out of my control. It just is.
A lot of people just sit back and go, "What can I do? What can I do?"
Both of you, I don't even understand either of that level of premise. Not from either one of you. Sorry, I don't mean to, I'm not trying to be rude. I don't see it as that. To me, I ponder. I can't tell myself, no, you can't think about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why things fruition in my own mind the way they do. If it crosses my mind, I have to know the answer. I can't quit.
Yeah, I'm always trying to think of what could I do. I really do. I bet I'm at a point to where I don't know. I really. What can I do to change?
I talked the
government.
That Charlie Chaplin video I post all the time. The world's greatest speech. We have to step out of the Industrial Revolution and free ourselves from that concept of destruction and conquest for the commodities required in that Industrial Revolution, the iron ore, the copper, the gold, whatever. And we have to step into a society where our people are the important commodity. And we haven't done that yet. And we're not workers at the Ford factory in 1944 or the military group that was indoctrinated in the middle of World War II and the Korean War and the Vietnam War and the Arab wars that we just went through with Afghanistan and all of that. We're not that group of people anymore, and we have to move past it and start focusing on who we are, who they are, why they would attack us for whatever wrong, and try and ethically work our way past the violence and actually get a level of justice and satisfaction. And I don't think, and this boils down to that Pink Floyd song, Talk to Me. We need to start talking instead of blowing the shit out of each other every time we were irritated by each other. And it should have a greater consequence, and we should think about our brother's keeper and all of that. And we need to move past stealing land from Croatia or the Crimea just because you grow better wheat than we do, or you have a nuclear power plant or a coal mine that we want. We don't have that right to do that anymore. And that's been our base premise of throughout all of history, is that we in our village, our crop failed, so let's go to the next village and get some. Because their crop was good this year, let's go and get what they have. And we can't live.
Burn and pillage and steal.
Yeah, because we're all now, this is a small planet now. We're all on that same plane now. We can't steal from each other anymore. We have to get along. We have to share. And if you have regimes that don't want to play that same game because they're going to steal what they can while they're in office, and the hell with everybody else, then we're in trouble. And we've allowed a lot of that to happen because we weren't involved. Wait, God, I got to the end of the circle of the story where you were asking, what can I do about it? The moral to the whole entire story is that we all have to be politically involved. We all have to be spiritually involved. We have to all be socially involved. We all are our brother's keeper. And that 5 minutes in the convenience store where you're talking to the clerk is important. Just as important as the show we're doing right now, where that interaction between them is respect for a fellow man and not taking advantage of them because they are whatever you assume they are at the moment, including all the way to trolling people and being negative, where you feel you have the opportunity that you can say negative to things to people because they don't know who you are, and you feel all cool up typing on your little computer thinking you just insulted someone. And really, who are you actually insulting? What are you giving forward? Nothing. You're actually hurting yourself, and you're going to continue a pattern of negativity. But if you have that store clerk and you actually give them a, hey, thank you, you did a good job. I liked how quickly you did that. Thank you for getting exactly what I asked you for. And then say, have a nice day, and we'll see you soon. And that little bit of what we can give can make somebody's day or break it. And we see a lot of that. And I had a guy just about cut my nose off the other day because I wasn't doing 85 miles an hour in a 65-mile-an-hour zone. And when he was flashing his lights and riding my bumper the other day on the way home from the mall, and I was doing 70 in a 65, I thought I was going plenty fast because the people in front of me weren't moving either. And I didn't want to get any closer to them. And he's riding my butt. And I just waved at him through my back window and said, hi, how are you? And then he went around me at 85 and just about cut my front fender on the right fender off. And I waved at him again and said, have a nice day. Merry Christmas. You know.
Right.
And
what can you do? But at least you didn't have like
meanwhile, I'm watching a guy in a $75,000 truck trying to kill himself, you know. And then he went through and then he forced the two people in front of me that I didn't want to get close to. He did the same thing to those guys in front of him. And here's this asshole, you know, with 13 license plates and anybody local that would know what that means. And he's forcing people off the road because he's got this big ass truck, you know. And that's not what we need to do anymore, people. We need to, you know, we actually need to get along with each other. We need to clean up our garbage. We need to, if you see garbage on the ground, pick it up. Just because you didn't drop it doesn't mean that you didn't see it. If you see it on the ground, pick it up. If it's your problem, fix it. If it's not your problem, fix it. Don't take problems that aren't yours. Don't take the drama that's not yours. But if you see a problem and you notice it, it is your responsibility to react properly to it. And we do not get to fail. We do not get to do less than an admirable job. If you notice it, fix it. Responsibility, each of us. We don't own this planet, but we own each other. We own ourselves. We own our tribe, our village, our country, our city, our world. And all of that right now currently is being played on in different variations through the different Shakespearean volume tale that we are all living. And our own outlook is important. And a lot of times we walk around in oblivion and we're lost in our phones or whatever, or what Jill did to John last week at work or whatever, or what the lady down the street just said. And there's way more. We have more responsibility. And this is why I disagreed with both of you. And every time we run into the situation where people will go, well, what do we do about it? You be responsible and you change the world around you. You reach out and you fix yours. That's what we do about it.
Yeah. I feel like I do. I mean, I'm always
Oh,
hopeful,
I totally believe you do. Look what you do.
you
You work
know.
hard. You are changing
Yeah.
the world around you. I mean, here you are. You are the host of this podcast, and you're doing a wonderful job. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Thank
And
you.
and
As
these are
you
all going to be
always
recorded
do.
in history. And
Right.
no matter
It
how
is.
many poop hats I get, or how many,
Yeah,
you
that's
know,
it doesn't even factor in, like we're beyond that, really.
oh, yeah, poop hats
Yeah.
were back. How long ago was it the I can't con for the turd came out? Uh, you know.
Not the emoji one.
Yeah, the poop emoji, exactly. That was the word I didn't add to the sentence.
Yeah,
I apologize.
I've got
Yeah,
something to show you.
yeah,
She's got a
didn't we
poop
all get a
hat.
poop pillow for Christmas at one time?
Oh boy.
Like I said,
Oh,
that
that's
that's the
it.
poop pillow I was. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
it.
I knew I actually knew you were getting a
Oh,
poop
that's
pillow.
hilarious.
Yeah, yeah,
That's cute.
yeah. We all got a poop.
Charity shops, what can I tell you?
Yeah,
Yeah, I know.
you know,
I love it.
well, they were while
I have some
years ago.
emojis.
That certain Facebook
Pillows.
group put poop hats on us and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah,
And
but
and
that
then
really, I mean, but it does, it does affect, the atmosphere. Not mine, really, but it does affect people's atmosphere. What they're saying and doing. So it does, like you said, we're all connected. So it does affect.
I am in
something.
awe about the free rent we're having. Do you understand that concept?
In
Free
their
rent.
head.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
free rent in their head.
Yeah,
They
I
are
know.
spending this much
I
time
know.
trying to figure out how they can get to us. Wow.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, they must not have jobs.
I'm beyond wondering some of the smaller
really.
print in the thing, but wow. And what kills me is, that we are doing this for everybody because we care. And yet we're getting crap over it, and then these few petty individuals that somehow twist it in their minds. And wow, I mean, I if I smile anymore, my jaw's going to break. Wow, I try not to say anything negative, but I'm just in awe that they take the time to go that far. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty far. It's
Yeah.
not just
Oh,
it's not just a comment or whatever, a post
Oh,
maybe.
it's nonstop. It's
really far.
it's been groups of symbolic behavior, and I'm just sitting here going, wow, okay. And here comes Jillian's favorite term. Okay, Skippy.
go, Skippy. Go, Skippy, go.
Whatever you
I
say.
said it to somebody at work
okay
today
by me.
because Skippy was written on the fridge. So I went, yo, Skippy. They were using some.
And you
Skippy
just sit there.
something.
You just sit there. I really, I do. I sit there and I wonder where they get the wherewithal to even broach the subject in the manner that somehow this offends them. To get to I see. I've never been one of those people that twists things like that. I haven't taken the negatives and spun it into a Hershey's Kisses drop inside of aluminum foil or whatever the hell that you want to call what they're doing. I haven't taken these tidbits and gone after them for some reason. Why I wouldn't do that. But yeah, anger is hello, Avenger Captain. Yeah, anger isn't worth. I'm not angry at these people. I'm in awe that they continue to just razz me and they talk about me doing the same old. Well, all they're doing is spinning a tale that never had push in the first place. And it's like this is all you got. And I hate to go there, but I mean it's beyond. It defies logic that we're still talking about this. Really,
is it time for us to stop talking about them?
Well, this is why we moved to the peanut gallery rather than calling them a less colloquial name. But anyway, I went through a bunch of it earlier today. The first thing I came on the computer again was reading down my personal page, and there's another one of these bomb technicians spewing so-and-so's agenda, and I'm going, oh, did she prompt you to say all of this shit? Are you just a puppet of her? Or are you her?
Or is it the same stuff all over again?
Yeah, it's still going on. And I got mail too. So
Oh, that's disgusting.
oh, it was, and then they're sitting there talking about my morals, and yet what they sent me was less. Oh,
There's
let's
no
just say it was
understanding.
less than Christian. So yeah, it was less than Christian behavior. And then I just sat there and went, okay. Uh-huh. I mean, it's they profess that which they are that they say that I'm doing that which they are exactly doing. It's the exact reverse mirror of them, and they spin it like I'm doing it, and it's just like, okay.
I need to go see if my door's actually opened at the back of the house. It suddenly feels freezing.
You got ghosts again.
I don't know. It's like,
Well, Rebecca has cats, so
Yeah, here's Diana. There she is.
meow. Hello,
Hi,
Diana.
Diana. And her mom's name is Princess. So we have Princess.
oh,
And,
you've got your baby.
yeah,
Was your door closed?
this is her.
That one almost looked like a raccoon, man.
Right.
Oh, wow. Look
Yeah,
at the ears.
she is pretty. All
European cats are weird. No, anyway, I'm kidding.
Mhm.
right. All right. There you go.
Yeah,
Oh,
we can wind it up. I don't really have a lot more to talk about. We know that Gillian is tired, and I can go play Star
Yeah.
Wars then.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
You can look for
Star
Padawans.
Wars. Well,
Well,
Sam.
that's what I do to wind down with. But yeah, we've talked about a bunch of crazy stuff and barely about the planets tonight.
I know people like the off-topic.
I'm really interested, definitely, to see how the Nibiru over the top of us, which is occurring right now, it's just like sky fillingly above us, as well as Saturn now being very large and very visible.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other morning, the rays went like,
Because her moon,
like
yeah,
that.
the moon is actually going over. Yeah, there's
Really?
all these new transitions in light, and the red skies, and the yellow skies, and the side crescent illuminations, and everything.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of really cool shit going
Yeah.
Oop.
I did not
on,
realize.
and I Quartz pattern snorkel is Saturn face cloud, just that one series. So I'm kind of suspect to believe that maybe that was photoshopped. I was hugely excited. That's the best damn Photoshop I've ever seen, if it was. But we haven't seen another pattern like that, and the Saturn Shell Moon is going over the top of us, and maybe we'll see some really cool shit in the nearby future. So and everybody should keep looking up and keep making captures. One side of the sun, and then the other side of the sun, and then you can even get captures of the western sky and the north sky and the south sky, as long as you describe that in your sightings and try to throw all of that in one file. Tag your pictures if you want credit for them in the future. And all the pictures that we do gather, we use for scientific purposes. We are not selling them yet. I may use some in the future for a book, but that after they hit Montana Skywatcher, they become property of Montana Skywatcher in order for a scientific comparison. And like I said, if you want credit for your picture, which I do not remove, then tag your picture prior to sending it to me, please.
Yeah.
And we ask that you send in sightings of your own and not something you fished or farmed off the internet, unless you know the background. And in some cases, if they're really cool shots, we will allow them to stay. Do not film through glass. Hit the like, subscribe, follow button. Send donations to Rebecca because she would like to upgrade, and we all need to continue. View Jillian's channel or Jesus's channel or my channel. And let's see, am I missing anything? Oh, and Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Holidays. Right.
And happy holidays.
48
And,
hours away or so.
we'll talk to you the day
Not even
after
that
Christmas,
long.
I guess.
36 hours.
It's almost like watching a shuttle launch. Woohoo, here comes Christmas.
Yeah, T-minus 15 and counting.
T-minus whatever and counting.
And
That
we'll
just
see
kind
you
of pops in your
see
head.
you on Tuesday.
Do you and the girls, are you the type that gets up really early on Christmas or?
They usually
not
do,
really?
yeah. And this is why I got the standard rule of the stocking and why I need to go buy apples and bananas tomorrow. And
Yeah. So it's
Yeah.
early
See their
morning.
faces.
and I was thinking about maybe a pear this year on top of it. And
Oh, sure.
If I can find one that's ripe. You know, I hate to buy fruit from Walmart, but I will maybe look there as well. And you know, I think the pomegranates are in season currently here and there. So I when I was a kid, I always got a pomegranate, and I always liked that, and a banana and an apple. And I wait to buy my fruit before Christmas till literally the day before Christmas. Otherwise, you get stuff that may not be as fresh as you like it,
fresh.
And usually
The
end up
trick
buying
is to grab from inside the back.
And I'm always looking for a new confectionery treat here or there the day before Christmas. And I, you know, have a tendency to spoil even, you know, I got myself a nice orange chocolate, one of those little globes that you peel apart into little orange slices.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
There's a candy shop that makes chocolate
yummy.
orange sticks and chocolate raspberry sticks and chocolate other fruit sticks that I've been thinking about. And I may just go to the mall tomorrow to get some.
Oh boy.
Oh, yeah, I know.
We want a sweetie now before bed. No.
Yeah, run for your life. I'm going into the mall. Don't breathe the entire time you're in there, you know. And that's why I avoid the mall. I don't, you know. Well, they're talking about that new variant of COVID that's going around. It's like, no, I don't want any more of that.
No, a lot of people have got it here. They've already got it here.
Oh, the last time I was sick, I had COVID, and that was in 2019. And I got it right away here in Montana, right away. And it nailed me and did shit that I'm still recovering from. So I don't want, we have not been sick in this house since then. Knock on wood. Anyway, we can say good night, I guess.
Yep. Good night.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you,
Andrea. Thank you, Wire. Thank you, Michelle.
Happy birthday, Andrea.
Yes, happy birthday.
Right.
Yeah, birthdays are important.
We're very glad you were here tonight to listen to us. We appreciate it. And I will probably try to shut up now.
Guys. Right.
Night, people.
Tuesday with Jesus. So, but otherwise, yes, happy holidays, everybody. And
happy Christmas.
Right. Merry Christmas. Okay, guys. Well, we'll chat again soon. Okay. Y'all take care.
Good night.
Okay. Bye.
Mm-hmm.